Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 6 up. 221 Luffy goes to sea. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone in Sabayati Archipelago stared blankly at the distant battleship, knowing that Trafalgar Law had left. 2 or 3 days are enough for everyone to know that Trafalgar Law is in the Sabayati Archipelago, but no one dares to look for its trouble, and the world government also knows it. But now the world government's main focus is on destroying the Revolutionary Army. As the situation escalated, both sides devoted all their combat power, and the battlefield expanded to an area of thousands of miles. Warships and revolutionary warships fought across the sea. But the advantage has always been on Marine's side. The comprehensive strength of the Revolutionary Army exceeds that of any 4 emperors, but compared with the overall Marine and world government, it is still far behind, otherwise the Revolutionary Army would not have been operating secretly. The casualties on both sides have long since expanded to more than 100,000 people. After several days of fighting, the most horrific battle in hundreds of years of history, it finally came to an end. How is the result? Marine has not announced it. The Marine Corps invested hundreds of warships in this battle, but less than 100 returned, all with traces of artillery shells, and the Revolutionary Army warships were no longer visible on the sea. Have the Revolutionary Army been wiped out? Such speculation has become what everyone thinks. 22. North Blue, on a desert island. Advertisement. Cough, cough, cough. In some dark rooms, figures in the darkness coughed and kept spitting out blood. Chief, are you okay? The figure in the darkness shook his head, his face pale, and his slightly trembling hands picked up the wine glass in front of him. Chief, you are too injured now and cannot drink. Chief, we all know it's hard for you, but the war is over and we still have a future. Future. The figure staggered out of the darkness, wrapped in gauze, and the gauze oozed blood. It was Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. At this time, he no longer had the hockey of the past, like a sculpture that had been pushed into a desperate situation. The Revolutionary Army's combat effectiveness has been completely defeated, and all the power of the major bases has been exhausted. What's the future? Long coughed several times, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The bloodshot eyes looked at the people around him. There were only a few people left. In the past, there were hundreds of middle and high-level cadres gathered in the Revolutionary Army, but now, there are less than 10 people, and only 3 high-level cadres are left. All combat troops have been wiped out, and the Revolutionary Army has been completely defeated. Only these few strong men are left, and their power has spread completely. Their overall strength cannot even compare with some powerful pirate groups. Such power, to overthrow the world government. What a child's play. More than 10 years of hard work, our joint efforts, turned into nothing in one day. Long was angry, he hated it. The accumulation of so many years of hard work was all over. As long as the leader is still there, he can always rise again. Long shook his head hard. How easy is it to rise again? How many more than 10 years are there in life? More than 10 years later, at the age of 60, he didn't know if he would still have energy at that time. Advertisement. And this time it was a huge failure. Do the people still have confidence in the Revolutionary Army? Then 10 summers ago, Trafalgar Law, the dragon roared, which contained countless murderous intent and anger. The world seemed to be frozen by the murderous intent, and the roar echoed in the air for a long time. World government. The casualties are so heavy. The 5 elders couldn't help but gasp when they learned about Marine's casualties in this battle. More than half of their core force was lost, and 60% of the Vice Admiral was killed in the battle. This kind of consumption is by no means comparable to that of a top battle. The Marines can be rebuilt and the world can recruit troops, but why are such heavy casualties not completely destroying the Revolutionary Army? 5 elders roared angrily. What they are angry about is not the cost, but the results. Dragon was too powerful. Finally, a warship broke through the Marine blockade and they were able to escape. However, all the effective forces of the Revolutionary Army were defeated. Now the Revolutionary Army is not as powerful as any of the 4 emperors. It is not enough to cause trouble. They can't even think about it if they don't have more than 10 years. Recovery. This battle is more likely to bring down the Revolutionary Army. Buddha Sengoku said calmly. The slightly calmer five elders also know. Just dissatisfaction with not killing the dragon is always a disaster. No matter what, it can be considered a success. Within 10 years, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army can always be found. The five elders breathed a sigh of relief. The biggest enemy of the world government disappeared. Trafalgar has done well. 22. But Trafalgar Law killed Vice Admiral Garp. This is too bad and should be pursued with all our strength. Buddha Sengoku said angrily. Trafalgar Law is still useful. We will not pursue him until his value is fully realized. Five elders said coldly. However, Garp died in the battle. If the matter is settled like this, there will be, within Marine. That's your Marine's business. Now that you have resigned, there is no need for you to think about these things. Advertisement. Buddha Sengoku slowly clenched his fist. With a cold snort, he turned around and left world government. The chaotic and turbulent sea seemed to be completely calm. The Revolutionary Army disappeared and seemed to have completely become history. Trafalgar Law, who caused the 107 seas to tremble one after another, seemed to have disappeared, and no one found his trace for a long time. The sea seemed to regain its former proximity. 4 emperors is missing one, and New World seems to be quite lively, but those are nothing compared to the horrific situation 2 years ago. Time passed slowly like this for 2 years. On a desert island. 4th gear. The huge monster was instantly knocked away. Luffy, are you ready to go to sea? Pluton Rayleigh looked at Luffy's growth and couldn't help but smile. Yeah. The seemingly mature Luffy nodded. Do you know that Trafalgar Law has been to the Transvestite Island and Mahawk in the past 2 years, and he has never given up looking for you? If you go to sea, you will face his pursuit. Pluton Rayleigh said seriously. You can be prepared to fight with him. Preparation. Why do I have to give in because he is Trafalgar Law? I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I will never run away again. I will definitely defeat him. Very good. With such fighting spirit, I believe you can defeat any enemy, Luffy. Go ahead and go to sea. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, let's go to sea. 222 Thunder Emperor. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. An uninhabited desert island. Call out. A purple-silver sword light flashed past, and the top of the mountain 1,000 meters away was cut off. In the forest, the earth shook with every step of the purple-silver armored giant, and the footprints left behind flashed with arcs of electricity and scorched the earth. Roar. A ferocious beast's breath rose into the sky, and the violent momentum directly caused the ancient trees to collapse in the air waves. Fierce figures rampaged through the forest. The erupting Kaido of the beasts jumped up instantly in the broken earth, and struck at the purple-silver armored giant with its fists wrapped in energy. Boom. The two fists faced each other, and a wave of air swept across the entire island, knocking down thousands of ancient trees in the forest. There is no retreat between the two, no distinction between superior and inferior. Kaido of the beasts landed on the ground, and the huge fist struck again. Time. Thunder and lightning flashed, and tens of thousands of thunder and lightning erupted in the hands of the purple-silver armored giant. The thunder and lightning quickly condensed into a giant knife, slashing down with force, splitting the air. Boom. Punching out, Kaido of the beast's uppercut collided with the giant knife. Thousands of meters of land kept collapsing. Advertisement. A huge abyss appeared in the forest behind Kaido of the beasts, connecting to the edge of the island, and the sea was split open. Time. The giant thunder and lightning sword instantly dispersed, turned into the initial thunder and lightning, and quickly condensed into a thunder and lightning spear. The giant in purple and silver armor threw it hard, and the thunder and lightning spear shot out like a stream of light. Call out. The lightning spear wrapped with huge energy hit the Baludu like a missile. The forest presents an abyss-like ravine until it reaches the cliff of the mountain in the distance. The stream of light brings Kaido of the beasts to hit the cliff with great force, causing cracks to spread across the mountain until it completely collapses. We can't continue fighting, otherwise this island will be ruined. A figure stood in the body of the purple and silver armored giant, Trafalgar Law. Time. The purple-silver armored giant quickly dissipated, turning into thunder and lightning. After all, I have completely mastered the Thunder Emperor. Slowly landing, Fei Yi breathed out. After 2 years, there will be a big promotion. The last thunder and lightning in the sky dissipated. Now, facing the revolutionary dragon, what about a head-on confrontation? Luo was proud and confident. 2 years ago, after several peak battles, Luo clearly realized that he lacked super powerful attack methods and that the power of Thor was already slightly insufficient. In the past 2 years, Luo has focused on developing such abilities. The Thunder Emperor was born at the right time. Thunder Emperor. The way Thunder Fruit is presented with 300 million volts. 30 million volts can be condensed into the Thunder Beast Thunderbird. 60 million volts can be condensed into a Thunder Dragon. Advertisement. 200 million volts can be condensed into the form of a Thunder God. In 2 years, Luo greatly improved the level of Thunder Fruit development, from the strongest 200 million volts to 300 million volts. Thus developing stronger abilities. Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor can be called the upgraded version of the God of Thunder, with the power and control of thunder and lightning more perfectly presented. The Thunder Emperor, who was condensed from 300 million volts of lightning, has a much stronger basic power than the God of Thunder, and his form has also changed. The Thunder Giant formed by the condensed Thunder God seems to be formed by the condensed Ark. The giant condensed by the Thunder Emperor is more real. There is no explosive flash of thunder and lightning, but the thunder and lightning are more perfect and condensed, like a solid body. The condensed giant seems to be wearing armor. The power and defense have been increased by many levels. You can also use thunder and lightning to condense into various weapons, with more attack methods. Thunder Emperor is an ability developed by Luo to face close combat monsters such as dragons or red hair. After all, Thunder Kamui's strength is slightly insufficient to face such monsters. As for the Thunder Emperor's power, his previous confrontation with Kaido of the Beasts was enough to prove his power. If you had the power you have now 2 years ago, why would you need to rely on Marine? One person can turn the Revolutionary Army headquarters upside down. Luo clearly understood how powerful he was at this time. What he has possessed in 2 years is not just the power of Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor is just one of the most important upgrades. With this power 2 years ago, who could have saved Straw Hat Luffy at that time? Luo's eyes were cold and cold. Murderous. Straw Hat Luffy. Is Halo invincible? In the past 2 years, Luo spent almost all his energy on improving his strength, practicing to the extreme all the time. But he didn't give up on chasing Straw Hat Luffy. Advertisement. Unable to directly look for Straw Hat Luffy, he could only resort to the next best thing. Luo set his target on Zoro, Sanji and others. As long as he caught them, it would be enough for Straw Hat Luffy to show up on his own initiative. So combine it with the original work. In the past 2 years, Luo went to Mihawk's lair. In the original book, Zoro was shot and flown here by the Tyrant Bear. But the result was disappointing. Zoro did not come back here and had to fight Mihawk before he could leave. Then Luo went to the Transvestite Island. Sanji was not beaten by the Tyrant Bear and flew here. He was besieged by countless transvestites before leaving. Luo has forgotten the island where Chopper Usopp was shot flying in the original work. Even if he remembers it, he knows that it is probably different from the original work. No clues. Nothing can be done. If you want to hunt down Straw Hat Luffy, you can't find him anywhere. In the end, Luo chose this desert island to start hellish extreme training to improve his strength. He believed that Straw Hat Luffy would one day appear and kill him, Lees. As long as he is strong enough, who can protect him? Turning around, Luo walked towards the other side of the island. It's been 2 years. It's time for Straw Hat Luffy to show up, right? Luo looked coldly. As long as he shows up, how can he escape? Luo also deployed a lot in the past 2 years. First of all, the Fishman Island now belongs to Luo, and the Fishman Island is one of the only 2 roads into the New World in the first half of the Grand Route. It is the only road chosen by pirates and other identities. To enter the New World, pirates can only choose to pass through the Fishman Island. The Fishman Island was once controlled by Whitebeard, but Whitebeard is dead and the Whitebeard pirates are in ruins. The original takes over the control of Whitebeard. The Fishman Island is the Ant. But now, the ones who control the Fishman Island are the Beast's pirates, and the actual person in charge is naturally Luo who controls Kaido of the Beasts. 223 target appears. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mastering the Fishman Island. As soon as Straw Hat Luffy and others appear in the New World, they will know immediately that this is Luo's purpose. For this reason, he did not bother to control Kaido of the beasts and personally went to the Cake Island where the aunt of the four emperors lived. After a battle with them, they reached an agreement that the Fishmen Island belongs to the beasts' pirates, but the Fishmen Island provides a certain amount of dessert to Big Mom every month. As for the agreement between the four emperors, the Fishmen Island has no right to resist. It seems that New World is a lot calmer now. Walking in the jungle, Luo recalled the major events that have happened in the sea in the past 2 years. Akainu and Qingji fight for the position of marshal, the winner is Akainu, Qingji quits Marine. The Marine World conscripted troops, thus obtaining 2 monster-level powerhouses, Yishao Fujitora and Green Bull, and was given the status of Admiral. He also recruited millions of recruits and recruited a large number of strong people. In order to fill the vacancy caused by the battle on the top and the war with the Revolutionary Army, Marine's internal strength was rapidly recovering, but the Revolutionary Army had disappeared without a trace for 2 years, as if it had completely become history. As in the original work, the Marine headquarters was exchanged with the New World G1 branch base and placed in New World. In the lively New World, there have been many battles in 950 in the past 2 years. Blackbeard, who had not obtained the shock fruit, could not easily obtain the position of the 4 emperors, and fought dozens of battles with the remaining forces of the Whitebeard pirates. Several amazing strong men also appeared in the New World. Who can become the new 4 emperors has not been finalized yet. Blackbeard is the most promising and the closest in strength and power, but he is not without competitors. Advertisement. It's just identity, is it that important? Luo chuckled. He never cares about these identities, he only cares about his own experience. 200 to 300 meters away from the shore, next to a small pond. Are you ready? Are you ready? Foodie Bonnie looked at the roasted pig dripping with oil, almost drooling. Wait a moment. Robin, who was in charge of cooking, smiled softly. In front of the wooden table next to her, Nami seemed to be drawing something. Ain Khalifa, the 2 girls were talking and laughing while washing bedding and clothes by the river. CCCG Hancock, who had been looking at the path intently, immediately noticed Luo coming back and came over to greet him. It has become a habit to hand Luo a towel. Luo, is the practice over? I have asked them to prepare a lot of food. This desert island is still very close to the Amazon lily country. No welcome. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. It's a very heartwarming scene. In 2 years, Hancock has truly become Luo's woman. She is a queen, but in front of Luo, she is just a little woman. Are you back? Bonnie, a foodie, noticed Luo approaching and immediately protected the roasted pig behind him. It must be on a first come, first served basis. I have been waiting for a long time, and now there is only enough for me. No one will rob you. Really? Bonnie, the foodie, still defended the roasted pig tightly, not believing the vigilant eyes at all. Advertisement. It's okay. There are still a lot of ingredients, just bake them later. Luo said softly. Luo came to the wooden table and looked at Nami's drawings on the paper. The world map cannot be without the most important new world. I will take you there in the future. Khalifa, the perfect life assistant, changed Luo's dusty windbreaker. Sitting calmly on the chair, Luo looked at the scene in front of him calmly. All the girls had their own things to do. Bonnie, a foodie, was eating barbecue while Nami frowned and looked at the drawings. Seemingly encountering some problem, Robin lowered his head and looked at the book in his hand. Ain. A very ordinary life. It makes people feel calm. Looking at the calm girls, 2 years will change too many habits, and they can get used to this kind of life. Luo didn't know if they really liked this kind of life, if they acted calmly but still scolded him in their hearts. He was not in the mood to guess what the girls were thinking. Was it important? Beep beep beep. The phone bug rang deep in the forest. Kaido of the beasts picked up the phone bug and heard the voice coming from the phone bug. Emperor, the target has appeared. It is Luo who controls Kaido of the beasts. Has the target appeared? During dinner, Luo stood up suddenly. All the girls looked at Luo in surprise. They all know that Luo never behaves in any indecent manner during meals. He eats quietly and elegantly. He has never behaved like this before. Advertisement. What are you doing? Shocking. Bonnie, a foodie, stared at Luo with dissatisfaction. What she was actually staring at was that Luo still had more than half of the food left, and she had already finished all the food on her plate. Well, won't you eat it? Luo was not in the mood to eat right now, so he waved his hand casually. You said you didn't want to eat it, and you bear witness. Bonnie, a foodie, immediately pulled Luo's remaining food onto his plate, and started eating it as fast as the wind. Miles left the table. He walked out under the doubtful eyes of the girls. Luo, who came outside alone, had cold eyes. It's been 2 years, has it finally appeared? You've been waiting for 2 years. With a wave of his hand, a force ripped open the earth, and the crack spread to 100 meters away. Because of Luo's strange behavior, except for the foodie Bonnie, the other girls also hurriedly finished their meal and walked out. Hancock Ain arrived in front of Luo, while Nami, Nico, Robin and the others looked curiously not far away. The happiest person was Bonnie, the foodie. There was so much food in front of her that she burst into laughter. This was simply heaven. Luo, what's wrong? Get ready, it's time for us to leave. Luo looked at the Arcmado parked in the port not far away. Are you leaving? All the girls were shocked. They had been staying here for nearly 2 years. They were almost used to this paradise life, but now it was suddenly broken. Yes, leave immediately. Luo nodded. He was not willing to wait for a moment longer. 2 years of extreme training gave him greater strength and a more confident mentality than 2 years ago. It's been 2 years, Straw Hat Luffy, you must have become very strong and have the confidence to defeat me. I don't know if you can bear the despair again. 224,000 Thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago. Are you going out? Shachi wiped the wine glass at the bar. There is a pirate ship that needs to be coated, and we can earn some drinking money on the way. Carrying the tools, Pluton Rayleigh walked out of the bar. Take a stroll along the quiet road. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Pluton Rayleigh put down the tools in his hands and looked at the forest ahead warily. Come out. 27. In the quiet forest, there were subtle footsteps, and a figure walked out from behind an ancient tree. Trafalgar Law. Pluton Rayleigh looked solemnly at the figure who appeared. I didn't expect you to show up just 2 or 3 days after I came back. Sure enough, there is a strange store not far away that is your spy, right? The Fishmen Island is not only controlled by the Beast's pirates. At the same time, Kaido of the Beasts also arranged for pirates to enter the Sabayati Archipelago and secretly monitor Pluton Rayleigh's home. Trafalgar Law, haven't you given up on chasing Straw Hat Luffy yet? Pluton Rayleigh slowly drew out his sword. Why are you so cruel to Luffy? Luo looked at Pluton Rayleigh with a chuckle. Want to know where Luffy is from me? Pluton Rayleigh said with a smile on his face. A happy smile. Straw Hat Luffy is not here. It's not necessary. You don't need to answer. I will know it myself. He slowly pulled out the sword and the smile on his lips became colder and colder. The tyrant Shang once rescued Straw Hat Luffy at the last moment. He died, and you protected him even more. I've had Straw Hat Luffy for 2 years. As that's so. Haki slowly penetrated Pluton Rayleigh's body. Call out. Luo Ji rushed towards Pluton Rayleigh. This was pure speed, not lightning movement or space transfer. Advertisement. So fast. Pluton Rayleigh's expression changed. Chang chang chang. The sword edge that appeared out of thin air swept out, and while retreating violently, Pluton Rayleigh raised his sword to block it. The sword in Luo's hand was swung very fast. Sword shadows appeared all over the sky, but soon all the sword shadows disappeared. The invisible sword shadows attacked Pluton Rayleigh crazily. Sparks flew. Pluton Rayleigh only felt that his whole body was being torn apart by sword energy, and invisible attacks were coming from all directions, making it difficult to resist. Keep retreating. The power of swordsmanship has become so strong. Pluton Rayleigh looked at Luo in horror. 2 years ago, the two had a battle, and there was no winner or lose, and it wasn't even a fierce battle. But that battle made Pluton Rayleigh deeply aware of Luo's strength in all aspects. The overall strength is very strong. Although his physical swordsmanship was strong, at that time, Pluton Rayleigh could easily suppress Luo with his physical swordsmanship alone. But now, Pluton Rayleigh, who retreated violently, found that it was impossible to suppress Luo through pure strength and swordsmanship competition. For 2 years, Luo K practiced to the extreme every day to enhance his physical skills. With monsters of pure strength like Kaido of the Beasts as opponents, his most basic physical strength was greatly improved. Maybe not as good as pure power monsters like the red-haired Kaido of the beasts. But relying solely on strength and swordsmanship, Luo is enough to occupy a place in the sea. You're old, you really don't need to reuse it anymore. Pluton Rayleigh retreated quickly stabilized his body, and unleashed a terrifying haki. The sword edge swept out with great force, and the sword energy tore apart everything in front, and hundreds of ancient trees in the forest were cut down. Break. Advertisement. Chi-Chi. Lifting his sword to block the sword energy, Luo moved his steps backwards, wiped it hard, and the sword edge cut through the sword energy, and he quickly clashed with Pluton Rayleigh again. Chang chang chang. The sword energy continued to tear apart the earth. Fighting dozens of times per second, the two afterimages quickly changed positions in the forest, and patches of trees continued to collapse. Chang. The two swords faced each other, and a ripple of energy swept across the ground in an instant. The ground cracked rapidly, and all the trees and grass on the ground were cut off by their roots. Phew. Pluton Rayleigh let out a long breath. His aura was slightly disordered. As he aged, his physical strength and energy were already much weaker than before. The short period of crazy fighting had already become too much for him. Time is the nemesis of any strong man and the biggest enemy of everyone. And Luo has only one goal from beginning to end, to defeat time and have an immortal body. Is there no way to be kind? Pluton Rayleigh's eyes became more and more sharp. Please give me flowers. He took the initiative to rush forward with his sword in hand, destroying everything along the way with his terrifying momentum. Chang. He exploded in full force and struck out with all his strength. Although blocked, Luo was pushed backwards at a high speed. The moment his back hit the big tree in the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, destroying everything in its path behind. They were forced back hundreds of meters. Isn't it simple to still have such power? Luo disappeared in an instant, standing on a tree trunk not far away and glanced at Pluton Rayleigh coldly. Room. Advertisement. The space completely envelops the entire forest. The flashing thunder and lightning seemed to cover the entire sky. Thousands of thunders. A large amount of thunder and lightning burst out from Luo Chen's body. Thunder and lightning clouds appeared in the sky, and then hundreds of thunder and lightning quickly bombarded the forest. Oh! Call out. In the forest, Pluton Rayleigh evaded at high speed, his expression becoming more and more solemn. Have all aspects been greatly improved? It's difficult to do. Thousands of thunder. A weakened version of Wan Lei. Wan Lei needs to use the Ark's proverbs to generate a large number of thunder clouds, which requires a lot of time to prepare. Although it is powerful, it is difficult to use in a battle between top experts. No strong person will give Luo such a long time. Time to prepare. And Qian Lei. It is a direct move of thunder fruit that Luo developed over the past 2 years. It bursts out thunder and lightning to the maximum extent, and then forms hundreds of thunder and lightning attacks. The range is not comparable to 10,000 thunders, but it is an ability that can be launched quickly. It can be used in direct combat and has higher practical value. Boom. Crackling thunder and lightning fell all over the forest, and the earth continued to crack and turn into scorched earth. Pluton Rayleigh hurriedly avoided the lightning attack. The entire forest turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. That's not right. Pluton Rayleigh, who was avoiding all attacks, suddenly changed his expression. Although he escaped the attack, he was horrified to find that a large amount of sunset fell on this small forest, and a large amount of lightning power remained on the ground for a short period of time. Naturally, it became the target of attack. 225 Soul Search. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This little bit of thunder and lightning power won't do much harm to the strong. But it has a certain degree of paralysis, although the effect is not great. But among the top experts, being paralyzed for a moment, even a tenth of a second, is a huge advantage. Pluton Rayleigh felt his legs were slightly numb. The moment his speed slowed down, his face changed drastically and he realized something was wrong. Call out. Luo appeared in front of Pluton Rayleigh instantly. The blade of the sword in his hand and the entire right arm were wrapped by a large amount of lightning, turning into a long sword of lightning, and the thunder and lightning actually condensed. 200 million volts of lightning are condensed into such a tiny long sword, and its power can be imagined. The power of a single attack exceeds that of the God of Thunder. Although they are all 200 million volts. But now the long sword has a higher degree of concentration, stronger penetrating power, and it also has the bonus of swordsmanship. Of course, if the 770 fruit can condense 300 million volts into a long sword, its power reaches an unimaginable level, but to condense such a huge energy of 300 million volts into such a long sword requires extremely high control over the fruit, which is too demanding. Luo still has difficulty completing it now. Chi-Chi. The thunder sword immediately thrust out, piercing the air. Pluten Rayleigh, who had nowhere to hide, quickly raised his sword to block it. Sparks flew. Even the sword edge hardened by armament hockey was quickly cut off by the thunder sword, and then hit Pluten Rayleigh's abdomen in his angry eyes. Call out. A wave of air penetrated the entire forest, retreated thousands of meters, and almost fell into the sea. It's a pretty good whetstone. I don't know if I can hold on until I can experiment with all the moves. Luo looked at the broken earth at the end of the ravine. Advertisement. Ahem. In the smoke, Pluten Rayleigh coughed and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, and stood up slowly while sweeping his dagger. Is his strength stronger than 2 years ago? Has it completely surpassed my previous heyday? Pluten Rayleigh looked at his abdomen. Although hardened by armament hockey. But the result of being punctured was still unavoidable, and blood was flowing freely. Call out. Luo came behind Pluten Rayleigh in an instant, and a huge thunderstorm broke out all over his body. Thunder. Shinra Tenjang. The terrifying repulsive force was instantly slapped out, because the surrounding area was covered with a large amount of thunder and lightning. The repulsive force wall seemed to be lightning and thunder, turning into a visible thunder and lightning wall that moved in all directions. Boom. The fusion attack of repulsion and thunder is even more destructive. The local land was crushed into flat ground, and then turned into a scorched land. Pluten Rayleigh, who was shot flying, hit ancient trees one after another and traveled hundreds of meters before vomiting blood and stopping himself. Thunder Emperor. Luo Mingming appeared behind him, appearing as a behemoth tens of meters tall, the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor condensed a huge lightning sword in his hand, and the edge slashed hard at Pluten Rayleigh. Boom. He raised his sword to block, and Pluten Rayleigh's swords fell into the broken earth. The earth behind him turned into an abyss, and the abyss separated the island and the sea. Boom. In the shattered forest, a huge purple-silver armored giant was so dazzling, and the thunder and lightning sword blades that kept slashing down kept splitting the island. Advertisement. Due to the transfer of marine headquarters, Sabayati Archipelago has completely turned into a lawless place. At this time, a large number of pirates on the island looked at island number 37 in horror. The astonishing scene made them tremble with fear. Thunder power. Is it the legendary Trafalgar Law? Luo's abilities have already become famous. Is Trafalgar Law showing up again? Who is he fighting? Is he going to bring chaos to the sea again? For a moment Sabayati Archipelago became panicked. Rayleigh. Outside a bar door, Shachi looked worriedly at the lightning and thunder forest in the distance. Luo's last look from 2 years ago came to mind. Did it really appear? Boom. Island number 36 is constantly being destroyed and is on the verge of sinking. The huge thunder and lightning sword kept slashing down, splitting the island into a chessboard. Call out. Pluten Rayleigh, who was covered in blood, resisted and evaded, and at the same time was looking for opportunities to counterattack, and his sword blade slashed through the Thunder Emperor several times. Armor made of highly condensed thunder and lightning has extremely high defensive power. The small holes that were torn were quickly restored. Boom. Again. Pluten Rayleigh vomited blood and flew backwards. Room. Transplant. Luo appeared behind Pluten Rayleigh out of thin air and stabbed with his sword. Pluten Rayleigh's mind was stabbed out of his body. Advertisement. Pluten Rayleigh was shaken all over and flew upside down. His eyes were dull and lifeless. He felt that he couldn't control his body. How could it be possible? The Thunder Emperor quickly dissipated in the distance. Luo strolled to the ground in front of Pluten Rayleigh without cutting off the connection between Pluten Rayleigh's mind and body. But hold that heart-shaped soul with one hand. Search. Close your eyes slowly. For a moment, Luo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Pluten Rayleigh with a sneer on his lips. It took so much effort for Straw Hat Luffy. Soul Search. It was Luo who developed new abilities. Although he failed to develop the ability to modify or delete other people's memories, he did develop the ability to obtain information from other people's souls, which is equivalent to directly seizing the deepest secrets in other people's minds. And now Luo already knows all the secrets in Pluten Rayleigh's mind. Know the movements of Straw Hat Luffy and the others. It turns out that the deserted island I chose to hide for 2 years is in New World. No wonder I didn't pass by the Fishmen Island. Didn't it appear in Sabayati Archipelago? So Zoro and the others were together with Luffy. No wonder I couldn't find them. It's very good. Luo dug hard. Pluton Rayleigh's mind twisted rapidly in his hands. So what if you kill me? Luffy can't be killed. As long as he maintains his current beliefs, no one can defeat him. Really? The master is so weak, how can the apprentice be strong? Luo shook his hand hard, and Pluton Rayleigh's mind was directly destroyed. This is your answer? Then I will only send Straw Hat Luffy to hell to tell you the truth. What's the answer? Lift the body of Pluton Rayleigh. Turn around and walk away. Bar entrance. Shachi looked at the figure walking in the distance with trembling eyes. She was still frozen in place until Luo passed by her and walked into the bar. Putting down the body of Pluton Rayleigh, Luo turned around and said softly, "A glass of sake, thank you." 226 Mara Mara Fruit. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Emperor. Straw Hat Luffy has appeared. The pirate in charge of collecting information from the Kaido of the Beasts pirate group immediately used a phone bug to deliver the latest news to Kaido of the Beasts. Where? The latest news from New World. Scientist M. Geisa Current is selling the poison gas weapon, Death Kingdom, developed by himself to various forces in New World, and the traces of Straw Hat Luffy and his party appear on the screen, and they seem to be fighting Geisa. Destination: Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard. The inertia of the original. Luo's eyes were cold. Do you finally know the exact place? But you didn't set off immediately. It would take 2 or 3 days to reach Punk Hazard at the earliest, and you might fail again. It must be killed this time. After so many failures, Luo has completely lost his patience. Punk Hazard. Elephant gun. The huge fist armament hockey hardened, knocked everything in front of it away, and slapped Geisa with a bang. Guy screamed and vomited blood and flew backwards. The research room made of steel was smashed into pieces and lay dying in ruins. Zoro, Sanji and others who also defeated their opponents quickly gathered here. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I promise that I will beat you away. After the victory, Straw Hat Luffy said his favorite words. Dover will not let you go. Geisa, who was vomiting blood, stared at them angrily. Advertisement. If Dover gets in the way, I'll beat him up, Straw Hat Luffy said confidently. Luffy, let's go quickly, Marine is coming. Usopp said in a panic. Let's go. Wait a minute. The defeated guy couldn't help but tremble when he heard the word Marine. He knew what would happen if he fell into the hands of Marine. It would definitely be miserable. If he was sent to Impel Down, even Doflamingo wouldn't be able to do it. Save yourself. What? Take me away with you. Geisa, who was seriously injured, was unable to stand up, let alone leave. I won't take you away. Guy gritted his teeth. Although he hated Straw Hat Luffy and his group who defeated him, he knew that he could only escape by being taken away by them, otherwise he would be captured by Marine. Being taken away by them, Doflamingo still has a chance to save himself. Straw Hat Luffy, I know what you hate most is Blackbeard and Trafalgar Law, who indirectly or directly killed Ace, and both of them now have at least 2 abilities. I am a scientist, and I know why their bodies are so mutated. I know their secrets, these secrets and the way to defeat them. Geisa said hurriedly. What? Luffy's pupils widened. What he hates most now is Blackbeard and Trafalgar Law. But I also know that the 2 are powerful and terrifying, and they are by no means so easy to defeat. Do you really know? Luffy asked with rare seriousness. Advertisement. Yes. Guy nodded. But as long as you take me away, I won't tell you until it's safe. Geisa smiled sinisterly in his heart. How do I know their secrets, let alone how to defeat them? But I can make Straw Hat Luffy agree to take me away, as long as I leave here safely and wait for Doflamingo to rescue me, then. Gia. Good. After capturing Geisa, the Straw Hats hurriedly boarded the pirate group and left Punk Hazard. Emperor. Straw Hat Luffy defeated Geisa and took him away. Without Geisa, the Don Quixote family can no longer continue to provide our artificial devil fruit. Is the cooperation terminated? After Beasts pirates collected the information, they quickly reported it to Kaido of the Beasts. Oh, Straw Hat Luffy captured Geisa. He seems to have no reason to capture Geisa, right? Regardless of the reason, this is a good opportunity. Luo smiled coldly. Train Kaido of the beasts and pick up the phone bug. As for the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo was furious after hearing the news. Geisa was taken away. Is Straw Hat Luffy looking for death? What should I do, young master? Without Geisa, we can't continue to provide artificial fruits to the beasts' pirates. Once that lunatic Kaido of the beasts goes crazy, the senior cadres can't help but feel numb. Doflamingo's expression also changed with surprise, showing fear. Beep beep. The phone rang at this time. Young master, this is Kaido of the beast's phone number. What? Doflamingo was even more shocked. His face looked slightly pale and he didn't dare to answer, but he had to. Doflamingo, I heard that Geisa was captured. So, the Don Quixote family has no ability to continue to cooperate with the lousy beasts' pirates. There is no value in cooperation, then there is only death. Kaido of the beasts said violently. Kaido of the beasts, I will definitely rescue Geisa. Doflamingo explained hurriedly. Advertisement. Give you 10 days, if you can't do it, I will come in person. Kaido of the beasts threatened directly. 10 days. 790 After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo's expression changed drastically. His eyes were angry and murderous. Damn Kaido of the beasts. But thinking of the terror and ability of Kaido of the beasts, and the power of the beasts' pirates, the dissatisfaction in Doflamingo's heart was replaced by fear. Geisa must be saved. But young master, I don't know where Straw Hat Luffy and the others are now. I couldn't find it for 10 days. Are we going to go to war with that madman Kaido of the beasts? In Dressrosa's superior Don Quixote family, there is only fear and fear when facing the beasts' pirates. Dover, there is another way to manually attract the arrival of Straw Hat Luffy. Senior Cadre Trable said. Any solution? Dover, our family got the Mera Mera fruit, and the previous owner of the Mera Mera fruit was Fire Fist Ace, and Ace is Luffy's brother. Using the Mera Mera fruit, we can definitely attract Straw Hat Luffy to take the initiative. Mera Mera fruit. Doflamingo's eyes slowly turned cold. Straw Hat Luffy, let's see where you run away. And the Sabayati Archipelago. The Ark's motto also sets out. To Dressrosa. 227 V's Red Hair Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A piece of news spread around the world. Trafalgar Law appeared in the Sabayati Archipelago and had a battle with a mysterious powerful man. The circumstances are unknown. Then the shocked people were shocked by another news. The Straw Hat Pirates fought against the Don Quixote family, shocking the new world. But in the end, everyone's eyes were fixed on a piece of even more shocking news. Trafalgar Law fights the 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates in the New World. It caused a sensation all over the world. Everyone who heard it was shocked. After disappearing for 2 years, will Trafalgar Law finally turn the sea upside down again? Is he going to take away the red-haired 4 Emperors' position? Arc Proverbs, I just left the Fishmen Island in the depths of the sea and came to the New World. Ahead, Hoki's dragon-headed pirate ship blocks the way, and what's flying is the Red Hair Pirates' pirate flag of the world. Looking at the Red Hair Pirates blocking the way, Luo and Red Hair faced each other across the sea from the bow of the ship. Luo couldn't help but smile. It has been maintained to such an extent that if you want to stop me on the way, you really need to consider Straw Hat Luffy. His life is really good, so many people spare no effort to protect him. Is the target really Luffy? The red-haired man added another chill in his eyes. You killed Vice Captain Rayleigh, right? Do you still want to kill Luffy now? The terrifying momentum crushed the sea. There was not the slightest ripple on the sea surface. It seems that the sea in all directions is starting to sink downwards, and the arc mottos floating in the air are moving downwards. The red-haired Hoki has reached the point where he can directly affect external objects, and he is the most Hoki man in the sea. Advertisement. Do you still want to protect Straw Hat Luffy one after another like 2 years ago? But now is not 2 years ago. I want to see who can protect him. Call out. The 2 of them rushed out of their respective pirate ships almost at the same time. 2 streams of light suddenly met on the sea surface, and the terrifying air waves set off waves that were tens of meters high. A peak battle. Start at the sea. In comparison, the fighting in the country of Dressrosa, thousands of miles away, seemed much milder. The country of Dressrosa is completely in chaos, a huge birdcage covers the entire country, and fighting continues everywhere. The most powerful one is naturally the battle between Straw Hat Luffy and Doflamingo on King's Heights. Gia Gia, do you really think you are a hero? All of this is just your arrogance that has harmed everyone. You will probably hear the screams in 40 minutes, and the blood will dye the earth red in 50 minutes. And in 1 hour, no sound can be heard anymore. Those people who died one by one will hate you, because you are arrogant and do not know what the heaven and earth are and do stupid things and dare to get in the way. Compared with the embarrassed Luffy, Doflamingo is obviously much more chic. No, it's Doflamingo who's bothering me. Still so stupid. Although I hate Trafalgar Law, haven't you experienced the price of stupidity in his hands 2 years ago? Because you harmed the Revolutionary Army and Pluten Rayleigh. After so many lessons, you still don't you learn well? Doflamingo smiled mockingly. Luffy was filled with murderous intent. Whether it's you Doflamingo or Trafalgar Law, I will defeat them one by one, and I will never let anyone bleed and die for them. Now, you and Birdcage are in my way, change gears. Biting the arm hard. The air was blown into it crazily. This short body quickly expanded and turned into a burly man. Haki said. Fourth gear. Advertisement. Rubber rubber. Ape King gun. Luffy, who was bouncing in fourth gear, rushed towards Doflamingo at a very fast speed. His fist quickly retracted into his body, and then he hit him with one breath. Boom. The power was so terrifying that Doflamingo didn't even respond. He was instantly knocked out and hit the streets below from King's Heights, causing the ground to collapse. Bang bang bang. With his legs retracted into his body, Luffy moves quickly through the air like a moonwalk. Rubber howitzer. He kicked the sluggish Doflamingo in one breath and flew directly to the end of the street. That bastard. Doflamingo vomited blood and his veins popped out. The ground under his feet quickly turned into a sea of silver threads. Facing the Straw Hat Luffy in the fourth gear, he no longer dared to hold back at all, and the Fruit Awakening ability appeared. Boom. The battle between the two was even more terrifying than before. But Luffy in Gear 4 was so explosive that Dobram kept vomiting blood and flew backwards. The final blow. Rubber rubber. Big. Poof. The bouncing Straw Hat Luffy suddenly disappeared in the fourth gear like a popped balloon and fell to the ground weakly. GG, can your body finally be unable to bear the consumption? Doflamingo smiled grimly. After being suppressed for so long, and being suppressed by Rookie who looked down upon him, he was already filled with anger. Dozens of lines entangled and stabbed Straw Hat Luffy. Call out. Advertisement. Suddenly dozens of people appeared here. One of them instantly picked up the powerless Straw Hat Luffy and fled quickly, while the others stared at Doflamingo angrily with weapons in hand. Doflamingo has become a public enemy of this country. Gia Gia, do you also want to try to spare? Dozens of lines attacked them crazily, killing them completely. 9 mountains and 8 seas, one without self, 3,000 worlds. A cold light flashed across Armament Haki's hardened lines in an instant. The of Jiao Jiao lines burst out into massive silver threads. Leave this to me. Zoro, who was in the three-sword style, stared at Doflamingo with fighting spirit. Luffy said, give him 10 minutes, let me do it for these 10 minutes. Marine Hunter. Dozens of lines stabbed towards Zoro crazily. Clang clang clang. The ground keeps crumbling. As time passed, the birdcage tightened faster and faster. Too many strong people used different methods to resist the birdcage's tightening speed. 10 minutes passed. Zoro, who was panting heavily, bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and with many injuries all over his body, stared at Doflamingo with full fighting spirit. Very embarrassed. But he was not without results after 10 minutes. Doflamingo left a bloody mark on his abdomen. The grinning Doflamingo controlled the wave of white lines and attacked Zoro. 228 Who won? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Three-sword style. Great. Zoro, leave the rest to me. Putting an arm on Zoro's shoulder, Luffy took a step forward and stood in front of Zoro to face Doflamingo's terrifying attack. Doflamingo, I will definitely beat you, fourth gear. Gia Gia, you can talk big words. Thousands of arrows pierce the heart, strike the feathers, and thread. Countless silver threads shot out from all directions like wings. Chang chang chang. 16 rounds of sacred bullets, divine killing. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Rumble. The broken town center completely collapsed and shattered, and the deep pit penetrated directly to the deepest base underground. The victory has been decided. Doflamingo was defeated. Birdcage disappeared. All Don Quixote cadres were defeated, and Dressrosa instantly turned into a sea of cheers. And this news was quickly transmitted to all parts of the sea. It's terrible. A guy who was not famous in the Sinister Generation 2 years ago actually defeated Doflamingo 2 years later. Incredible. Advertisement. Everyone was shocked by the strength shown by Straw Hat Luffy. 2 years ago, Luffy was caught in the Enies Lobby incident. Although the performance of the top battle was good, it was far from as dazzling as the original work. The reward amount has not even reached 200 million, which is far inferior to other supernovas of the same era. That's why everyone was shocked by this. It was the Don Quixote family, but it was the 7 warlords of the sea Doflamingo. The sea was shocked. There are too many pirate groups in the New World, angrily cursing Straw Hat Luffy and clamoring for him to look good. Marine headquarters. That guy Doflamingo. Akainu, who was already the Marine Marshal at this time, said with a sullen face, "There is an even bigger vacancy in the 7 warlords of the sea." Smashing the desk in anger. Since it failed, then capture Doflamingo, Fujitora Admiral, and it's up to you to do this. Akainu ordered. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Dressrosa is a small matter. Trafalgar Law has appeared again. This is a real big deal. Once that guy gets crazy, it will be very scary. His crazy behavior 2 years ago almost made the era go completely crazy. Kizaru stood aside. He said with a twitching expression. He now feels deeply afraid of Luo's crazy behavior. Whether it was the Sabayati Archipelago incident or the battle with the Revolutionary Army, he was completely responsible for it, and the impact of these 2 incidents was enough to last more than 10 years. Anyway, Trafalgar Law has done a good thing by killing Pluten Rayleigh. Now he is going to war with the Red Hair Pirates. The outcome is unknown, but it seems that the battle is over. Akainu frowned slightly. As long as Trafalgar Law doesn't show any behavior that harms Marine, don't worry about him, and Marine shouldn't take the initiative to provoke him. Akainu said seriously. Advertisement. Oh. Kizaru looked at Akainu in shock. He could understand Akainu's character, an absolute martial artist who would not tolerate any criminals. Trafalgar Law killed Garp 2 years ago, which is equivalent to committing Marine's most unforgivable crime. Such a criminal can't take the initiative to provoke him. Why? It can't be because they are afraid of him, right? Totally out of character for Akainu. Kizaru looked at Akainu with puzzled eyes. Akainu did not solve his doubts, but read the document silently, thinking about a secret that even Admiral Kizaru could not know. Trafalgar Law, at least, did not directly and completely deny the world government plan. Even if he really rebelled completely, at least the things we are doing now are indeed beneficial to Marine and indeed have value, but when lawless criminals have no value. CCDD, Akainu's eyes flashed with a cold light. I don't know what the outcome of the battle between Trafalgar Law and Red Hair will be. Kizaru kept urging the intelligence department to collect this information. However, the information obtained by the intelligence department is that the battle between the 2 sides has ended. The battle between the 2 sides has affected hundreds of miles. The battle lasted for days and nights. The final place where the winner was decided is already hundreds of miles away from the place where the battle began. Inside. A terrifying battle. More people pay attention to the sea than to Dressrosa. Everyone cares about who wins and who loses. But no one knows the result. The Red Hair Pirates seemed to disappear, and the Trafalgar Law disappeared from the sea. Who won in the end? Such questions tortured everyone in Dahai. Advertisement. 2 years have passed. That guy can kill Pluten Rayleigh. His strength should be more terrifying than 2 years ago, right? Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and the shadow of Trafalgar Law appeared in his mind. The wretched old face wrinkled. But he is facing the entire Red Hair Pirates. But the Red Hair in its heyday, without the help of powerful subordinates, can't win even if its strength has improved a lot, right? Too many people think this way. One person against the entire Red Hair Pirates. Whitebeard couldn't win even if he were alive. No one thought that 2 years would be enough for Trafalgar Law to grow to the level of the strongest man he had ever been. Even if he had to fight head-on for a short period of time, it would only be a short time after all. I guess he was defeated. I don't know where to recuperate now, but even if he was defeated, the red hair probably couldn't kill him. Kizaru showed a lewd smile. What a pity. I really want to see what will happen to that guy after he fails. Expression. Some casinos even set up gambling games to determine who wins and who loses. Some people bet that Luo Anran will leave, while others bet that the outcome will not be decided. But no one bets that the winner is Trafalgar Law. Even if the casino raises the odds to 1/5, no one bets. Everyone always says, you must lose. No matter how high the odds are, it's just a gift. No one has appeared yet. The guy who defeated the entire Four Emperors pirate group and won. Dressrosa. A great war left the prosperous country in ruins. A few days later, a figure stepped on the broken ground and strolled towards the center of the broken town, with a sneer on his lips. Red hair, you were the one who failed, but Straw Hat Luffy is still here. 229 A Smile Fujitora. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mr. Yishao, it's been several days since we arrived at Dressrosa, why haven't we taken action yet? Fujitora smiled unassumingly and slowly took out the dice. Leave everything to fate. Mr. Yishao, you won't use points to decide the fate of the Straw Hat Pirates again, right? Vice Admiral said speechlessly, this is Marshal Akainu's order, ordering us to capture the Straw Hats while escorting Doflamingo. Such a big thing can be such a child's play. Of course, if it's 1 point, you can move out. The dice shook rapidly in Fujitora's hands with a smile. Mr. Yishao, intelligence has revealed that Straw Hat Luffy is seriously injured, but if we wait any longer, his injuries will recover, and it will be difficult to arrest him by then. Vice Admiral advised. With a smile, Fujitora shook his hand and the dice did not fall into the bowl. When he raised his head, his eyes were lifeless. Vice Admiral Maynard, do you think Doflamingo is guilty? Fujitora asked seriously with a smile. Of course he is guilty. Our mission is to escort him back and face trial. Vice Admiral Maynard answered without thinking. A smile Fujitora couldn't help but smile. Mr. Yishao, is my answer correct? Vice Admiral asked. Fujitora smiled and said, if Straw Hat Luffy had not defeated Doflamingo, if the Don Quixote family had not been defeated, would they still be guilty? Would we still be here to arrest them? This. Vice Admiral Maynard's expression froze. Advertisement. No way. Doflamingo, who has the status of 7 warlords of the sea, even if Dressrosa commits heinous crimes, the world government will not send troops to Dressrosa until it is defeated. Fujitora smiled as he laughed. Mr. Yishao, is it not good to say that world government is like this? Although the 7 warlords of the sea system has some drawbacks, after all, the 7 warlords of the sea play a great role in the stability of the sea. Does it really have any effect? Fujitora laughed with a smile. Whether it is fighting against the war or fighting against the revolutionary army, has 7 warlords of the sea ever played a key role? It has not brought much benefit to Marine. On the contrary, but the government wants to acquiesce in all the sins of 7 warlords of the sea. Is this right? Vice Admiral looked stiff, unable to answer. These are questions that Vice Admiral doesn't dare to answer. Is the world government necessarily right? Fujitora smiled and opened his palms, and the dice in his hands fell into the bowl and turned. Stop slowly. What time? Fujitora asked calmly. 1 o'clock. Vice Admiral looked at the dice and replied hurriedly. It was finally 1 o'clock. A little. Then there's nothing we can do. Fujitora slowly stood up with a smile. Let's take action. Let the Straw Hats and the others rest. Yes. A large number of Marines began to move and surrounded the place where Straw Hat Luffy and the others were hiding. For a while, the calm Dressrosa became lively and agitated. Dang dang dang. A large group of people broke away from Marines' pursuit and rushed towards the port quickly. After rushing to the port, they did not board the ship immediately, but looked anxiously into the depths of the city. Luffy, haven't you come back yet? Advertisement. Senior Luffy won't be in trouble, right? Among the group of people, Bartolomeo was the most worried and concerned. Luffy doesn't get into trouble that easily. Don't worry, we'd better get on the boat and wait for him. Usopp said. Just wait here, otherwise Luffy might not be able to find our ship. Zoro, you don't have the right to say such things, do you? Usopp couldn't help but complain to Zoro. No, Fujitora Admiral is here. The group of people who stopped looked at the figure strolling in the distance in horror. There is only one person. Slowly and leisurely does not have a strong momentum, but it is enough to make this group of monsters who have turned Dressrosa country upside down fearful. That is Fujitora with a smile. Admiral is here, let's leave quickly. Usopp and Meade said in panic. It is indeed not appropriate to confront the Admiral head on. Lao Kai, the leader of the Babao Navy, and others also looked heavy. The Admiral represents the highest combat effectiveness of the naval headquarters, and it is not a monster that can be defeated with more people. Please give me flowers, Admiral. Only Zoro's eyes showed a fierce fighting spirit. It's over, Senior Luffy hasn't come back yet. Bartolomeo asked anxiously. It's better to leave first, but Admiral. Cavendish said fearfully. It seems like I can't leave now. A smile. Fujitora is already hundreds of meters away, which is not too far away. Block him and wait for Luffy to come back. Zoro drew his sword. Advertisement. Is it just a block? Bartolomeo crossed his fingers with his hands to make strange handprints, and then a huge transparent barrier appeared in front of everyone. Coxcomb head, can that be done? Cavendish expressed doubts. Oh. Shut up, rotten cabbage. My barrier can defend against all attacks and is absolutely unbreakable. Bartolomeo was full of confidence in his abilities, absolutely confident. But the opponent is an admiral, can he really do it? Don't let me be injured by not being defensive. It should be able to defend itself. Facing Admiral, no one can say for sure, not even the four emperors can say that they will definitely defeat any admiral. Fujitora walked over with a smile and slowly pulled out the staff sword in his hand. Everyone behind the barrier couldn't help but look solemn. Boom. In the distance, a line of smoke filled the air, and a figure rushed towards here at a high speed. It's Senior Luffy. Bartolomeo, a crazy fan, said in surprise. Luffy, hurry up. Usopp was also shouting. Oh, Luffy senpai, hurry. Rush directly to the ship, pay attention to Fujitora next to you, and go around him. Bartolomeo shouted with all his strength. Luffy, who was running wildly, saw a smile walking away at a glance. Fujitora. Admiral. His speed increased again, and his direction seemed to have changed a bit. Yes, Mr. Luffy is like this, bypassing Fujitora with a smile. Everyone, let's run to the boat quickly. Senior Luffy is back. Everyone is here. Run and eat. 230 Straw Hat Luffy, stay safe. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. Luffy walked away from Yishao Fujitora. The moment they were parallel, Luffy suddenly stopped and yelled. Why do you have to run away because you are Admiral? This scene ended 2 years ago. No, I don't care if you are Admiral or 4 emperors, how can I become a pirate if I don't beat you all away? He rushed towards Fujitora with a smile, his fists quickly turned into giant fists, armament hockey hardened, and he turned into a rubber elephant gun. Luffy. The group of people behind the barrier looked at Luffy with wide eyes and horror. Actively attack Admiral. That's Admiral. Rubber. Like a gun. The huge black fist moved everything in front of it like an overwhelming force. Oh. He turned around, raised his sword to block the front, and blocked the elephant gun with 640. The terrifying power pushed Fujitora back quickly with a smile. Luffy. He forced Admiral back. That was Admiral. Everyone looked at Luffy in shock. In the hearts of most pirates, Admiral is simply a shadow nightmare, a terrifying existence that must not be provoked. As expected of Senior Luffy, he is so strong. Bartolomeo, a brainless fan, looked at his idol infatuatedly. TCH, he got all the limelight. Cavendish curled his lips. Advertisement. The sword edge blocked the elephant spear, and Fujitora retreated with a smile. He stepped back 100 meters before stopping, and couldn't help but praise. The energy is good, then it's me, the old man, next. But a hand suddenly appeared on Fujitora's shoulder, stopping him from attacking. With a smile, Fujitora's expression instantly froze. Although there are no eyes, it is enough to understand his shocked expression at this time. Forced back by Straw Hat Luffy, Fujitora smiled without any shock, but now his shoulders were suddenly held by an arm, and his face changed with shock. Although he had no eyes, he could come to him without anyone noticing. A smile. Fujitora has never encountered such a situation. Didn't find it. If it's a matter of first come, first served, Fujitora, you did arrive before me, but I won't give up the prey in front of you to anyone, not to mention that you don't seem to have any intention of actually fighting Straw Hat Luffy, so give it to me. There are some familiar voices. Who are they? Yi Xiao Kuo, who frowned and thought deeply. Immediately sense the breath of the person next to you. But when he found that there was no breath, he couldn't help but be shocked. Being able to hide one's breath so perfectly, right in front of one's eyes, but as if there is no one around, this kind of control over the power of breath is definitely not for the weak. Luffy, who was pulling a huge elephant gun, came screaming angrily. Even if you are Admiral, I will still beat you. Daughter you. Luffy, who was running wildly, looked at the figure coming out from behind Yi Xiao Fujitora. His pupils were dilated and his eyes were about to burst. His running steps stopped instantly. He looked at the visitor in horror. His shock quickly turned into anger, and finally he showed up in a roar full of anger. Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. Everyone behind the barrier also saw the figure beside Fujitora smiling. Most of their faces changed with shock, showing signs of horror. This monster is here like this. Kon Ziqingzhao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, let alone others. It's that monster. Usopp and Chopper were trembling with fear. Zoro's pupils couldn't help but tighten, and he pulled out 3 sharp swords in an instant. He couldn't help recalling scenes from the past 2 years in his mind, and his expression became heavy. Trafalgar Law. Bartolomeo asked in surprise. Is he also a Marine? Coxcomb, have you never heard of him? Cavendish looked stiff. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I don't think I have heard of it. Bartolomeo said distressedly. Whatever, now it seems that we should think more about how to deal with Yi Xiao Fujitora. Coxcomb head, the most important thing now is not to deal with Yi Xiao Fujitora, but to deal with Trafalgar Law. Who knows what the purpose of this monster is? Cavendish said seriously. Is he stronger than Admiral? Maybe, but definitely not weaker than Admiral. Cavendish said solemnly. 2 years ago, the worst generation stole my limelight, but in the end, all the limelight of the worst generation was stolen by one person, and that was Trafalgar Law. All eyes are fixed on him, and he is the only guy the first dare not be hostile to, and I dare not feel jealous. Is it really that pervert? Bartolomeo looked curiously. Hey, it seems that something is wrong with Senior Luffy. Because Luffy has a grudge against Trafalgar Law, and it's a deep grudge. What? Bartolomeo looked at Trafalgar Law angrily. He hated all enemies who had a grudge against the Straw Hat Pirates. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. With a smile, Fujitora finally understood who the visitor was. He couldn't help but hold the sword in his hand tightly, and a strange purple halo seemed to permeate his body. The Marine headquarters didn't give you an order to capture me, right? Of course, if you want to treat me as an enemy, it doesn't matter. Luo glanced sideways at Fujitora, glanced at the marine coat on his shoulders, and couldn't help but smile. Did you get your admiral status? I couldn't help but laugh at myself. One of the purposes of performing such an explosive performance in the top battle is to test his own strength. The second purpose is that Luo wants to perform more perfectly, and then become an admiral more easily afterwards. But I didn't expect that fate would play a trick on people. In the end, the admiral status did not fall on Luo, who had been planning, but on Fujitora Green Bull, who was not Marine before. It seems that luck is not on my side many times in 5.4. Luo laughed at himself, focusing on the furious Luffy in front of him. For example, in this case, Luo clearly understood the power of the protagonist's aura. Is it luck? You don't need that illusory blessing, your own strength is enough. Luo's eyes slowly turned cold. Straw Hat Luffy, we finally meet. It has been 2 years since the last top battle. In the past 2 years, we have searched for him several times, failed several times, and chased him for nearly 10,000 miles, but finally returned without success. Today, we finally see him again. A smile appeared on Luo's lips. Straw Hat Luffy, long time no see you and stay safe. Trafalgar Law. Luffy roared, and the huge elephant gun bombarded, shattering the ground along the way. 231 V's Straw Hat Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chang. He stretched out his hand and blocked the incoming elephant gun with his palm. As the earth collapsed, Luo Bu took a step back, and the terrifying Shang Chang could not take another step forward. You are still so frizzy and impulsive. I really lament your luck. With such a frizzy character, You were lucky enough to escape. Survive every pursuit of mine. Luo Yi waved his hand. The giant elephant gun pushed back. Rubber elephant gun hits randomly. The huge elephant gun bombarded Luo wildly, like a machine gun firing. The huge elephant gun bombarded the sky, seeming to cover the entire sky in front. The ground keeps crumbling. Give me my grandpa back, give me Ace. Luffy seemed to have lost his mind and ran away, attacking crazily. The moment I saw Trafalgar Law, he could no longer hide his inner anger. Garp died in Luo's hands, and Ace died indirectly in Luo's hands. The two of them are Luffy's closest relatives. It can be said that they are more important to Luffy than his father. Call out. Luo didn't seem to move, but after being hit randomly by the elephant gun, afterimages appeared again and again. The ground keeps collapsing, and the armament hockey hardens in the third gear. This attack is extremely powerful, especially if it is hit like this. The ground collapses hundreds of meters in an instant. After 2 years of adulthood, I have indeed become stronger. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. 2 years ago, he didn't even have to dodge Luffy's so-called attack. Room. Advertisement. The moment the space appeared, Luo instantly disappeared from the afterimages of countless elephant guns and appeared behind Luffy. In an instant, Luffy's back armament hockey hardened, and he gained a lot of combat experience. Shinra Tenjang. He stretched out his hand, and a repulsive wall suddenly slapped Luffy on the back. The terrifying force instantly knocked Luffy away and flew backwards in the air. Chang. The blade was unsheathed and fell into his hand. Luo quickly rushed towards Luffy. No, Senior Luffy is in danger. Bartolomeo's fingerprints changed instantly. Luffy landed on the ground, and a circular closed barrier appeared around him, completely protecting Luffy within it. No one can break through my barrier. Luo's speed did not slow down and he rushed to the circular barrier at top speed. Still didn't stop his speed. You don't think this is glass, do you? Do you think it can be smashed? Bartolomeo couldn't help laughing. This is a barrier fruit, the strongest defensive ability in the sea. It can definitely prevent. What? Bartolomeo, who had a proud smile on his lips, suddenly froze. In his eyes, Luo, whose speed continued unabated, seemed to hit the barrier instantly, and then appeared inside the closed barrier, as if he had penetrated directly. How is that possible? Bartolomeo's eyes widened dully. This was an absolute defense. How could it be broken through? Under the space ability, Ren is absolutely defensive. Whoosh. In the same closed barrier, Luo Zhonfeng swept towards Luffy. However, in this narrow closed space, Luffy had difficulty using his own rubber fruit power. Facing Luo's attack, he could only harden his defense to the maximum extent armament hockey. Coxcomb head, release the ability quickly. Advertisement. Bartolomeo changed his handprints in a panic. Call out. An invisible sword energy swept away and swept across the ground. The circular closed screen that had not completely faded away was cut open. How is it possible? Bartolomeo's eyes widened like clay sculptures, and his eyeballs almost fell off. My barrier has been cut open. The repeated blows were too much for him to accept. This is an absolute defense, how could it be? How strong is the barrier condensed by the barrier fruit? Is it stronger than diamonds? Or is it the same quality as diamonds? Luo is not interested in thinking about this. It doesn't matter whether the barrier fruit can defend against attacks from Admiral or 4 Emperors. Luo never paid attention to the barrier fruit. The space transfer ability completely restrains its abilities. Moreover, Op Fruit's cutting power is also completely restrained. Op Fruit's cutting power has no difference in quality and material. No matter how strong it is, even diamonds are useless. Without hockey's defense, diamonds can be cut easily. Oh, is hockey very strong? Luo looked at Luffy. He was not dissected and dismembered, but he used his energy to defend himself. Rubber grizzly gun. The giant palm pushed forward and slapped Luo's body instantly. Call out. Luo teleported to the sky above Luffy, and pointed his palm at his head. Shenluo Tianjiang. The terrifying repulsion crushed down on Luffy. Boom. Advertisement. The earth collapsed, and Luffy was trapped deep in the broken earth. Senior Luffy is in danger. Bartolomeo, a stupid fan, rushed out instantly. Cavendish, Lao Kai and other strong men also rushed out instantly. A large group of strong men rushed over at great speed. There is no shortage of supporters and helpers anywhere. Luo looked at the people rushing towards him, with thunder and lightning flashing all over his body. 29 Thunder. Hundreds of thunder and lightning struck the broken earth, and Straw Hat Luffy disappeared in the thunder and lightning. We're too slow. Speed. Cavendish's arrogant look instantly turned dark and cold, his expression ferocious and terrifying, and his temperament completely changed. Call out. Cavendish disappeared instantly. The speed was invisible to the naked eye, and he rushed to Luo's side at extremely fast speed. At this time, his second personality controlled his body, and his strength in all aspects was doubled. Whoosh. It was too fast to see Cavendish's movements clearly. After that, countless cold lights instantly enveloped Luo, cutting his body from all directions. Clang clang clang. Luo used his sword edge to block all of Cavendish's powerful and extremely fast sword moves. Shenra Tianjiang. The all-round repulsion force moved forward and pushed Cavendish back instantly. However, the short time he bought allowed Zoro and other strong men with relatively good speed to quickly come here and stand in a circle around him. Facing Trafalgar Law, we can only go together. Lao Kai waved the blade. Get out of the way, Trafalgar Law, I have to fight him off. On the broken earth, Luffy slowly got up. His eyes were covered with anger as he ran away. He stretched out his hand and bit hard. Gear 4. 232V's Gear 4 Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law must and can only be defeated by me. Gear 4. He bit his arm hard and blew into it vigorously. The air was compressed in his body and armament hockey hardened. Fourth gear bouncer. Then show it to me. Bump, bump, bump. The fourth speed Luffy, which kept bouncing, disappeared instantly. The air wave pushed away the other strong men around Luo. Rubber rubber ape king gun. The fist quickly retracted into the body and came to Luo at a very fast speed. The fist retracted into the body hit Luo in one breath. Boom. Punch. Same armament hockey hardened. Block the ape king's gun with your fist. A wave of air rippled across the ground and continued to collapse, and everyone not far away hurriedly retreated. The exchange of energy flashed in the air like arcs of electricity. Trafalgar Law. The roaring Luffy burst out with strength crazily, and the terrifying hockey crushed the earth. The energy of the confrontation seemed to turn into dark golden arcs, constantly destroying all directions. Hockey's showdown. Bystanders looked at this scene in horror. It's not just a showdown of strength, but also a showdown of conquerors hockey. Boom. Advertisement. A wave of air instantly spread from the place of explosion to 1,000 meters away. The ground showed terrifying ravines. The retreating figure hit the boulder with great force. Among the rubble that collapsed and fell all over the sky, a figure patted the dust. It's Trafalgar Law. It's Trafalgar Law who was shot away. The people next to him were all from Luffy's side. Fujitora seemed to be looking at Kamui's Luffy with a smile. Senior Luffy is too strong. At this time, Bartolomeo couldn't help but look at Luffy with admiration. At the same time, he also questioned Cavendish beside him. Is Trafalgar Law not as powerful as you say? Is it because Senior Luffy is too strong? It's not that simple. Although the others were shocked by Luffy's powerful explosion, they did not lose their composure with the idiot fans. Luffy, you have become stronger. Luo looked at Luffy with a smile in the smoke. Really strong attack power. In terms of pure power, it is no less than Admiral's attack. Luffy in the fourth gear is no less powerful than the top-level Admiral's full burst in Luo's eyes. But it cannot be said that Luffy fully possesses Admiral strength. Admiral not only pays attention to explosive power, but also competes in comprehensive strength. Luffy's explosive power in the fourth gear is extremely strong, but how long can his body withstand it? How long can it last? And how long can Admiral last at full strength? That's how close Luffy is to the top Admiral right now. However, Luo's pure power and hockey alone are still weaker than the top Admiral. His various abilities do not have any blessing on the pure power explosion. Call out. Bounce quickly, and instantly transform into a fourth speed Luffy flying fast in the low altitude, and rush to Luo's eyes in an instant. Rubber Rhino Howitzer. Luffy, who was extremely fast, rushed in front of Luo in an instant, quickly retracted his feet into his body, and then kicked Luo vigorously. Shinra Tenjang. An invisible repulsive force blocked Julie's feet. Advertisement. Sparks were flying, and Luo, whose whole body was flashing with thunder and lightning, quickly condensed into the god of thunder. Boom. With the super powerful confrontation, Shinra Tianzheng failed to knock back Luffy, who exploded at this time, but Luffy also failed to break the repulsion force. The two were equal. Boom. The moment the power of the repulsive wall was exhausted, the Thunder God's giant palm suddenly slapped Luffy's body. How he rushed over, and now how he flew back and hit the ground 1,000 meters away. Senior Luffy. The idiot fan shouted worriedly, and couldn't help but show handprints with his hands, preparing to use his ability. Coxcomb head. Stop it, this is my fight. Luffy stood up and stared at Trafalgar Law. I must defeat you, Trafalgar Law. Rubber rubber. Orochi cannon. The fist blasted out, the arm quickly stretched, and hit Luo at top speed. Turning sideways, the extended fist passed by the Thunder God. The failed Orochi cannon quickly changed direction behind the Thunder God, suddenly turned, and the powerful bombardment defeated the Thunder God in the flash of thunder on the Thunder God's back. The fist struck Luo's back. Oh, it's been so long, have you almost forgotten the abilities of Luffy's 4th level moves? Luo disappeared instantly and appeared dozens of meters away like a teleport. The Orochi cannon, which missed again, turned and bombarded Luo again. Time. A bolt of lightning moved quickly, and the big snake cannon behind him continued to pursue it. It seemed that the entire sky was covered by arms that stretched to the limit. Phew. Luo, who was moving with lightning, stopped instantly, stretched out his hand, and blocked the incoming big snake cannon with his palm. The arms lengthened again. Advertisement. This. Luffy's pupils couldn't help but dilate. The tightened arms formed a deadlock, completely mixed together. Universal pull. Aiming at Luffy in the distance with his left hand, the terrifying gravity instantly pulled Luffy towards him, pulling him forcefully. No, Senior Luffy's arm is knotted. Bartolomeo said in a panic, and hurriedly grabbed Luffy, who flew away from him. Hold Luffy. The stupid fan hugged Luffy's back. Zoro held on to the stupid fan, Cavendish held on to Zoro, Lao Kai held on. Even the little human Leo donated his strength, and the crowd became one thing. They all exploded with their own strength, just to hold Luffy back. Luffy, who indeed flew forward involuntarily at great speed, stopped for a while, but in the end, the one who won the title moved again, although the speed was much slower. Even all the efforts of everyone could not stop the gravity of universal pull. That's not the way to go. Zoro was the first to let go. Just attack Trafalgar Law. Instantly pull out the blade. That's right. Lao Kai, Cavendish and the others also drew their weapons and rushed forward quickly. This is my fight, you are not allowed to interfere. Without the help of everyone, Luffy was pulled forward quickly by gravity. Luo stood there, looking at Luffy, who was being pulled over indifferently. The burst of thunder and lightning quickly condensed the Thunder Emperor behind him, and the purple and silver armored giant appeared, making Lao Cha and other strong men unable to help but gasp. The Thunder Emperor condensed a huge lightning sword in his hand. Luffy was already dozens of meters away, and the Thunder Sword swept out, destroying the earth with its energy. 233 Luffy, you have really become stronger. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The collapsed earth presents an abyss. Oh, ha ha ha. As expected, my barrier is an absolute defense. Bartolomeo's proud laughter sounded, and a transparent barrier stood between Luffy and the Thunder Emperor, also blocking the pull of gravity. The Thunder Emperor's attack was blocked by the barrier. Although the ground collapsed, there was not even a crack in the barrier. Super strong defense, relying on pure attack, may really not be able to break through the barrier. Behind the barrier, Luffy quickly unbuckled his arms and moved his body. Coxcomb head, thank you. Before he finished speaking, he had already bypassed the barrier and rushed towards Luo at top speed. Senior Luffy, tell me thank you. Bartolomeo, the idiot fan, looked like he was in heaven. Rubber lion bazooka. Luffy roared, retracted his fists into his body, and then hit Luo with all his strength. The thunder sword in the Thunder Emperor's hand dissipated, forming a second layer of armor covering his fist, and then blasted out. Boom. The four fists faced each other, and the energy 013 broke through the sky. The Broken Kingdom was shaking violently, and waves tens of meters high rose from the sea not far away. The crumbling earth. The two competed for strength at an extremely fast speed. You've really become stronger. Luo smiled and looked at Luffy, who didn't retreat. Advertisement. The latter's expression became a little crazy, especially under Luo's look. Luffy completely went berserk, as if he was a junior receiving praise from his elders. Damn it. Trafalgar. Boom. Luffy was punched out and flew farther away like a missile. It hit directly into the broken city, carving out a shattered road in the ruins. It's just explosive power. Blocking the Thunder Emperor's attack is how powerful Luffy is now, but every move in the fourth gear needs to be prepared in advance, and it is impossible to make consecutive moves. If one punch cannot knock the opponent away, then Luffy is stuck in Gear 4. The rocket launcher failed to repel Thor, and Thor can attack continuously without any pause in between, but Luffy in the fourth gear cannot do this. CCDD. Trafalgar Law. In the broken city, the hysterical roar of Straw Hat Luffy came, and a wave of smoke quickly emerged from the town. Trafalgar Law is here, fighting with Luffy. The people in the city widened their eyes in horror. Straw Hat Luffy, you are in danger. And on top of the warships in the port in the distance. Doflamingo, you are a prisoner now, come back. Marine looked at Doflamingo, who walked to the bow of the ship with fear. Although he wore seastone handcuffs and shackles, the evil and cruel aura was enough to scare Marine. Ignoring Marine, Doflamingo looked into the distance with a ferocious smile. Is Trafalgar Law coming? Arrogant Straw Hat Luffy, your absolute nemesis is here, Gia Gia. Luo and Luffy are both people Doflamingo hates, but now he hates Luffy even more. It's not difficult to understand. Doflamingo, who was arrogant to the core, was defeated by Luffy, who considered him a rookie. This was a shame that he could not accept no matter what. On the contrary, Luo's reputation in Dahai is now as high as that of Doflamingo. Advertisement. Rubber Lion Bazooka. Crazy outburst. He kept fighting against the God of Thunder with amazing moves. Every time he fought, the earth shook the mountains and rivers, and he kept flying backwards. However, Luffy, who refused to admit defeat and was not discouraged, kept coming back angrily. Can't we cross him? Luo Leng looked at Luffy, who was already panting and bleeding from the corner of his mouth, with murderous intent. It doesn't matter whether he can cross him or not, as long as he can be killed, that's all. The Thunder Emperor's huge sword swept out. The bouncing Luffy retreated quickly. Haha. Luffy was panting heavily, sweating profusely, and anxious. Can't I break through? His body knew it, and Luffy knew that he couldn't explode in the fourth gear for too long, and it was a huge drain all the time. I've really become stronger, much stronger than I imagined in every aspect. The Thunder Emperor strode towards Luffy. Such a form. Physical strength alone is enough to give people a suffocating pressure. Luffy growled, his eyes bloodshot and red, as if he was a clown showing off his strength. This was a battle. Trafalgar Law, with the final blow, I will definitely knock you away. He retracted his feet into his body, constantly bursting out air, and flew high into the sky as quickly as a moonwalk. Are you unable to hold on any longer and pin all your hopes on the last blow? He raised his head and looked at Luffy, who was rushing high into the sky, with a smile on his lips. How pitiful. Does the last hope exist? Is it that move again? On the warship, Doflamingo looked at the figure in the sky in the distance and couldn't help clenching his fists. He was defeated by this move. GG, what will be the result? Rubber Great Ape King Gun. Luffy swooped down from high in the air, and his roaring sound spread all around. Advertisement. The fist quickly retracted into the body, and all the power of the body entered the fist, releasing all the power in a terrifying move. Luffy dived at extremely high speed, constantly squeezing out all his power, getting closer and closer to the Thunder Emperor on the ground. km. 300 meters. 100 meters. Come on, Senior Luffy, beat him away. In the 100-meter moment, the last blow that condensed all Luffy's current strength and all hope, the Great Ape King's gun blasted out, crushing towards the earth like a pillar of air. Boom. The terrifying energy suddenly crushed the earth. In an instant, the earth collapsed with a radius of several thousand meters, and even the nearby seafloor collapsed and shattered. The smoke even covered the distant edges of the town. A violently shaking island. Not far away, many strong men hurriedly blocked the diffuse aura. No one can withstand such an attack, right? The idiot fan was so excited that his whole body trembled. Senior Luffy won. In the smoke, a giant Manos Grande shadow appears in the sky, appearing above Luffy. Falling with a crash. The smoke and dust blocked the view, but the giant outline was too obvious, and what did the giant outline represent? What did it mean? Why? The brainless fan asked in disbelief. Why is it not only fine? Why does it also appear out of thin air? 244. Do you want to protect him too? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Thunder Emperor fell suddenly. Not good. Luffy, who landed faster, took a deep breath and swelled into a huge ball. The Thunder Emperor stepped on Luffy vigorously, as if he were stepping on a ball. Poof. Luffy exhaled a large amount of air, shrunk instantly, and used this extremely short time to roll away quickly, avoiding the Thunder Emperor's second stampede. Land hard. The energy pushed Luffy to roll further, and he was soon dozens of meters away from the Thunder Emperor. Rubber Ape King. Poof. Full of frustration, Luffy disappeared instantly in fourth gear, and his continuous explosions had reached the limit. Not good. Luffy's face changed with shock and he stood up hurriedly. But he was at his limit, his steps were unsteady and he fell to the ground again. He was unable to fight back, and he didn't even have the strength to escape. Far away, everyone looked at this scene in shock. Although they could not see the details clearly due to the smoke and dust, they also knew that Luffy was in danger at this time. Senior Luffy. Everyone rushed out in a hurry. Is it too late? Zoro looked heavy. The distance was more than 1,000 meters, was it too late? They had already seen the giant in the smoke raising a huge blade and slashing downwards with all his strength. Senior Luffy, run away quickly. No. The people who were out of reach looked at the falling edge with lustful eyes. Advertisement. Gravity Knife Tiger. A blade swept out, and the traces of the blade released a huge lateral gravity. Everything in front of it was crushed and destroyed. Lateral gravity spans thousands of meters in an instant. The smoke and dust in the air dissipated, and they were shot farther away. The falling thunder sword was blocked by the lateral gravity, and Luffy on the ground also withstood the lateral gravity and was knocked away by the strong wind pressure. Luffy, who was rolling hundreds of meters away, was quickly hugged by Bartolomeo, who rushed towards him. The Thunder Emperor Zongluo looked at this scene with cold eyes. The invisible gravity was now blessing the Thunder Emperor, and the ground beneath his feet continued to sink deeper. One smile Fujitora. It was a smile that Admiral took action. Why did he save Luffy? Anyway, Luffy is safe. Coxcomb head, escort Luffy here quickly. Many strong men showed surprise on their faces. Bartolomeo ran wildly with the helpless Luffy on his back, and was quickly protected by many strong men in the middle. Luffy, what happened just now? Everyone asked in confusion. It was obviously Luffy who attacked with all his strength, but why was it ineffective? Why was Trafalgar Law not only fine but also appearing out of thin air? I don't know. Luffy shook his head. He didn't see it clearly, but he knew Luo better. Trafalgar Law has the ability to shift space. Space transfer ability. Teleportation. Can you teleport with such a huge armored giant? Everyone looked at Luo in even more horror. Space transfer capability. It is the ability that Luo first possesses when he gets the Op fruit, and it is also the ability that he values the most. Advertisement. But Luo's space transfer ability is not perfect. Over the years, he has never given up improving his space transfer ability. Luo just used a more perfect space transfer ability. The space transfer ability that was previously possessed must be the transformation between physical objects, and it cannot be used to transfer space with Thor in the form of Thor. And now, Luo Kai possesses true teleportation, and can perform spatial transfers in the air without objects. In fact, it is not completely without physical space transfer. Rather, Luo is more accomplished in space transfer ability and can transfer extremely small physical objects. There seems to be no physical objects in the air, but it is filled with countless tiny particles that are difficult to see with the naked eye. Luo switched positions with one of them. It is enough to understand that now in the room space, anywhere, even in the air, can be moved to any place at will. Give me 10 minutes, and I will definitely be able to fight. Trafalgar Law. Luffy gritted his teeth as he was extremely angry. 10 minutes. Everyone looked seriously at Luo, who did not move at this time. Luo, who was standing still, quickly released the Thunder Emperor form, stepped out of the area crushed by gravity, and looked coldly at the smiling Fujitora who was holding a knife in the distance. You also want to protect Straw Hat Luffy. There is no way. Straw Hat Luffy and his team are the guys named by the marshal to catch. I am just an admiral and cannot disobey orders. 10 smiles. Fujitora has a simple and honest smile. An irrefutable reason. Luo's smile grew thicker and thicker. But it's not because of Marine, and I don't care about the marshal's orders. Then there's nothing we can do. A purple gravity beam instantly shot high into the sky. Advertisement. Then there was an astonishing sound of breaking through the sky. A meteorite fell from the sky, and scorching flames appeared outside the body of the extremely fast meteorite. Dozens of tons of meteorite hit Luo at extremely high speed. 0. Boom. It hit the ground with a crash, creating a huge deep crater. Sure enough, he has a powerful aura. As a pirate, even Marine supports him. Luo, who teleported to avoid it, had a murderous look in his eyes. We can't let you criminals do whatever they want, Straw Hat Luffy, I must take him away. Fujitora stepped forward with a knife-wielding smile. Oh, not far away. Everyone in Zoro looked at this scene in surprise. As Fujitora Admiral going to take action against Trafalgar Law? Great, we can take the opportunity to take Senior Luffy away. Bartolomeo said hurriedly. That's right. Others nodded in approval. Zoro stared at Luo and Fujitora with a fighting spirit. The two of them were also holding blades, especially the supreme sharp knife in Luo's hand, which made his eyes even more intense. But in the end he nodded and agreed to the retreat proposal. No, why should we escape? Give me 10 minutes and I will definitely defeat Trafalgar Law. The only one who did not agree to escape was Luffy, who was now extremely powerless. Senior Luffy, it will be dangerous if you stay here any longer. Take Luffy away first and evacuate to a safe place. That's right. Everyone agreed to this plan. 235 Escape. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Let's go. He was forced to hold Luffy. At this time, Luffy could not struggle away at all. He could only let out his unwilling voice. As long as I restore Haki in 10 minutes, I will definitely be able to defeat Trafalgar Law. I believe that I can definitely do it. Your target is about to escape, why don't you chase him? If you really stick to justice, I can watch you send Straw Hat Luffy back to the Marine headquarters. Now I can watch. Luo looked at Fujitora with a joking smile. No need. Yishao Fujitora didn't chase him at all, and still stood guard in front of Luo. Straw Hat Luffy can chase him later. It'll be fine. Protecting pirates can be said in such a high-sounding way. Luo Yi shrugged, shook his sword, and disappeared. With a smile, Fujitora's body was filled with strange gravity light. Bang, bang, bang. The earth is constantly being pressed out of deep pits by force that has no 960 shape, and it keeps appearing. Dozens of deep pits are connected in a line. And these are the routes that Luo passed through, which were crushed by gravity. Trafalgar Law is coming. Run. The fleeing group hurriedly speeded up. Call out. With a smile, the gravel under Fujitora's feet floated into the air, then flew forward quickly, and at the same time the knife came out. Tiger. The powerful lateral gravity destroys everything in front. Whoops. Luo quickly disappeared in an instant, and appeared in front of the fleeing people the next moment, blocking their route to the port. And with a smile, Fujitora also came behind everyone. Advertisement. The evacuated people now stopped in it. What to do? It seems like he doesn't want to give up. Luo looked at Fujitora, who was standing on top of everyone's heads and stepping on floating rubble, and said, "It does seem a bit troublesome to have so many people protecting you. The most troublesome one is of course Fujitora." A smile. Fujitora still had a harmless smile. "But I'm not in the mood to play with Admiral now." Luo rushed forward. "That won't work." When Fujitora was about to use the knife again, suddenly there was a sound of piercing the air and several lines cutting from the side. Clang, clang, clang. The blade hurriedly blocked the cutting silver thread. Doflamingo. Why did you come out? Invisible, but with a smile, Fujitora can instantly sense the people around him who are attacking him, and this ability is of course Doflamingo. With a smile, Fujitora hurriedly sensed the situation of warships in the distant port. His face changed in shock, and he could no longer maintain his innocent and harmless smile. It's not good. Port warship. At this time, there was no more standing Marine. On the broken warship, stood a monster that exuded a beast-like aura, Kaido of the Beasts. And this place is thousands of meters away from the fighting force. It has already exceeded 2,000 meters. 2 years ago, Luo was able to control Kaido of the Beasts with his mind, but the distance could not be more than 2,000 meters. Now, as long as they are in the room space, Luo can perfectly control Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. At this time, the maximum range of the Luo room space can be 10,000 meters. 1 minute ago. That's when Fujitora took action to save Straw Hat Luffy. A figure suddenly fell on the warship. The terrifying Haki directly stunned all Marines. Even Doflamingo looked at the visitor in horror. After being caught, he was not too desperate, but when he saw this figure, Doflamingo couldn't help but express poetry. At a loss. Because he is the person Doflamingo fears the most, Kaido of the Beasts. This pervert is actually here. Is he here to save me? Doflamingo shook his head. How could Kaido of the Beasts, a madman, be so kind as to save people? He is definitely dissatisfied with his failure and is here to teach him a lesson or even kill himself. Then take Geisa back with your own hands. But don't know. In the heart of Kaido of the Beasts, Geisa is not important at all. Does Geisa care about artificial fruits? Kaido of the Beasts, although I failed, Doflamingo hurriedly explained, retreating in panic. But he was still caught by Kaido of the Beasts. Then under Doflamingo's shocked gaze, he untied the seastone handcuffs and shackles all over his body. Are you really here to save me? Freedom. Doflamingo couldn't help but. Doflamingo, you failed, you should understand my anger, right? Kaido of the Beasts looked down at Doflamingo. I'll give you another chance, if you fail again. I will kill you with my own hands. Quote, I will never fail again. Doflamingo said confidently. Very good, now go and block Yishao Fujitora. Kaido of the Beasts ordered. Advertisement. Doflamingo looked at Kaido of the Beasts in shock. Why did he block Fujitora's smile? It had nothing to do with him, right? Wanted to ask but didn't dare. Suddenly enlightened, the smart Doflamingo understood. Kaido of the Beasts must be paying attention to me to block Admiral, and will he wait for Trafalgar Law to deal with the Straw Hats and then show up to fight Trafalgar Law? And then become the final winner? Absolutely. So, it seems that even Kaido of the Beasts doesn't have the confidence to fight against Fujitora and Trafalgar Law with 10 people. Aren't you going to take action yet? Understood. Doflamingo moved his fingers slightly and flew out quickly. Upon arrival, Fujitora immediately attacked with a smile. 2 passed. Doflamingo smiled ferociously. Fujitora, being a marine but helping pirates is really depraved. Did you escape? Yishao Fujitora looked solemn. It seems that I can only capture you later. 5.6 inches. Controlling the suspended gravel, Fujitora smiled and fell to the ground. There is no later, it's now. A large number of silver threads cut towards Yishao Fujitora. In terms of overall strength, Doflamingo may be slightly weaker than the top admiral, but the difference in strength is definitely very small. Doflamingo's attack. No admiral dared to ignore it. A smile. Fujitora was stopped by Doflamingo. Wasn't Doflamingo defeated? Wasn't he captured by Marine? Why can he still come out? It's over. Bartolomeo, who was carrying Luffy on his back, backed away in fear. Is there no way out? Zoro instantly drew his blade. Believe Luffy, we will fight for 10 minutes for him. Within 10 minutes, we must block Trafalgar Law or even seriously injure him. 237 Crush all the way. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are you all going to protect Straw Hat Luffy? Do you want to get in the way? Then work hard and try your best. Luo looked at everyone and stepped forward, holding a knife in his hand. I will protect Senior Luffy. Bartolomeo quickly formed a ball barrier, completely sealing it. The spherical barrier area is very small. Luffy and Bartolomeo took up most of the space, and there was no room for one more person in the remaining space. The smart Bartolomeo was afraid that Luo would teleport into the barrier, so he couldn't teleport without leaving any space. He didn't dare to take Luffy and escape to a different place. Under space capabilities. There is no distance at all. The further away is more dangerous. Here, at least everyone is here. If there is any emergency, everyone can help. It is a very smart approach. Many strong men protected themselves around the ball barrier. They did not take the initiative to attack and were on full alert. Their goal must be persisted until 10 minutes later. No, it is only 8 minutes now. We can't all defend passively. Someone still needs to attack and fight. This will make it easier to delay the time. Although everyone is not confident in defeating Luo. But they still have a certain degree of confidence in their own strength, so they can't be killed instantly, right? Call out. Zoro drew his sword and was about to attack when a figure rushed out faster than him. Cavendish, who showed his second personality, came to Luo very quickly. The blade swung rapidly. The cold light enveloped the whole body. Speed and swordsmanship were extremely perfect at this moment, and his strength was also very strong. Shenra Tianjiang. Faced with such a fast swordsmanship, all-round attacks are the best way, and the powerful repulsion slaps in all directions. Advertisement. A figure flew out quickly. The moment he landed, he disappeared again. At a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, he instantly arrived in front of Luo and attacked again. The second personality of Cavendish became crazy, and the sky was full of sword shadows tearing the surrounding air. Speed. Luo disappeared instantly under the shadow of swords in the sky, and calmly appeared behind Cavendish. This is speed. The sword edge flickered and sheathed. He turned around and walked towards Luffy, who was being protected by everyone. And Cavendish was frozen in place. What's wrong? Everyone looked at this scene in confusion. Didn't they see Trafalgar Law take action? Puff. Suddenly, a large amount of blood spattered from Cavendish's body, and a large amount of blood marks covered his body. As he was bleeding, his pupils slowly regained consciousness. With his first personality regaining control of his body, he looked at the injuries all over his body in disbelief. How is it possible? The bleeding Cavendish fell to the ground and lay in a pool of blood, not knowing whether to live or die. So fast. Everyone was shocked. They knew Cavendish's strength, and he was among the strongest among them. Got killed instantly. It's swordsmanship, but I didn't see him draw the sword at all. As a swordsman, Zoro was the most shocked. There were so many sword marks, but he didn't see how he drew the sword. What speed? Let me. Green Pepper of the Cone rushed out. Trafalgar Law, you killed Garp, right? Don't you know that Garp is my opponent? He roared and unleashed the terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Advertisement. Armament Haki's huge hardened fist struck Luo. He raised his eyelids and glanced at the exploding green pepper. Faced with the bombardment of fists, he didn't even wave his sword. It seems you don't understand my strength, then. Qingjiao's eyes were filled with joy, and she struck hard with her fist. Boom. Qingjiao's full-strength fist was blocked by a purple-silver fist. The Thunder Emperor quickly condensed out. At the same time as he blocked Qingjiao's fist with one punch, Lady's other punch hit Qingjiao's abdomen with great force, causing him to vomit blood and retreat violently. Call out. The Thunder Emperor quickly condensed a lightning spear in his hand, threw it out instantly, and stabbed Qingjiao in the abdomen. The powerful force carried Qingjiao flying backwards at high speed, spanning 1,000 meters, and a ravine appeared. There was a loud explosion in the distance. The lightning explosion ring covered hundreds of meters of ground. Dad, Lao Kai looked worriedly into the distance, rushed towards Luo angrily, and jumped up. All nail Wu heal. He kicked the Thunder Emperor hard on the head, and the shock wave of the terrifying 8 punches seemed to make the Thunder Emperor become a little distorted. Boom. With a powerful kick, the Thunder Emperor remained motionless, but there were some tiny marks where he was kicked. It's useful. Lao Kai's eyes lit up. A Conosaurus conical nail. At this time, he had the strongest attack. The weapon color was wrapped around his feet, and then the shock wave of the 8 punches was also concentrated on his feet. The force hit at one point and hit the Thunder Emperor's head with great force. Kacha. Advertisement. Under the terrifying air waves, many cracks appeared on the Thunder Emperor's head. Come again, Cone. But Lady suddenly reached out and grabbed Lao Kai's right foot. Have you had enough fun? He grabbed Lao Kai and smashed him to the ground 450 times. As the ground collapsed, Lao Kai kept vomiting blood. In a short period of time, Lao Kai was hit to the ground with great force hundreds of times. So weak. The Thunder Emperor stepped forward, stepped on the dying Lao Kai's body, and continued to move forward. At this time, the explosion ring in the distance dissipated, but there was no movement, and the green pepper of the cone was also defeated. Hero's Spear. The giant Hylden rushed out, using his strongest attack as soon as he came up, struggling to withstand a huge price, and blasted out with his fist, and the huge cylindrical shock wave destroyed everything in front. Boom! The Thunder Emperor struck out with both fists. He used all his strength to block the giant's ultimate explosion. As the earth collapsed, in the giant's disappointed eyes, his fishy move was blocked. As the gap too big, the giant heiled and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground without Luo's hand. The price he paid for this move was too high, and his life was even in danger. There are still 6 minutes. Luo looked at the few people protected in front of the ball barrier jokingly. A brief period of time. More than half of the strong ones were knocked away. And only 2 minutes have passed. 238 vs Zoro. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's too strong. It's no match at all. What should we do? What should we do? Usopp panicked. Zoro, what should we do? You continue to protect Luffy, and you must not let him attack the barrier. Leave the rest of the time to me. Zoro walked out with 2 swords in hand and a fighting spirit. If it's Zoro Senpai, he will definitely win, right? Bartolomeo, a brainless fan, said excitedly. Zoro, wait a minute. Admiral Oren Booth, who was holding a long whip, said, the enemy is too strong. We can't defeat him alone. We must join forces. That's right, it's possible to hold him back only if we work together. Idio, who is known as the destroyer cannon of the long-handed clan, also nodded in approval. The little human Leo also agreed. Only by joining forces can we play a greater role. Join forces. Zoro frowned. If we join forces, will we protect Luffy? We can wait until he gets closer before attacking. We can quickly support him, and with Bartolomeo as the last line of defense, we can make it in time. The Admiral suggested. Well, go ahead, I will never let anyone hurt Senior Luffy. Bartolomeo said firmly. As that's so. Zoro frowned in thought. I'll attack first, you look for opportunities. The Changsho clan's destruction cannon rushed out instantly. Although the speed was not too fast, the distance was only a few tens of meters. It rushed in front of Luo in a very short time and blasted out with its fists. Boom. The 2 fists attacked quickly, and an explosion appeared where the fist hit. The terrifying blast of air covered Luo and Lady. Then I will also create opportunities, Lan Bocho. Chopper rushed out quickly, threw the blue pill in his mouth and chewed it vigorously. His body expanded rapidly, turning into a monster filled with fierce aura. The monster Chopper's physique is no less than that of the Thunder Emperor. Advertisement. While running wildly as the earth shook and the mountains shook, the giant palm slapped away towards the area covered by the explosive air wave. Rumble. Pipe pipe exclamation mark quote. I will never let you hurt Luffy again. Usopp took out a huge slingshot and shot out all kinds of weird projectiles. Ha! The Admiral whipped his whip hard, and the long whip was like a spiritual snake and instantly bound the armored giant shrouded in smoke. Good opportunity. Zoro and Leo acted at the same time. Leo disappeared in an instant. The small human being and his high speed made it difficult to catch his movements. Just sew him up, and naturally he won't be able to move. Call out. Zoro instantly jumped up and took on the form of 3 sword styles. 3 sword styles. 1080 Worry Phoenix. A huge and indescribable sword wave shot out and killed the giant in the black smoke. Boom. Air waves swept across the land in all directions, and smoke and dust spread rapidly. I'll sew him up. The little human Leo quickly returned to the source, and everyone also retreated. His footsteps stopped. It worked. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy. It was enough to block it. The smoke dissipates quickly. The Thunder Emperor appeared in everyone's eyes, still standing on the ground, but at this time, the Thunder Emperor's feet were sewn up, and his hands and body were sewn together. There were 10 small cracks in his chest. The long whip was always binding the Thunder Emperor. Double bind. That's it, delaying it until Luffy regains his abilities. Usopp was excited. Advertisement. Aren't you going to give up? In the Thunder Emperor, Luo looked at everyone. The Thunder Emperor quickly dissipated, and the long whip that bound the Thunder Emperor quickly tightened, trying to bind Luo. Boom. The invisible force directly bounced off the long whip. Without the protection of that powerful giant, it's better to attack now. Zoro rushed out first. Go together. Call out. Everyone once again showed their powerful forces. Leo, the fastest, was holding a long needle. His tiny body made it difficult to detect him. Even if he could sense it, it would be difficult to attack such a tiny body. Swish, swish, swish. The invisible Leo quickly passed over Luo's body, and the long needle kept piercing it. I stitched him up. 9 mountains and 8 seas form one world. When thousands of worlds are gathered together, they form a small thousand worlds. This world is multiplied by 3. There is no self, and the secret of the 3 swordsmanship. 1 big thousand world and 3,000 big thousand worlds. Chanted Zoro. 3 swords armament haki hardened. Call out. The sword energy cuts through everything. An invisible sword energy swept across the ground, and huge boulders like mountains in the distance were chipped away. This was an extremely terrifying move. Whoa. The sword energy passed through Luo Fen's body. Cut him open. Successful. Usopp cheered. Quote. Zoro Senpai is so handsome. Advertisement. Time. The cut Luo instantly turned into lightning and dissipated. How could it be? Didn't Zoro use haki? Why didn't it work? Usopp asked in confusion. Zoro also looked frozen, but it had no effect. With haki, you think you can definitely attack Logia. So naive. Luo, condensed with lightning, appeared behind the little human Leo, and turned to him with open hands. You want to sew me without haki's attack? Universal pull. Leo, run. Luffy roared hysterically in the barrier. Whoops. Leo ran away quickly, but gravity had already covered him. The man who ran towards him was forced into Luo's hands instantly, Shenluo Tianjiang. The little human Leo shot out like a bullet in an instant. He didn't know how far he flew and disappeared without a trace. Roar. Chopper, who transformed into a huge monster, roared and rushed in front of Luo, and slapped his giant palm down hard. Xian Jiao Jiao, boom. The ground with a radius of 100 meters continued to collapse under the slap of the giant palm, and smoke and dust enveloped the earth. Call out. A figure flew out from the gap in the giant palm, staying at the same position as the monster chopper's head, and opened his hands. Shinra Tenjang. The huge palm that came from the slap was instantly bounced away. The monster chopper flew backwards with a crash. Thousands of thunders. The bursts of thunder and lightning instantly condensed in the sky above Chopper's head. Hundreds of thunder and lightning all shot at the upside-down monster chopper. After the thunder and lightning flashed, the riddled earth turned into scorched earth. The dark monster chopper lies on the broken earth, not knowing whether to live or die. No, Tom. Luffy's eyes were bloodshot. Trafalgar Law. I must fly you. Turn. There are 5 minutes left, just wait. Luffy's face was ferocious and terrifying. 239. This is not 2 years ago. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are we the only ones left? Zoro solemnly grasped the blade and rushed out in an instant. 3-sword style, Xinglong Yin flowing water. The high-density sword energy behind Zoro condensed into a blue dragon. The green dragon surrounded Luo as if it was about to swallow him up. At the moment of surrounding him, Zoro, who transformed into a blue dragon, slashed at Luo quickly like a flowing cloud. Second, Luo, who was holding the sword blade, turned his right arm into thunder and lightning. His arm merged with the sword blade and turned into a thunder and lightning sword. Sweep out. Zoro's many slashing sword lights, as well as the sword energy in the form of a blue dragon, instantly disintegrated, and he was forced to retreat quickly. Ashura 1 missed silver. The ghost energy behind him turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. The backward Zoro instantly shot out 9 terrifying slashing lights, 9 swords. Call out. Luo disappeared in an instant. No one was seen, only a bolt of thunder and lightning came suddenly, and the thunder and lightning sword thrust out in an unstoppable direction. The moment the 9 slashing lights burst into a line, the thunder and lightning sword immediately pierced through and destroyed all the sword energy. The lightning sword quickly shot towards Zoro. This move. Zoro steadied his steps, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. 9 mountains and 8 seas, there is no one who can't stop me, 3,000 worlds. Zoro's strongest move is his encounter with the lightning sword. Energy burst out and filled the sky and earth. Sword energy and thunder and lightning continued to destroy the earth. Cracks were densely covered like a chessboard. In the constantly collapsing earth, the sunglasses worn by Zoro were cracked and his pupils were filled with coldness. Chi-Chi. In a crazy confrontation. Advertisement. The thunder sword slowly dissipated, and all the energy of Zoro's strongest move was exhausted. It seems like you've spent a lot of money. Luo teleported behind Zoro. What? Looking back, Zoro looked at him in horror. Doesn't he need any buffer time to use his ultimate move? Zoro. Run! Luffy roared at the top of his lungs. Zoro. Whoosh. The long whip whipped quickly, and the Long Hand clan's destruction cannon fist struck wildly. Shinra Tenjang bounced everything away, including the whip and fists, and also knocked Zoro away. Call out. Zoro, who was flying upside down, suddenly hit the ground vertically, causing a deep pit in the ground. Luo Zhanfeng, who teleported, pointed at the pit, and the terrifying gravity crushed Zoro's body. He was sinking into the deepest part of the pit. Damn it! Zoro put his hands on the ground, gritted his teeth and moved upwards little by little. God's sanction. Boom. Dozens of lightning pillars smashed into the pit crazily. The broken pit continued to expand in area, and substantial thunder and lightning completely covered the pit. Turning around, Luo walked towards the direction of Luffy, but behind him there was still lightning and thunder, and the pillars of thunder were still crushing crazily into the broken deep hole, and soon they accumulated to 100, and they were still falling down. Zoro. Luffy roared with eyes wide open. Advertisement. The destroyer cannon and the Admiral rushed over at top speed. Aiming at them with one hand. Universal pull. He rubbed his hand upwards, and the two people running wildly were thrown into the high air with a hiss. Then Luo casually lowered his hand, and the two people in the high air hit the ground with great force. How? How could this happen? Usopp retreated in panic. Zoro, Chopper, everyone. He was the only one left in front of the ball barrier. Usopp, run away, you are no match for him, hurry up. Luffy roared in the barrier. But at this time, Usopp, whose legs were trembling, no longer had the courage to escape. Facing the future Luo, he slowly picked up the slingshot with trembling hands. Don't come over, don't come over. Usopp, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, wildly fired out all kinds of ammunition. All kinds of strange ammunition shot into Luo's body and penetrated his CCDB body. No. Don't come over. Crazy attack, but he couldn't even stop Luo for a second. No. Usopp, who was extremely frightened, froze in place, and Luo walked past him indifferently. Bang. Usopp's eyes fell to the ground with his eyes blank. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown. If he endured Conqueror's Haki again, he couldn't hold on any longer. Coma was probably the outcome he was most willing to endure. Usopp. Luffy's roar seemed to have become weak. Luffy, whose eyes were bloodshot and glowing red, stared at Luo. Everyone, what you did to everyone, is unforgivable. What should I do? Zoro Senpai, Usopp Senpai, Chopper Senpai. The brainless fan was terrified, and now he was the only one left. Outside the barrier, Luo Zhanfeng aimed at the ball barrier and then raised it. Advertisement. It's over. Luffy, unable to cross the barrier, sat helplessly on his knees, feeling once again the despair and powerlessness he felt 2 years ago. I have been practicing for 2 years and I have become stronger, but why hasn't my knot remained the same? In his mind, he couldn't help but recall his heroic words when he went to sea. I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King, and I want to defeat. The sword edge fell. No. Fire punch. Suddenly, a huge fist condensed with flames struck, destroying the earth and hitting Luo's body at the same time. As this, the pupils of the crazy fan and Luffy couldn't help but dilate. Sabo. Luffy couldn't help but look at the figure outside the barrier with the flames condensed in surprise. Sabo, didn't you leave? Someone dares to hurt my brother, how could I leave? Sabo, who was carrying a steel pipe, stared ahead with cold eyes. Luffy, don't worry, no one here is qualified to hurt you again. Oh. In the place covered by flames, a figure strolled over. Chief of General Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Long time no see. Sabo couldn't help but burst into anger. Murderous intent cannot be concealed. Chief of General Staff of the Revolutionary Army. Are you mocking me? Everyone knows that the Revolutionary Army is now dead. Marine has regained most of its strength in 2 years, but the Revolutionary has lost its vitality. Sabo knows that the Revolutionary at this time is not much better than it was in 2 years. And right in front of him is the culprit. Luo's eyes had long since moved away from the angry Sabo and looked at the figure walking not far away. I knew you would come, Long. Long time no see. Do you want to protect Luffy? Luo said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. It's a pity that it wasn't 2 years ago. Is it possible to protect him? There was a sharp cracking sound high in the sky. Is 240 insured? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chang Chang Chang. The attack power has become stronger. What? Fujitora, are you still thinking of saving Straw Hat Luffy? Ridiculous. Do you think you have a chance? Doflamingo controlled the sea of silver threads to block Fujitora's powerful attacks. Fujitora smiled anxiously, then suddenly smiled and stopped attacking. It seems that nothing will happen to me, a blind man. Oh. Doflamingo was puzzled. Did he give up when he knew he wouldn't succeed? When you were so anxious before and wanted to break through to support Straw Hat Luffy, you suddenly gave up. Doflamingo couldn't help but look back into the distance. His pupils couldn't help but dilate, with a look of horror on his face. Long, the leader of the revolutionaries. Wearing a black trench coat, Haki looked like a king in every move. The murderous look in his eyes overflowed. Trafalgar Law. Long, stay safe. First New Marine alone couldn't kill you, and I'm not disappointed. Luo looked at Long with a smile. The temperature suddenly dropped rapidly. It seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Murderous aura filled the entire sky. The air around Long seemed to be distorted, and he exuded substantial murderous intent and instantly crushed Luo. You deserve to be killed. 2 years of fighting. It was his biggest pain, and now his biggest scar has been revealed. For example, when Luo killed Garp and continued to hunt down Luffy, the Straw Hat, what Long hated even more was that Luo used tricks to make the revolutionaries disappear in one go. This was his years of hard work and his lifelong dream. Destroyed by Luo. 2 years passed, and Long couldn't remember how many nights he woke up in anger and sank into nightmares. All the vitality of the Revolutionary Army was destroyed in that battle. Advertisement. The headquarters was completely destroyed, and all the strength of the major branches was lost in that battle. There are only 2 or 3 strong revolutionaries left, plus some peripheral members who don't have much at all. 2 years is simply not enough for the Revolutionary Army to regain its strength. Marines who suffered equally heavy losses can recruit troops from all over the world. Although they cannot train hundreds of thousands of elite Marines in 2 years, Marines have recovered most of their strength in 2 years. On the contrary, the Revolutionary Army has recovered very little strength. They could not recruit large numbers of soldiers to replenish their strength. They didn't dare to do so. Recruitment would expose their whereabouts and they would surely die. He can only slowly regain his strength in the dark. But the great defeat caused the Revolutionary Army's status in the hearts of the people to fall again and again. Not many strong men were willing to join the Revolutionary Army, which was now worthy of its survival. How many nights did Long think about his plan to kill Luo? If he didn't kill him, he would never be at peace. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Kill. Only then can everything be solved. Kill you. The dead souls can rest in peace, and Luffy's safety is guaranteed. The dragon's hands were covered with dragon scales, and the vast momentum filled the world. Save Luffy. Luo's eyes were cold, filled with astonishing murderous intent that was no less than that of Long. Under such momentum. Stay awake where Bartolomeo stays exactly. It is rumored that 2 years ago, Sabayati Archipelago Trafalgar Law was far from the dragon's opponent. Now in terms of momentum, it seems to be comparable. Cross Fujitora felt the momentum contest between the two sides in horror. Fortunately, the red hair came to stop it at the beginning and did not cooperate with you, otherwise it would be really troublesome today. Luo grinned. Red hair. Long looked at Luo with sharp eyes. Advertisement. In a few days, Hongfa and Luo fought, and everyone in the world was shocked. But no one knows the outcome. Has the red hair been defeated? Long couldn't help but look at Luo in shock. Has Trafalgar Law grown enough to be able to resist the entire red hair pirates? Long Zizi was not confident in such a feat. The red hair's strength is pervert. Plus a bunch of red hair pirates pervert. A few days ago, the red hair pirates came to seek revenge on Luo, but also to prevent him from hunting down Luffy. An unavoidable battle, facing the entire red hair pirates alone, the situation is indeed very unfavorable. In Arc Proverbs, except for the Empress who is very strong, the other women Ain or Khalifa are not strong enough to fight against the 4 emperors. Nami Nico Robin is even less of a combatant. Please give me flowers. But what if you add Kaido of the Beasts to the mix? Luo plus Kaido of the Beasts, two 4 Emperors level experts. Now Luo's strength is not inferior to any of the 4 Emperors experts, and combined with his ever-changing and strange abilities, Luo is only stronger than weak. 2 4 Emperors, against the entire Red Hair Pirates. How is the result? The Red Hair Pirates tried their best and suffered heavy losses, moving the battlefield further away from Dressrosa so that Law would not have time to come after Luffy. In the end, the Red Hair Pirates were defeated even as the pirate ship was destroyed. Although the goal was not achieved, the retreating red-haired man believed that by the time Luo reached Dressrosa, Luffy would already be gone. Unfortunately, the red-haired man did not know the speed of the arc's proverbs. Oh. Asterisk. Advertisement. This time luck was not entirely on Straw Hat Luffy's side. As they retreated from Dressrosa, Lo arrived. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. As long as I kill you today, that's enough. The dragon, covered in scales, rushed towards the ball barrier instead of attacking like Luo. Oh. Luo's eyes turned cold and he understood Long's purpose. Are you planning to wait for Straw Hat Luffy to recover Haki and have self-protection before launching a full-scale attack? Is it ensured? There was a sharp cracking sound in the air. In order to kill Straw Hat Luffy, Luo discovered that all forces in the world seemed to be protecting him. There is Garp in Marine, and there is Fujitora who is smiling. Among the 4 emperors are the remnants of the red-haired and whitebeard pirates. 7 warlords of the sea includes Crocodile, Tyrant Bear, Jinbei, and overall revolutionary, and the once legendary Pluton Rayleigh. More than half of the strong men in the sea were protecting him. It seems that I have become the villain. Luo laughed at himself. Hiss. The sharp sound piercing the air became thicker and louder. The running dragon couldn't help but look up, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Boom. The huge black shadow crashed onto the ground, hitting the ground in front of the dragon. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and a huge deep hole appeared on the ground. This is. Long was stunned. 241 No one can ensure. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Roar. A fierce figure rushed out of the deep cave and roared to the sky. The world showed a third terrifying momentum. Kaido of the Beasts. Fujitora gasped with a smile. The situation is getting more and more serious. The current situation cannot be changed or controlled by just one admiral. Neither admiral nor the entire marine is enough. GG. Now it's interesting. Doflamingo smiled ferociously. Where will this chaotic era go? Who will be the winner? Roar. Kaido of the Beasts roared at the dragon. The violent momentum directly turns into an attack, destroying everything in front. As the earth collapsed, Long's pupils tightened. Kaido of the Beasts. Is the target me? Why? Long couldn't help but look at Luo in the distance in horror. It is rumored that Kaido of the Beasts has a close relationship with Trafalgar Law. Is it true? Trouble. Long Dun felt the pressure. This was one of the 4 emperors. Especially in the current situation, one more 4 emperors opponent may be fatal. Sabo, protect Luffy, and be sure to wait for Luffy to fully recover. Long Zongzong ordered Sabo. There was a 4 emperors blocking him. Who dared to break through? Unless he had space ability. Otherwise, no matter how fast the speed is, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. No matter how fast the dragon is, it can't match Kizaru's light speed movement, but Pluton Rayleigh can stop Kizaru. Same reason. The possibility of Long trying to break through Kaido of the Beast's blockage in a short time is very low. Advertisement. Understood. Standing in front of the ball barrier, Sabo's body glowed with flames. You want to protect him. Do you know what the price is? Luo stepped forward, the sword in his hand buzzing. Anyone who tries to harm Luffy, I will never let him go. Sabo said firmly. Sabo. Behind the barrier, Luffy looked at Sabo's back with emotion. As a brother, I will do my best to protect Luffy. Flames burst out from Sabo's hands, and the air became hot. I will use Ace's ability to protect Luffy from. Boom. The Revolutionary Army just talked too much nonsense, that's why it was abolished. Shinra Tianjiang. Luo teleported behind Sabo, and the powerful repulsion instantly knocked him away. He had no chance to say the rest of his heroic words. The moment he knocked Sabo away, the sword in Luo's hand slashed towards the ball barrier. Estimating the time, It was probably a minute or two before Luffy recovered. No, don't even think about hurting Senior Luffy. I will fight with you. Bartolomeo yelled. Whoosh. A cold light cut through the circular barrier, and under the cutting power of Op fruit, all solid objects seemed to be nothing. Call out. The moment the ball barrier was cut open, a figure shot out like a rabbit. Bartolomeo, who was saying harsh words, was carrying Luffy, the straw hat, and fled away spinelessly. We must not let him hurt Luffy Senpai. Oh. Fire punch. The terrifying fire fist instantly destroyed the place where Luo was. After the attack, Sabo hurriedly caught up with Bartolomeo, protecting him along the way. Whoosh. Thunder and lightning tore through the flames, and Luo Leng watched the three people walking away and disappeared in an instant. Advertisement. GG. Yi Xiao Fujitora, don't even think about leaving secretly. Doflamingo shot out a silver thread, and the cut silver thread blocked Yi Xiao Fujitora, who was about to take the opportunity to support him. And the roaring Kaido of the beasts. The fist covered with energy blasted towards the dragon crazily. Boom. The dragon's claws and fists collided with each other. This was a confrontation between the top power of the sea. A pillar of air penetrated directly through the sky, and the cracks instantly spread to the distant city. The large island was shaking crazily. This is a battle that has never been matched before. The previous battle. Seriously, they are just the straw hats. I can only trust Sabo. Dragon exploded with all his strength, blocking the crazy Kaido of the beasts. Facing Kaido of the beasts, the king of the strongest creatures in a duel, even the dragon did not dare to be distracted at all. Call out. The teleporting Luo instantly arrived in front of the escaping trio. Dragon Claw. Armament hockey hardened. Sabo's 5 fingers took on the shape of dragon claws, and he instantly grabbed Luo. Shinra Tenjang. The dragon's claws pierce into the repulsive force, and sparks burst out. Under the strong force, Sabo was continuously forced back. Dragon Hook. The powerful claw strikes continued to resist this repulsive force. For the same move, Sabo is far from comparable to Dragon. Although the power of the Shinra Tensei used by Luo has more than doubled in 2 years, Dragon could directly tear apart the repulsion wall 2 years ago. It erupted several times and blocked the Shinluo Tianjiang. Advertisement. But Luo has already presented the Thunder Sword. Assassinate forward. Fire Dragon King. Roaring Sabo roared, the dragon's claws covered in flames, a powerful move combined with Mera fruit and his own combat skills. Boom. Flames and thunder and lightning seemed to divide the sky and the earth into 2 halves from the center, and the earth presented a huge abyss. Gravity. Invisible gravity suddenly crushed Sabo's body. Although he blocked the lightning sword, he tried his best, while Luo had room to use other abilities. This was the gap. Boom. The strong repulsive force caused Sabo's legs to bend slightly, and the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into a deep pit. As he fell into the pit, he could no longer control his moves perfectly. Thor's spear. And Luo used thunder and lightning to condense an arrow. The moment Sabo fell into the pit, the thunder and lightning arrow instantly hit 5.7 in his abdomen, and the powerful force pushed him back at a high speed. Thor. The thunder god's giant palm slapped down with a bang. Although the power of Thunder Kamui is not as good as that of Thunder Emperor, it is more flexible and can condense faster. At this time, Luo can almost cast Thunder God instantly, but Thunder Emperor needs several breaths of time to fully condense it. The giant palm slapped Sabo's body, sending him flying upside down and crashing onto the ground, while the Thor's spear exploded. The thunder and lightning explosion ring covered the ground for thousands of meters in an instant. Sabo. Luffy shouted as the barrier protected the rear. Sabo Senpai, are you okay? Care about yourself. A figure appeared in front of the barrier, and a cold light tore the barrier apart. 242 A ruined reputation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rumble. At the battle site on the seaside, the noise had already spread throughout the island and could be clearly heard dozens of miles away. Terrifying explosions and violent shaking. What is this? The arriving marine team looked at the scene in horror and couldn't help but retreat. Their scalps were numb and they did not dare to take another step forward. Why are these monsters here? The Admiral was right in front of them. But now an Admiral cannot give them any sense of security. Trafalgar Law. Kaido of the Beasts, Revolutionary Army Leader Dragon, Doflamingo. Why are these monsters here? A Vice Admiral said in fear. Report to Marine headquarters immediately. Yes. Intelligence Marine dialed the phone with trembling hands. What? Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the biggest war criminal, Kaido of the Four Emperors of the Beasts, and criminal Trafalgar Law are all in Dressrosa. They are fighting in a melee. The reason for the melee is unclear. Requesting support. Understood. Please smile Fujitora Admiral and hold on. We will report the news to Yuenshi immediately. Hang up the phone bug. The Intelligence Department of Marine Headquarters became panicked, and the Vice Admiral of the Intelligence Department rushed directly into the Marine building. Marshal, there is important news to report. After hearing this, Akainu looked solemn. Really? Dressrosa Marine has sent back the images and they are absolutely correct. I understand. The solemn Akainu stood up slowly. How could the situation be so serious? How could so many important criminals gather in Dressrosa? Advertisement. Trafalgar Law is really capable of causing trouble. I didn't mention it 2 years ago, but now it has just appeared. The rumors of a battle with red hair are still echoing in my ears. Now it has caused such a terrifying turmoil. It is really scary. Guy, Kizaru said. I really have to admire him. Marine spent so much energy to find the remnants of the Revolutionary Army and did not hesitate to use means to force them, but to no avail. However, Trafalgar Law was able to do it easily. Although he disdains the world government's plan to use Luo as an undercover agent, but it's really useful. Akainu's eyes were stern. It looks like they are going to be dispatched again, but Marine has not recovered from the 2 years of war. Is it appropriate to use troops on a large scale again? Kizaru asked. The Marine is gone and can be rebuilt. The opportunity will never come again. Immediately gather all the officers of the fleet. Akainu issued the highest order. It's so scary. I don't know what the outcome of this battle will be. Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. Inform Yishao Fujitora immediately and ask him to join forces with Trafalgar Law. This time, the dragon must be held back. We must not let him escape like the Sabayati archipelago. Kizaru next to him couldn't help laughing. At that time his role was equivalent to that of Fujitora now. Yes. Dressrosa. Some brave people were also cautiously lurking in the distance, watching this unprecedented battle in horror. If I'm not mistaken, that's Kaido of the Beasts. That's Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. And Trafalgar Law. No matter how bold you are, you can't help but be frightened at this time. One Doflamingo nearly destroyed Dressrosa completely. And among the three now, which one is not better than Star Dove? Which one is not more terrifying than him? If this continues, Dressrosa will be completely destroyed by them. Run away. Trafalgar Law is here. Run away quickly. It was the same in Sabayati Archipelago 2 years ago. Trafalgar Law fought with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and used the entire Sabayati Archipelago people as cannon fodder. It is inevitable that it will happen again this time. Advertisement. Run quickly. Luo is now very famous in the sea, but it is not a good reputation. 2 years ago Sabayati Archipelago, Trafalgar Law's reputation was completely ruined. Using the lives of ordinary people to increase your chances of winning in battle can be said to be despised by the whole world. The shocking disappearance began to radiate towards the New World and the Grand Route, shocking the sea. Whoa! A cold light tore open the barrier. Senior Luffy, hold me tight. Bartolomeo had no time to restrain Luffy on his back at this time. As he retreated violently, his hands showed handprints. A huge barrier appears. Coxcomb head. Use Haki. You must use Haki to defend against his abilities. Haki. The barrier is covered by the invisible Haki. Whoa. The cold light appeared again. The barrier representing hope was torn open again, and the sword headed straight towards Luffy. Guys who think Haki is all-powerful are ridiculous. Haki is also ranked high and low. Even if Luo is not the best at Haki, he is not comparable to Bartolomeo. The sword edge stabbed towards Luffy. No. The barrier presented by Bartolomeo was quickly pierced by the sword. The absolute defense he was proud of in the past was now in vain. Advertisement. Haki hasn't recovered yet, damn it. Luffy gritted his teeth and his face became hideous. Facing the thrusting sword edge. There was nothing he could do. Looking at the fallen people on the ground, he was furious, but he was completely powerless, and despair came overwhelming again. Why is it still like this? Why is it still like this 2 years later? I have obviously become stronger. Why nothing has changed? Why? Call out. He held the sword and thrust straight. The sword was only a few inches away from Luffy and could penetrate his head in the next second. Keluo's expression suddenly changed slightly. Whoosh. The palm, which had always been covered with scales, instantly grasped the edge of the sword, and the tip of the sword had already penetrated half an inch into Luffy's head, and blood was already flowing out. It's amazing that they managed to break through Kaido of the Beast's defense in such a short time. Luo Leng looked at the figure who saved Luffy's life at the critical moment. Here, only Long has such strength and qualifications. Unbelievable. No. Kaido of the Beasts was originally controlled by Luo himself. He personally experienced every detail of Kaido of the Beast's battle with the dragon. The moment the dragon broke through, he knew it. Perhaps because he was controlling Kaido of the Beasts and fighting at the same time as himself, he was multitasking and could not perfectly demonstrate his absolute strength. Are controlling Kaido of the Beasts, and compared to Kaido of the Beasts himself, there is a slight gap in the performance of his abilities. Maybe it's the Dragon Burst limit. 243 Someone always fails twice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The reason is not important. What is important is that the dragon saved Luffy at the last moment. This is the result. Fortunately, we caught up. Long Yi took a breath, pulled Luffy back, and looked at the very shallow marks on his forehead. He was still afraid that Luffy would have died a little later. Sorry. The dragon kicked Bartolomeo, who was sluggish at this time, with great force. He screamed and crashed like a meteor thousands of meters away from the fighting place. It's safest to stay away from the battlefield now. Trafalgar Law, you successfully killed my father 2 years ago. 2 years later, you can't even think of killing Luffy in front of me. I will never fail twice. The dragon's murderous intent was high. He pulled Luffy and rushed away quickly. I will never fail twice. Luo also burst out with terrifying momentum and failed in the battle on the top. I missed many times during the chase, but after all, I didn't meet Luffy, so it wasn't considered a failure. This time, Luo K will not tolerate his failure. Once is enough, twice is too embarrassing. Since someone has to fail twice, why can't it be you, Long? After raising his fingertips, Luo disappeared instantly. Kaido of the Beasts in the distance disappeared instantly, disappearing at the same time as Luo. Phew. Pulling Luffy, the dragon burst out at its fastest speed and rushed towards the distant city, invisible to the naked eye. A broken city makes it easier to delay time. Advertisement. With Luffy, Long K did not have the confidence to withstand the combined attack of Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts. No one can do it in the sea. Oh, who is using the common people as human shields? Luo couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Call out. Law and Kaido of the Beasts appeared instantly. One in front and one behind, blocking the dragon's forward and retreat route. Space transfer. Is there no other way? The dignified Long sighed helplessly. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't move faster than the speed of space. Luffy, how long will it take for you to recover? Long asked seriously. Although he didn't expect the recovered Luffy to play any role in the battle, after recovering, he could at least protect himself. At least you don't have to distract yourself from protecting. It is too difficult to protect one person in a top-level battle, especially when the person you are protecting has no power. It's almost 1 minute at most. Luffy's bloodshot eyes were fixed on Luo in front of him. He wanted to regain his strength more than anyone else. He wants revenge. 1 minute. Long Chong exhaled, and said 1 minute was shorter long. Normally, it passes without you noticing. But under the current circumstances, every second seems long. Thunder Emperor takes on the form of the Thunder Emperor, holding the Thunder Emperor's sword, and Kaido of the Beast's fists are covered in golden energy, bursting with superpower at the same time, and attacking towards the middle. Trouble. Long's face changed with shock, knowing that their purpose was to attack crazily. Advertisement. Under such an attack, the dragon himself might be able to block it, even at a certain cost. But Faye is very good at it. Even if he blocks it, he can withstand it. But what about Luffy? Even with such a terrifying attack, many strong people cannot bear it even if they withstand the aftermath. How come they work together so perfectly? Kaido of the Beasts, and Luo's collaboration, is a foregone conclusion in Longyan. But in his mind, Even if the two of them cooperate, it is impossible for them to cooperate too perfectly. His plan is to continuously dodge for a minute, and the two of them will attack each other. As long as they do not cooperate perfectly, there will always be loopholes and they can always escape. But the reality is, the two attacked at the same time, and each attacked in the blocked direction, completely blocking any side of the dragon. He just had to take it. What should I do? Long was extremely anxious, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. I'm sorry, Luffy. Moments before the bombardment of terrifying attacks from the front and back, Long used all his strength to throw Luffy high into the air. Luffy soared into the sky like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye he was already 1,000 meters in the air. Roar. The double attack caused the ground of 1,000 meters to completely collapse, and the explosion ring expanded to 1,000 meters and continued to expand. The roaring dragon's roar actually covered up the deafening explosion. The dragon that transformed into a divine dragon withstood the double attacks with its body. The dragon flew into the sky and flew high into the sky, with blood flowing all over its body and a large number of scales falling off. The double attacks were not easy to withstand. No matter what, it worked. The dragon turned into a divine dragon, soared into the clouds and flew high into the sky quickly. And Luffy continued to shoot high into the sky, reaching an altitude of 3,000 meters. Advertisement. On the ground, Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law cooperate so perfectly. Coupled with Trafalgar Law's space transfer ability, it is difficult to hold on for a minute, but it is much more determined in the air. Although the injuries were serious. But Long and Chunin couldn't help but smile. No matter how strong Kaido of the Beasts is, they can't fly. Trafalgar Law may be able to reach the sky, but how fast can it be? And it won't be able to use its space transformation ability, right? Long couldn't help but smile proudly. Especially seeing that Luffy's altitude has exceeded 3,000 meters. He remembered the strange space presented by Trafalgar Law, with a radius that could only reach 3,000 meters. Wait until Luffy regains his strength. The dragon rushed high into the sky at high speed, with murderous intent in his eyes. That was the time to settle the accounts with Trafalgar Law. Luffy continues to rush high into the sky, good for getting money. 4,000 meters. And Shenlong is already hundreds of meters below, and the two sides will meet soon. Trafalgar Law, I said, I will not fail a second time. Shenlong looked down, looking coldly at Luo, who was as small as an ant on the earth. All you need to do is carry Luffy at high altitude until he regains his strength, and you'll be successful. Above the earth, looking up, Luo Leng looked at Shenlong and Luffy, who had also become smaller in the sky. The smile on his lips was sarcastic. It's so pitiful. This is his hope. Does it exist? Call out. Disappeared. The dragon at an altitude of 4,000 meters would certainly not be able to see Luo's subtle facial expressions, but it could see or sense Luo's position. The moment he disappeared, the smiling Longyan appeared panicked. Could it be? 244 Death of Luffy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Could it be? Long quickly raised his head. Luffy, who was already close to him, suddenly had a figure beside him. Luffy was also staring at the ground at this time. He didn't have such a sharp gaze, but he knew that his biggest enemy was below. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared, I will recover soon. When the time comes, Trafalgar Law, I will definitely defeat you, I will definitely. But he didn't know that his enemy was right next to him, not down below. Trafalgar Law. The dragon roared, panicking. Dragon, you failed twice. Luo looked at the dragon with a smile. When the huge dragon claws tore apart, he disappeared instantly with Luffy. Appear on the earth. Trafalgar Law, how dare you? Hysterical roars spread across the sky, and the roaring dragon dived downwards desperately. But the distance that was considered safe before has now become an insurmountable distance of death. Haha, I've recovered. Luffy, who appeared on the ground, couldn't help but yelled, Trafalgar Law. Wait, I will definitely hit you. Aren't I in the air? Why am I here? On the ground. Don't be so loud, I'm right behind you, turn back. 723. Sluggish Luffy turned his head mechanically. When I looked back, I saw Luo and also Zhongfang. The sword edge instantly pierced his chest from the back and penetrated his body. Luffy looked at the sword that penetrated his body in disbelief. I am a man who wants to become the Pirate King, how could I die here? I want to defeat Trafalgar Law. How could I die on his side? In hand. Advertisement. How can we bear such a result? No. Long's grief-stricken voice echoed in the air. I just don't want to fail a second time and kill you, I'm sorry. Luo slowly pulled out the sword blade, and looked at Luffy calmly with the bloody sword blade. There is no pleasure in killing people. Feeling the hatred that could not be concealed under Luffy's dull and disbelieving eyes, Luo looked at him with a smile. Luo didn't hate him. It wasn't because he hated him that he killed him, it wasn't even hateful. Why? Luo asked himself. Of course it was in revenge for Garp's repeated, CCDB, unreasonable troubles at first, and then his mood was affected by the endless support changes. And then failing again and again makes the mood worse. For mood, Luo found that his mood did not change after killing Luffy. So it turns out that he can't affect my mood at all. Luo looked at Luffy, who was falling to the ground calmly. When you see Pluton Rayleigh, remember to tell him the result of our battle, tell him. His answer was wrong. Yes, and tell Garp not to be so impulsive next time, it will really harm the whole family. Boom. Falling heavily to the ground. Luffy's fist, which had just been hardened by armament hockey, slowly returned to normal. His dull eyes were looking at his fists. He had obviously recovered. I had already replied to hockey. I could fight again. Why? The explosions that had been ringing through the sky suddenly became quiet at this moment. It was a bit scary to be quiet. Advertisement. Even Doflamingo and Yishao Fujitora gave up. Gia, is Straw Hat Luffy dead? Doflamingo smiled with a hint of pleasure. Was that kid finally dead? Why? With a smile, Fujitora sighed heavily. His expression seemed calm. The quiet world made people even more hairy. A Vice Admiral suppressed the fear in his heart and hurriedly rushed to Yishao Fujitora. Mr. Yishao, the Marine headquarters ordered Mr. Yishao to take action to hold down the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and wait for the Marine fleet. Arrival. Smile. Fujitora didn't respond, just chuckled. A world of silence. Everything will be freezing. Did Trafalgar Law kill Straw Hat Luffy? How could this happen? Luffy is our hero. Damn Trafalgar Law. The people in the distance looked at this scene and roared with anger, but they were also terrified. What a terrible Trafalgar Law. Marine looked at Law in horror. They know more. Don't offend anyone without offending Trafalgar Law. This is the taboo that Marine now adheres to. They knew what happened to Garp. Ace. Revolutionary Army. And now Luffy. Why wasn't it because of Garp? Trafalgar Law. The hysterical roar penetrated the sky, and the cloudless sunny sky suddenly became windy and cloudy. Dark clouds covered the sky and the earth, and there was lightning and thunder. Advertisement. The sky turned from sunny to cloudy in an instant. A scary change. A divine dragon shuttled through the dark clouds, exuding a terrifying momentum and crushing the entire island. Kill. Kill. A desperate aura enveloped everyone in Dressrosa. Roar. In the dark clouds, a giant dragon roared, and a hurricane appeared, setting off hundreds of meters of huge waves in the sea. The huge waves crashed on the coast, water splashed, and the broken houses collapsed completely under the hurricane. The frightened people crawled on the ground and hurriedly looked for shelter. Roar. Accompanied by the dragon's roar. Countless wind blades formed a huge tornado and shot towards the earth. Are you angry? Luo waved his hand, and Luffy's body disappeared in front of him. Facing this frightening wind blade tornado, Luo turned into thunder and lightning and faced it head on. It turned into a huge thunder and lightning and collided with the tornado. The wind and thunder fought wildly in the air. The wind danced wildly, thunder and lightning burst out. Hundreds of thunder and lightning beasts roared and collided with the wind blade tornado. The sky shook violently. Roar. High in the sky, the divine dragon roared upwards, opened its bloody mouth, swooped down, and bit into the center of the air waves. What is that? The frightened people in the distant city looked at the swooping dragon in horror. Dragon. I will not be defeated by you twice. Luo held the blade and looked at the dragon. It's not 2 years ago anymore, come on. 245 A bloody battle until one person lives and the other dies. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law, you and not me. While roaring, the divine dragon in the air waved its dragon claws, and the huge dragon claws tore open the sky. The incorporeal dragon claws were even bigger than the divine dragon itself, and it came straight towards Luo, like a mountain pressing down on the top of the mountain. On the ground, thunder and lightning flashed in Luo's right hand, turning into an astonishing thunder and lightning sword. The moment the dragon's claws arrived, his body suddenly lifted up and turned into a rainbow, heading straight for the dragon's claws. The thunder sword faced the dragon claw. At this moment, Luo's whole body flashed with unimaginable thunder and lightning. The sky and the earth turned into a sea of thunder, and cracks appeared in the dragon claw as it trembled. The aerial dragon's eyes changed. Another burst of amazing strength. 2, 3, 5 dragon claws fell at the same time, hitting Luo fiercely at the same time. Boom! The dragon's claws bombarded Luo's body and crushed him vertically on the ground. The air wave caused the boulder to pick up 1,000 meters in height, and the cracks had already spread to the distant city. Amid the smoke and dust, there was no trace of Dr. Luo. Whoops! A stream of light shot up into the sky instantly. Not dead. Long's eyes became more fierce. Thunder Emperor. Luo, who was extremely fast, disappeared instantly in the low altitude, and appeared out of thin air on top of the divine dragon in the high altitude, appearing as Hoki's Thunder Emperor. This seems to be the legendary battle between the god of thunder and the dragon. It seems to have exceeded the boundaries of mortals. At least in the eyes of all the frightened people, this is more like a battle in the upper world. Cut. The Thunder Emperor held a huge thunder sword and slashed down with great force. Advertisement. A sword energy cut across the heaven and earth, slashing at the divine dragon. Boom. The air wave caused the dark clouds in the sky to dissipate in an instant, and the majestic dragon crashed onto the smoke-filled earth like a meteorite. Thunder Dragon. Thunder Bird. God's sanction. Thousands of thunder. Standing high in the sky, dozens of various forms of lightning attacks burst out in an instant. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, all of which crashed onto the dust-shrouded earth. Boom! An explosion that shook the world appeared, and the thunder and lightning explosion ring spread to a range of thousands of meters. Puff! Those unlucky guys who were defeated and lying on the ground before, such as Lau Kai Cavendish and others, were covered in blood during the explosion and were blown away by the air waves. I wonder if some of the guys who survived before were can you still survive. As the battle so scary. Doflamingo, who was fighting in the distance, quickly retreated and looked at the battle in horror. In a battle of this level, even a strong man felt a touch of panic. Has that bastard Trafalgar Law become so strong? Doflamingo looked ugly, and he never gave up on op fruit. But at this moment, he looked at the phantom in the sky. With such a posture at this moment, one can only look up. Call out. High in the air, Luoji quickly fell to the ground. Roar. From the smoke-filled earth, violent roars were heard, and the strong wind swept away the smoke. In the broken earth, the dragon with broken scales was filled with blood. The blood-filled dragon eyes stared at the falling figure with endless hatred. Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Boom. It hit the ground with great force. Luo looked at the dragon indifferently. Kill. Roaring. Countless wind blades swept towards Luo, the wind blades wrapped around the Thunder Emperor, and sparks flew out, completely covering the Thunder Emperor. The dragon in the pit shrank rapidly. Taking on the form of a human, wearing dragon scales and having dragon horns on its head, it rushed towards the Thunder Emperor at extremely fast speeds. Call out. The sword edge swept across, all the wind blades dissipated, and the Thunder Emperor was revealed, with tiny cracks all over his body. The cracks flashed with thunder and lightning, and he recovered quickly. This is the embodiment of Logia's terrifying ability. Logia is called the strongest fruit. Even with the restrained ability of Armament Hoki, Logia is still the strongest fruit ability in the sea, because from the beginning, Logia far surpasses other series of fruit abilities in many aspects. The dragon's claws tore open the sky and grabbed it hard. Gravity. The invisible gravity suddenly crushed the dragon's body. With the gravity that Luo had mastered at this time, although it was still difficult to directly inflict serious injuries or be unable to move on peak powerhouses like Long, it could affect him in an instant. Their speed and attack. ... Please give me flowers. Gravity crushes. The dragon's speed dropped sharply, and the trajectory of the dragon's claws pierced also shifted a lot. Whoa. The Thunder Emperor's huge thunder and lightning blades slashed down with great force, hitting the dragon's body. An abyss connected the sea, separated the sea, and the seabed cracked. In the abyss, a rainbow soared into the sky. The dragon, whose head was full of blood, kept staring at Luo violently. Trafalgar Law. Advertisement. Boom. Suddenly, high in the sky, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Kaido of the beast's whole body was wrapped with energy, and his right foot slammed down like a golden pillar reaching the sky. What? Looking up, Long looked at this scene blankly. You are despicable. In a hurry, the dragon's claws grabbed upwards. Boom. A golden energy rose into the sky, and the air waves swept across the entire kingdom, and the foundation of the entire island was cracking. The huge deep cave seems to be connected to the depths of the sea. It is difficult to feel the deepest part even if you see the color, frost and gas. The bodies are all gone. Luo and Kaido of the beasts looked coldly at the pit, seemingly unable to feel the breath of the dragon. As this killing the dragon, Doflamingo couldn't help but step back in the distance. This kind of battle is obviously a desperate effort, and it is clear that the opponent is going to his death. Doflamingo didn't dare to imagine such a scene of a bloody battle between top experts, and he couldn't help but feel chills just thinking about it. Boom. Suddenly, in the deep pit, a terrifying momentum rose into the sky. The momentum was like a substantial air wave. It was visible to the naked eye that the air above the deep hole was distorting. A long rainbow shot into the sky, and monsters covered in blood rushed out. That fierce momentum, like a demon crawling out of hell. Not a single scale on the body of the dragon was intact, staring at Luo and Kaido of the beasts with resentful eyes. But I couldn't help but feel a little more apprehensive. The three of them are all the top warriors in the sea. No one can say that they can absolutely crush the other, and no one can say that they can beat the other with confidence. But 2 against 1, the situation will be completely reversed. 246 just missing the phantom beast species. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. This is our battle. Kaido of the beasts, why do you interfere? The dragon roared angrily. Don't you know Kaido of the beasts is crazy? Luo said jokingly. Shameless and despicable, what does it mean to bully the minority? Trafalgar Law dares to fight one-on-one to the death. Long mocked, his voice ringing like bells and drums, spreading throughout the entire kingdom. Anyone can hear it. Gia. It seems that Long is afraid and doesn't have the confidence to challenge the generals one-on-two. Doflamingo said with a sarcastic smile. No wonder the Revolutionary Army was destroyed in the end. This is a deadly battle. Is the process important? What is important is the result. It's not a competition in the ring. This is the hero's idea. But that's not what the people think. Their thoughts still retain the worship of heroes. Bullying the minority with the many. Isn't that too despicable? Trafalgar Law is no match for the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, so why do you ask someone to help? It's normal. In Sabayati Archipelago Trafalgar Law, in order to win, they would not hesitate to use the lives of ordinary people as cannon fodder. Now it's too normal for people to help. There seems to be some disdain among the majority of the population. One-on-one. Luo couldn't help but smile. Originally, I didn't plan to work so hard to get so tired. Anyway, the strong Marines are coming soon. It will be easier for me to let them deal with you then. Long couldn't help but his pupils narrowed. With a hint of panic. No matter how strong he is, he doesn't have the confidence to fight against the entire Marine on his own. He had a vicious heart and his hatred for Luo became even stronger. But now, you're seeking death. The Thunder Emperor bolted, charging towards the dragon, taking Kaido of the beasts with him. Advertisement. The lightning sword slashed down with a crash. Kaido of the beast's striking fists also carry astonishing power. Despicable guy. Long vomited blood angrily. But his actions didn't seem so hockey, and he chose to avoid an escape. Facing 2 astonishing forces, one in front and one behind, Long is confident that he can block either side, but if he blocks one side, what about the other side? 2 against 1, this is a completely unequal battle. Call out. The extremely fast dragon quickly moved away. Space transfer. Kaido of the beasts disappeared instantly, standing in front of the dragon. Kaido of the beast's own speed is far from comparable to that of dragon, but Luo can allow him to teleport. Appearing suddenly, Kaido of the beasts punched the dragon with a powerful punch. With nowhere to escape, the dragon hurriedly grabbed its fist with its claws, and the terrifying air wave destroyed the earth. Suddenly, in Long Gan's unbelievable eyes, Kaido of the Beasts immediately retracted his fists and regained his power. He regained his power during the confrontation. This was simply courting death. The dragon's claws naturally clawed hard at Kaido of the Beast's chest, leaving a bloody hole. With his hands free, Kaido of the Beasts grasped the dragon's shoulders with strength. The dragon's face changed with surprise, and he grabbed my arms. Although he temporarily restrained my movements, didn't he know that his fatal point was completely exposed to his attack range? The dragon's claws attacked Kaido of the Beast's chest crazily. Guan spattered a lot of blood, and his flesh and blood were torn apart. Facing such a fatal attack that even a strong person could not withstand, Kaido of the Beasts grinned, and Long couldn't help but change his expression. The smile was so familiar, not at all like the smile of a crazy monster like Kaido of the Beasts. Advertisement. Boom. The Thunder Emperor came running wildly. The dragon who attacked Kaido of the Beasts crazily changed his face. He suddenly understood. He suddenly remembered Kaido of the Beast's abilities. Too careless. He was so anxious that he felt the increasingly terrifying aura from behind, and struggled more and more crazily. Has the victory been decided? Doflamingo stared at this scene with wide eyes and shock. The Thunder Emperor was running wildly, with the lightning sword in his hand highly condensed. Great Edge. The dragon was helpless, his face began to turn pale, and suddenly a figure appeared quickly behind him. Sabo, bathed in flames and blood, blocked the dragon's back. Trafalgar Law, don't even want to sneak attack the dragon, I will never tolerate it. Boom. The Thunder Emperor's powerful kick directly trampled Sabo deep into the earth. Long's joy that had just risen was extinguished in an instant. Cut. The thunder sword cut through everything and struck the dragon's body with great force. Even Kaido of the Beasts withstood this terrifying attack, and a long blood mark appeared. And the dragon is the first bearer. In the violent air waves, the dragon burst out with countless blood. His back seemed to be completely torn open, his ribs were exposed, and his internal organs could be seen. Ah! The roaring dragon's eyes seemed to have disappeared and turned into blood red. In human form, he actually grew a dragon tail. He roared to the limit and struggled to break open the restraints of Kaido of the Beasts. The next moment, it turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Advertisement. The shocking explosion, actually to escape. Doflamingo's face twitched, and he got to know the famous leader of the Revolutionary Army again. Although evacuating now is indeed the best choice, it still feels a bit. Escape. Luo Leng looked at Long's back. You, my family, have wasted so much of my time. You must make up for it. You just lack the ability of a Phantom Beast species. You have all 3 series, including Phantom Beast species and Devil Fruit. Call out. Law and Kaido of the Beasts both disappeared at the same time. And the dragon rushed into the broken city at this time. Gia Gia. The grinning Doflamingo hurriedly followed. How could he miss such a bloody battle? With a smile, Fujitora controlled the suspended gravel and flew quickly into the city. It seems that Trafalgar Law must not be provoked. Duo 5.9 Flamenco felt fear in his heart, not only because of his strength, but also because of Kaido of the Beasts. There are various indications that the relationship between Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law is absolutely very close. How can Kaido of the Beasts achieve this level by just cooperation? He would sacrifice everything for Luo. Doflamingo was puzzled. Kaido of the how could that lunatic beasts treat someone like this? He almost regarded Luo as his master. The dragon that hit the city at extremely high speed flashed across the street like a stream of light. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape the pursuit of space transfer. Call out. Luo and Kaido of the Beasts appeared at the same time, one behind the other. There were a large number of people around the broken street, and they were all looking at them in horror. Trafalgar Law, are you going to use us as cannon fodder? 247 Resurrection from the Dead. Treaty. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Why are they here? The people looked at the 3 people who suddenly appeared in the center of the street in horror. His expression changed drastically. Although the battle was earth-shattering, it was at the seaside and quite a distance from the center of the island, so the actual impact on the people here was not too great. But the place of battle is now in the heart of the city. Everyone couldn't help but tremble with fear at the thought of witnessing the astonishing destructive power. Such destruction could turn this place into ruins in an instant. People without strength would not be able to protect themselves. You guys leave quickly. The dragon, surrounded one after another, roared at the frightened people around him. Yes, let's run away. The common people who woke up cried and fled away into the distance, trying their best to disperse. They were panicked, with endless anger rising in their hearts. They had just endured the flames of war and their country had been destroyed. They already had endless pain in their hearts. They faced a more terrifying battle again and were even more sad. But at least their personal safety was guaranteed. But now safety is no longer guaranteed. The fleeing people cursed angrily. Damn Trafalgar Law, you took advantage of the people in Sabayati Archipelago, but you actually want to take advantage of us in Dressrosa, you bastards, they are worse than pirates. You actually use us as bargaining chips in the battle, damn it. Everyone seems to agree on this. GG, a bunch of stupid guys. Doflamingo looked at the fleeing people with a sneer. Stupid bunch of people. Advertisement. Now that the real situation is clear, who has the upper hand? The person who has the upper hand still needs to use you as a bargaining chip. Are you worthy? Fujitora arrived with a smile, but frowned, as if he was unhappy. Still playing these useless tricks. Luo looked at Long mockingly. Is it useful? To tarnish my reputation, is it useful? Who cares? Luo doesn't care what other people think of him. He values profit more than fame. Anyway, I won't be angry with the dying person. Luo looked murderous. The dragon suddenly attacked and chose to take the initiative, rushing towards Kaido of the beasts at high speed. Since you care so much about the lives of these people, why don't you wait for them to escape further? Luo asked mockingly, and at the same time, he and Kaido of the beasts showed the most terrifying moves, blocking all directions of the dragon. Roar. With nowhere to escape, the dragon roared to the sky, bursting out with its strongest power and engaging in a crazy confrontation. In an instant, the explosion spread thousands of meters across the land, and the few surviving houses in the city center quickly collapsed. Run away. The fleeing people rolled and crawled farther away, but many people were still involved in the explosion, and they didn't know whether they were alive or dead. Boom. This is a battle between trapped beasts. The dragon has no choice but to face the reality, unleash his strongest power, and attack Trafalgar Law like crazy. He has only one idea now, to try his best. Pay the price and kill Trafalgar Law. The terrifying air wave completely covered the city center. Advertisement. The dragon is very strong, and its overall strength is stronger than the old Whitebeard 2 years ago. Luo doesn't know how strong Whitebeard was in his heyday, but he believes that the Whitebeard in his heyday is only as strong as the dragon at this time. Fighting alone, the dragon is the king. Whether it is melee attack, long-range attack, or large-scale attack, as well as defense and endurance, all aspects have reached the top level. This is his advantage. With this power, he created a revolutionary army that was once feared by world governments. But now the injury is serious and the function has declined too much, which is Long's disadvantage at this time. The biggest disadvantage is that he is 1-on-2, and the other party has the most perfect coordination, and the ability is also the most perfect coordination. Kaido of the beasts is like a human shield, unafraid of damage, exchanging injuries for injuries or suffering serious injuries to slow down the dragon's battle rhythm. Luo's mission is mainly to attack dragons. With a human shield like Kaido of the beasts, coupled with his own speed and space transfer ability, he no longer confronts the dragon head-on, but constantly attacks suddenly, aggravating the dragon's damage again and again. This is an unequal battle. It can even be called a crushing battle. There is no miracle. The winner is decided. Doflamingo and Fujitora, who were watching, could already predict the outcome of the battle. Far away on the seashore, there is a warship without a flag, Arc Proverbs. The people on the deck finally looked at the broken island with different expressions, and at the rising momentum of the huge waves. Even from such a long distance, they could feel the terrifying momentum. And on the broken earth thousands of meters away, a figure lay down in a pool of blood. After a long time, his eyelashes twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes tremblingly. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but then he quickly suppressed all inappropriate expressions. Advertisement. The next moment, his bloodshot eyes were covered with endless hatred. He stood up and shouted to the sky, Trafalgar Law. That's that. On the Ark's motto, two women suddenly widened their beautiful eyes and looked at the roaring figure in shock. Luffy. Luffy. Nami shouted loudly. Did Luo really not kill Straw Hat Luffy because of the treaty? Hancock looked at Nami and the others with some amusement. Who? The roaring Luffy looked back hurriedly when he heard the shouting, looked at the two Nami girls on the deck in shock, and rushed over in a hurry. Did he really let Luffy go? Nami and Robin looked at the rushing Luffy with complicated expressions. He couldn't help but think of the treaty he made with Luo before arriving at Dressrosa. Luo wanted to kill Luffy, but he didn't hide it at all. Nami and Luo and also knew it. Although 2 years have passed, they still remember that they were once a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Change. They are powerless to change anything. Although they didn't know how strong Luffy was in 2 years, after 2 years of getting along, Luo's abilities from time to time shocked the two women. They were sure that even a grown-up Luffy would not be Luo's opponent. It is impossible to survive in the face of pursuit. Regardless of whether they still retain the bond to the Straw Hat Pirates in their hearts, both women have endured Luffy's kindness. In order to repay their kindness, they finally plucked up the courage to come and ask Luo. Finally a treaty was made with Luo. 248 really dead, the ability to seize the body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The treaty is as follows. In the end, Luffy was spared. Nami and Nico Robin will no longer have any connection with the Straw Hat Pirates and will always follow Luo. Nami, Nico Robin, are you still alive? Luffy stopped not far away, surprised and shocked, but not too surprised. The smiles on the lips of Nami and Robin slowly disappeared. Luffy, please leave Dressrosa quickly. You will be safe from now on. Robin said. Leave? Why should I leave? I must defeat Trafalgar Law. Luffy roared. Nami Robin, are you speaking for Trafalgar Law? Are you letting me leave to protect him? Sure enough, 2 years have passed. Has it made you change? Are you no longer part of the Straw Hat Pirates? Luffy asked snarlingly. Nami Robin and the two looked at Luffy in disbelief. They didn't expect Luffy to say this. The joy of reunion in my heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. It's ridiculous to be naive. How can you defeat this concubine Luo? Luo let you go without knowing it. Arrogant boy, haven't you woke up from the injury on your chest? I really thought Luo Yida couldn't pierce it. Your heart. Hancock would not allow anyone to insult her heart. I have recovered Haki, Trafalgar Law, I can definitely defeat him. Luffy roared. Angry eyes stared at Nami and Robin. Just wait, just take a look and see how I defeat Trafalgar Law. You will regret your choice. Roaring and roaring, he turned around and rushed into the distance. Luffy. Nami looked at Luffy's back blankly. Advertisement. It's impossible to imagine this was the Luffy he once was. Luffy, how did he become like this? It was completely different from the Luffy in his memory. I have never suffered any major failure or pain, so I can maintain my innocent and bright character, but after enduring real pain, changes are inevitable. Robin said calmly. 2 years can change a lot. Quote. But, Nami still found it difficult to accept. This is Luffy's own choice. We have helped him avoid the worst outcome, but we cannot help him with other options. Robin said. She looked at Luffy calmly. She doesn't have that deep a bond with the Straw Hat Pirates. Without Sky Island, where we live and die together, how can we have a deep bond? Enies Lobby came to my rescue. This time I won't owe anything. Luffy would actually become like this. Nami shook her head in disappointment. Trafalgar Law. Roaring Luffy burst out with amazing momentum. Trafalgar Law, I must defeat you, you are. Tisk tisk tisk, is that Trafalgar Law guy so miserable now? Cats and dogs have threatened to defeat him, it's really scary. A joking voice suddenly appeared in the ears of Straw Hat Luffy. The golden light flourishes. A large number of light particles instantly condensed into a silhouette. What is that Fujitora guy doing? Didn't you ask him to capture Straw Hat Luffy and his group? Why is Straw Hat Luffy still there? An angry Haki's voice came from the port. Advertisement. Wear a marine coat over your shoulders. Raise your hands and raise your feet to show off the terrifying Haki. Possessing the top strength of the sea, possessing the top power of the sea, Martial Marine. Akainu led a large number of marine warriors and stepped off the warship. The marine warriors all looked at the dumbfounded Luffy coldly. Have all the powerful marines arrived? The Arc Proverbs girls looked at the marine powerhouses in shock. It seems that there is no movement anymore. Kizaru looked up at the city shrouded in smoke and dust. There was no sound of explosions, nor was there any shocking momentum. Is the battle over? The purpose of Kaido of the Beasts is unknown, but Trafalgar Law and Fujitora failed to stop Ryoma. Akainu clenched his fists and roared angrily. What are they doing? Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is so powerful that he can break through the Sabayati Archipelago and the Revolutionary Army headquarters, which are suppressed and blocked by force. It seems that he has been let go again today. What a terrible guy, Kizaru exclaimed Road. He deeply understands the power of dragons. Is it too late again? The marine experts shook their heads helplessly. Sure enough, Trafalgar Law can't stop the dragon. But thinking that the other party is a dragon. Perhaps they had expected this result from the beginning, it was a dragon. It seems that Dragon Bastard escaped again, that's why. Akainu's fists erupted with an astonishing heat wave, turning into karst fists. Deal with the dragon's remnants first, Straw Hat Luffy. Marine. Luffy stared at all the Marines angrily. You killed Ace. Advertisement. He roared angrily and bit his arm vigorously. I will definitely beat you away, 4th gear. Luffy, are you crazy? Run away. Nami still mustered up the courage to speak loudly despite being scared. Shut up, Nami, I can definitely defeat these guys. Luffy said proudly. Rubber Ape King Gun. Dark Hound. There was a sudden confrontation, and the ground shook violently. Oh, Akainu's pupils tightened, so powerful. Boom. After a crazy confrontation, Luffy burst out with all the power he had just recovered. Rubber Great Ape King Gun. During the collapse of the earth, magma erupted like a volcano, and the broken earth of King Nuo was slowly covered by karst, condensing into Akainu with blood at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect to grow up so fast. Akainu stormed away. But boy, go to hell. Quote. Karst's fist roared out. No. The karst fist instantly penetrated Luffy's chest, revealing a huge blood hole. At this moment, can he still survive? Tisk, 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 that boy who had a little strength but didn't know how to be brave, should be dead now. Kizaru smiled jokingly with a wretched old face. Just before he died, Luffy glanced at Akainu with a raised eyebrow. The latter was astonished, and he was still laughing even after he died. Luffy died completely, and in the center of the city, Trafalgar Law had a smile on his face, the same as Luffy's smile before he died. Dragon, you are the only one left in your family now, you can die, and you can take over your body with your ability. 249 A Worthy Death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He died so peacefully with a smile on his face. Akainu looked at the dying Straw Hat Luffy in surprise. His brows were furrowed. With this guy's impulsive and reckless character, would he face life and death so calmly? Being able to face life and death calmly with a smile on his face should be the kind of old man who was used to seeing things indifferently. Rather than a newcomer known for his impulsiveness. It's so strange. Kizaru also looked at Luffy's body curiously. Why does this smile make me feel the shadow of that guy from Trafalgar Law? It's really similar. Kizaru reminded, and Akainu looked at the smile on the corner of Luffy's corpse and found that there was a little bit of Trafalgar Law. No matter what, this guy is dead, and the focus is not on him now. Akainu stepped over Luffy's body and walked toward the center of the island. Marine's target today is not Straw Hat Luffy at all. Straw Hat Luffy is not worthy of letting all the strong men of Marine take action. Who would dwell on a dead guy? Trafalgar Law's ship is still here. He should still be on the island, right? But there is no movement. He must not have been killed by the dragon guy, right? Kizaru looked curiously at the smoke-shrouded city center. Long must have been there long ago. Left, and sure enough, Trafalgar Law couldn't stop the dragon from leaving. 597. Akainu's eyes became darker. Marine's large-scale operation was not a joke, but with the intention of completely destroying the remaining power of the Revolutionary Army. The dragon has left, and all that is empty talk. Lead a large number of strong Marines and throw them towards the center of the city. The people hiding outside the edge looked at the Marine formation passing by in shock, and couldn't help but exult. Great, Marine is here, Dressrosa is finally saved. Advertisement. Marine can definitely drive away that bastard Trafalgar Law. Naturally, Marine quickly asked the people about what happened before. That bastard Trafalgar Law, in order to win, actually used us as cannon fodder to restrain the dragon. That's right, Trafalgar Law is no match for Dragon at all, he is just a shameless villain. If it weren't for the Dragon, we would all be used by him and die in the battle. Please Marine, be sure to capture Trafalgar Law. He must be caught. This evil person must be impelled down. No, he must be executed. Although they didn't actually witness the battle, the people had noses and eyes to describe the battle to Marine. It was as if they had all witnessed the battle. There is only one meaning expressed, they are all angry at Luo with the same enemy. In their hearts, Luo is already a despicable villain. After receiving the information, Marine immediately reported the news to Akainu. Akainu's eyes widened in shock. No way. No matter how bad Trafalgar Law is, it won't be as bad as this, right? Kizaru said in shock. It seems to be very similar to the situation of Sabayati Archipelago, but in Sabayati Archipelago, I don't think Trafalgar Law is taking advantage of those people. Trafalgar Law's character is not known for the time being, but it is obviously a fact that he was defeated in the battle. Akainu's face became even more ugly. Is there no hope at all? Has the dragon really left? Large-scale marine formed a huge encirclement and surrounded the city center. Luffy's body, lying in a pool of blood, was quickly burned. Advertisement. Luffy. In the arc Proverbs, Nami Robin and the others witnessed Luffy being defeated and killed. 2 years of growth has indeed doubled the strength of Straw Hat Luffy, but compared with top Admiral powerhouses like Akainu, there is still a long way to go. Even in his heyday, the final winner may only be pressure. Luffy fought with Akainu after suffering severe injuries and extreme exhaustion. In this case, fight with Akainu. Death is, CCDF, the only outcome. Hancock looked at Luffy's body with disdain. Arrogant and arrogant, Luo kindly let him go, but he didn't cherish it. He dared to challenge the entire marine power alone. He would not regret his death. He brought all this on himself, and he has no one to blame. Then he looked sideways at the two women and said, "You worked hard to make a treaty with Luo for him, but in the end, this kind of person is not enough to make you pay so much, even if you were once a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Member, but you don't owe him anything anymore." Robin's expression was still slightly calm. Nami looked at the burned corpse in the magma with a complicated expression, unable to collect the corpse even if he wanted to. Looking at the body that was finally destroyed and buried in the karst, Nami let out a long sigh. Witness. She knows that all this is Luffy's own choice. City center. On the completely broken earth. The figure looming in the smoke and dust showed a smile on his lips. On the calm earth, there is only the residual terrifying aura in the air, which proves how strong the previous battle was. Hoo-hoo. Kaido of the Beasts, panting heavily and covered in injuries, sat directly on the ground, sweat and blood flowing out of his ferocious body. Advertisement. The wounds were horrific and numerous. Recovery at an extremely slow rate. Kaido of the Beasts, who has an immortal body, can recover quickly from any injuries, even fatal injuries to other strong men, but the recovery speed depends on Kaido of the Beast's own physical strength. When the energy is exhausted, recovery will be extremely slow, and may even lead to coma. Now, Kaido of the Beasts is pushed to the limit. As a human shield in the battle, in order to constrain the dragon's performance in the battle, Kaido of the Beasts used his body to resist the dragon's terrifying attacks again and again, and also burst out with amazing attacks again and again. Dedicated all his strength to defeat the dragon. This time, Straw Hat Luffy is really dead. A strange smile appeared on Luo's lips. Treaty. Promise to let Straw Hat Luffy go. How can it be? Is the 2-year pursuit a joke? Luo admitted that he hoped that Nami Robin and the two girls would return to their hearts, but he would not let Luffy go. If he let Luffy go, would he have been joking in the past 2 years? Die. Straw Hat Luffy must die. But after death, Luo didn't mind using his last value. 250 dimensional slash. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Straw Hat Luffy had died a long time ago. He died because of the knife Luo stabbed into his chest. The knife did not pierce his heart on purpose, and the injury was not fatal. However, with this move, Luo stabbed out Straw Hat Luffy's soul. Luffy has no soul, just a body. There is only one difference from a real corpse, that is, Luo uses his mind to control it. Luffy is no longer himself, but Luo's idea. What Luffy showed And what disappointed Nami and the others was Luo's masterpiece. And why Luffy woke up and met Marine so coincidentally was Luo's deliberate design, in order to let Luffy die in Marine's hands. Although I don't want to play tricks, I want to use strength to crush everything. But on this matter, all we can do is play tricks. It is very simple to conquer Nami, Robin and the others with force. Luo could do it at any time 2 years ago. But after conquering by force, do they still have souls? They are just walking zombies, which is somewhat regrettable. Even if they occupy their bodies, the resentment in their hearts always makes people uncomfortable. Luffy died without a burial place. The last value after his death was completely squeezed out, leaving nothing behind. He died in the right place. Luo lowered his head and looked down at Long. Long, you don't naively think that Luffy is still alive, do you? Is the dragon lying down? It's not true. Standing. No. It's standing. The upper body is standing on the ground, while the lower body is placed casually not far away, being cloned. Of course. Advertisement. With the dragon's ferocious face, the little hope that had just risen was completely extinguished. Feeling the sound of the battle on the seaside in the distance and feeling Luffy's breath, the defeated dragon was filled with hope and shouted, "Luffy will definitely defeat you, and he will definitely fight for." The voice was still echoing, and Luffy's breath disappeared instantly. What is the result? Although it is far away, Long Na will not know the result of Luffy. All hope is shattered. It's a pity that you died without a complete body. Luo looked at the dismembered dragon apologetically. Dissection is the most basic ability of Op Fruit. The body of a dissected person is separated, but does not need to bear any pain, and it can be reorganized immediately and return to normal. The high-frequency scalpel is a further upgrade of Op Fruit's dissection method. The person being dissected cannot be reunited in a short time. And now, the two parts of the dragon that were cut into 2 pieces could never be reunited, no matter how long it took. This was not a matter of time, but a difference in ability. 10 minutes ago, after a long battle, Luo used his strongest move, a move stronger than the Thunder Emperor, to completely end the battle. This move, Luo calls it Dimensional Slash. The moment he possessed Op Fruit, Luo discovered that the cutting power of Op Fruit was completely different from pure slashing, but contained a more bizarre ability. Luo believed that the cutting power of Op Fruit was more inclined to space cutting. We have never given up on developing capabilities in this area. Dimension Slash is Luo's biggest improvement in the past 2 years. Different from Thunder Emperor. Although the Thunder Emperor is powerful, it is not difficult to develop. It can be done by increasing the intensity of possessing thunder and lightning and increasing the intensity of controlling lightning. Advertisement. But Dimensional Slash. It is a completely different level of ability, and it is more difficult than ever before to develop derivative abilities. It finally worked. Although the ability possessed by Dimension Slash deviates greatly from what Luo expected at the beginning, it does not directly tear apart space. It's the difference after cutting. Dimensional Slash can also use Haki to defend, but it needs to reach the top level above Haki. Luo estimates that Dahai can reach this level at most with 2 or 3 people. Long Ben is one of them. But at that time, he had reached the limit in all aspects. Facing the Dimensional Slash, he had no power to resist. Cut in 2. People separated by the dimension kill will also not suffer any pain, but they will never be able to fuse together again. It seems that the separated bodies are of different dimensions, and items of different dimensions can never be fused. If they are dissected, they will always be dissected. Even if they are piled back together, they will fall apart if pushed. Everything dissected by dimension. Someone who is completely separated. Please give me flowers. 0. Once you are hit by Dimension Slash, you are defeated. No matter how strong a person is, how much strength can he exert with his separated body? 10%. I lost, but I'm not convinced. Long's red eyes stared at Luo with hatred, completely covering up any other expression. It's just bullying the minority with more people. Without Kaido of the Beasts, how can you beat me? Luo smiled and nodded. Fighting alone, my chance of winning is only 50%, and killing you is almost 0. Advertisement. It's good to know, shameless guy. Long looked at Luo with disdain. He refuses to rely on the help of others to achieve victory. Oh, by the way, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. Kaido of the beasts is my own strength. This is not about bullying the less. He bent down and whispered a joking voice in Long's ear. Said. Long's pupils tightened, and his upper body couldn't help but tremble. Kaido of the beasts is your power. Long's dull eyes shifted between Luo and Kaido of the beasts. Did Kaido of the beasts surrender to Trafalgar Law? Impossible. How can Kaido of the beasts, who are equally powerful and possess immortality, surrender to others? To coerce the immortality. No one can do it. What kind of benefits can make Kaido of the beasts surrender? It is simply impossible. But if not, why did Kaido of the beasts fight so hard for Luo during the battle? No, it's still wrong. Long suddenly discovered the key point in Luo's words, one of his own powers. Even if Kaido of the beasts surrenders, it should be said that he is one of my forces. No leader says that his subordinates are part of his own strength. This is completely wrong. He doesn't believe that Trafalgar Law would make such a stupid mistake. Why do you say that? Is Kaido of the beasts a member of Trafalgar Law? It's even more impossible. What's going on? Long was completely confused. If I fail and die in the future, I will tell you in hell, and now, please play your final role. Luo smiled evilly. Anyway, if you die, you don't mind being mine. What? Under Long's frightened gaze, Luo took action. 251 The Strongest Zone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What is Trafalgar Law doing? From a distance, Doflamingo looked at this scene in confusion. Marina's here, why is he acting so strangely after killing him? It can't be to whip the corpse, right? 1 minute later, Luo put down the body that had no sound left. A smile spread across his lips. This kind of power. Luo looked at his hands, his eyes glowing. You deserve to be called the strongest zone devil fruit. Luo knew about the devil fruit owned by Long 2 years ago. Possess the zone fantasy beast species Azure Dragon form. A species of phantom beast that is even rarer than Logia. The zone phantom beast blue dragon form. Devil fruit is also called the strongest zone devil fruit in the Demon Manual. Zone includes the ordinary zone devil fruit, 857, as well as the relatively rare ancient species, and also includes the largest number of zone devil fruits. A rare species of phantom beast. Among the various zone, the phantom beast in the form of a blue dragon is recognized as the strongest zone devil fruit. This is approved by the Devil Fruit Illustrated book. Zone, Paramecia, Logia, they all have it. I don't know if he is the first person in history to have 3 series of abilities. Luo looked at Haki, who had the power to dominate the world. Devil Fruit has 3 series in total. But now Luo has them all, and they all have the top fruit abilities in the major series. Advertisement. Paramecia. Although it is recognized by the sea that Paramecia is the strongest one, Shock Fruit, but in Luo's eyes, Op Fruit's comprehensive ability is stronger than Shock Fruit. Although Shock Fruit has unparalleled destructive power, it only possesses destructive power, while Op Fruit has comprehensive abilities in all aspects and can be called omnipotent. Logia. Thunder Fruit is in Logia, as good as any Logia ability. Zone. Possess the Azure Dragon Fruit, which is recognized as the strongest zone phantom beast species. In my mind, I recalled the introduction in the Devil's Encyclopedia about the form of the phantom beast, the blue dragon. And recall the various forms of abilities displayed by dragons. Although he had just taken away the ability, Luo's understanding of the dragon form has reached an extremely high level. The power now, even if Roger, the Pirate King, is reincarnated, even in Whitebeard's heyday, Roger is still looking proudly. It has 3 series of top capabilities. Luo believed that no one on the sea could be his opponent. Looking down at his hands, the palms were slowly covered with scales. My strength has increased a lot, my recovery has also increased a lot, and most importantly, my physique has changed a lot. Zone can directly enhance the physique of the ability user. This is what Luo values most now. The body has been transformed, and as long as the power reaches the level of Kaido of the beasts, Luo can also have an immortal body. Over the years, Luo has been spending a lot of energy to improve his power, and the results have been good. However, compared with Kaido of the beasts, the pure power is still far away, and immortality is still far away. Advertisement. It can be seen that in terms of pure power, the sea can be compared with Kaido of the beasts, only Garp and Red Hair in their heyday. However, Those with pure strength such as Garp put all their energy on improving their strength. This is unmatched by Luo. After all, he also needs to spend a lot of energy to cultivate fruit abilities. Therefore, Luo is not 100% sure whether he can reach the level of Kaido of the beasts and whether he can have immortality, nor does he know how many years of hard work it will take. But now, Luo is confident. With the top zone ability, Luo can clearly feel his enhanced physique. I don't know how much of the dragon's power can be exerted. Luo looked at his scale-covered hands, which gave him the feeling that he could break everything. Captured the ability. It is different from taking devil fruit directly. If you take devil fruit directly, you need to develop the fruit's ability bit by bit from scratch. And if you seize other people's abilities, you will instantly have powerful abilities. In the original work, Blackbeard seizes Whitebeard's shock fruit. After seizing it, he can unleash an astonishing attack method. The power of the round is not much stronger than the fruit used by Whitebeard. Of course, shock fruit is paramecia, which has attack output and is not so demanding on physical strength pervert. And Zone's strength is closely related to its own strength. Although he did not test his power, Luo Neng felt that even if his ability to use the blue dragon form of the phantom beast species was not as powerful as that of a dragon, the difference would not be too big. Advertisement. In the form of a blue dragon, it can move the wind and rain. It doesn't require much energy to develop abilities. It only needs to continuously improve its own strength. The smile on Luo's mouth became even thicker. I have never taken away other people's abilities before. First, he has not encountered satisfactory abilities, and Luo has long looked down upon ordinary abilities. The second is that Luo is unwilling to waste more energy on developing other abilities. His focus has always been on op fruit ability. Immortality is Luo's goal from beginning to end. And next, Luo knew that his path was very simple, and the direction he was working towards was also very simple. Develop the ability to seize their life force wholeheartedly, and continue to improve your own strength until you have an immortal body. This is the future path Luo has planned for himself, and the abilities he possesses will increase in power as his own strength increases. No need to spend too much effort on redevelopment. The scales on the hands fade quickly. Luo Leng looked up and looked ahead. Is Marine here? Is it an hallucination? Doflamingo looked at Luo in horror from a distance, as if he saw him with 0.1 scales on his hands like a dragon. It must be an hallucination, right? Is Marine here? Doflamingo laughed ferociously, moved his fingers slightly, and flew to a farther and more hidden place. Then he glanced at Trafalgar Law with a cold gaze and planned a plan in his mind. Doflamingo, who had witnessed the entire battle, knew more. He knew that Trafalgar Law was consuming a lot at this time, and Kaido of the Beasts was reaching its limit. With such an opportunity, Marine can't let go of a major criminal like Trafalgar Law. A war is inevitable. Doflamingo smiled sinisterly. It would be best if Marine could kill Trafalgar Law directly. If not, you can also take advantage of Marine's busy life. When dealing with Trafalgar Law, leave quietly and leave here with the cadres of Don Quixote. 252 The bird is gone and the bow is hidden. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the broken earth, the strong Marines moved forward quickly. Is the battle really over? But if the entire country is completely reduced to ruins, the battle is a bit too scary, isn't it? The Vice Admirals looked at the island with no intact land with their scalps numb. What kind of battle could cause such devastation? Of destruction? The damage was more severe than the former Marine headquarters after the war. Trafalgar Law. Akainu Kizaru immediately spotted the figure in the distance. Is Kaido of the Beast still there? Call out. Akainu leads the strong Marines and comes by express delivery. 100 meters away, all the strong Marines followed Akainu and stopped. Akainu waved his hand, and all the strong men dispersed, forming a huge encirclement. Tisk, 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 Trafalgar Law, you didn't leave after the failure. Could it be that after being defeated by the dragon, you still want to find our Marine, that is? Kizaru's joking voice stopped. He stared at the broken body in front of Luo with wide eyes and horror. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. All the strong Marines looked like they had seen a ghost, their eyes widened in disbelief, and even Akainu turned into a clay sculpture. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was killed. They predicted many outcomes, including the dragon being held back, the dragon breaking out, the dragon, but they never thought that the dragon would be killed. He's actually dead. How? How is it possible? These marine warriors had all fought against dragons 2 years ago. Even the arrogant Akainu knew how terrifying dragons were. Advertisement. How could such a powerful person die? Killed so quickly. What happened? How did the criminal dragon die? Akainu asked in horror. Could it be Trafalgar Law? Impossible. Trafalgar Law has the strength to kill the dragon. Dragon. The criminal that Marine wants to kill the most. But the surprise came too suddenly, making them unbearable. Call out. With a smile, Fujitora came here quickly. Fujitora, tell me everything. Who killed the dragon? Akainu asked. Kizaru and other powerful men also looked at Fujitora. They were also curious about whose hands the dragon died and how it died. Trafalgar Law teamed up with Kaido of the Beasts to slay the dragon. A simple sentence stating the facts. Join forces. Akainu, Kizaru and others were still in disbelief. Joining forces can indeed unleash greater power. But even if Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law join forces, it will be difficult to kill the dragon, right? 2 years ago, Marine fought against the Revolutionary Army. Admiral was the main fighting force. In the end, the 3 previous admirals teamed up to deal with Long, but in the end he was allowed to break out and leave. Akainu doesn't believe that the combined strength of Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law can be as powerful as that of himself, Shinji, and Kizaru. None of us could do it. Advertisement. They actually did it. Not only kept the dragon, but also killed him. How is it possible? It's scary. Even if Trafalgar's strength reaches the level of Kaido of the Beasts, it will be difficult to successfully kill the dragon if they work together, right? Unless their abilities are completely complementary and perfectly integrated, unless they can achieve perfect cooperation without gaps. Kizaru exclaimed. The situation is exactly as you said, Kizaru. Fujitora also retained a shocked expression. He was by the side during the whole battle and knew everything. He was shocked by the perfect collaboration between Luo and Kaido of the Beasts. The battle made Fujitora understand with a smile that if the two of them had not cooperated so perfectly, even if they joined forces, they would not be able to kill the dragon, let alone prevent the dragon from leaving. If Kaido of the Beasts didn't do everything possible to block all the dragon's attacks and restrain the dragon's movements, why could Luo continue to seriously injure the dragon? Without the help of Luo's space transformation ability, how can Kaido of the Beasts keep up with the dragon's speed? This kind of cooperation is something Fujitora has never heard of. No matter how well they know it, they can't cooperate so perfectly, right? It's so scary. This time Kizaru didn't say it in a joking tone, but sighed from the bottom of his heart. Is Trafalgar Law closely related to Kaido of the Beasts? Akainu's eyes showed deep fear. He is the only one who knows the true relationship between Trafalgar Law and Marine, but he also knows that Trafalgar Law may not still be Marine's undercover identity in his heart. The dragon is dead, the #1 enemy of the world government has disappeared, and the Revolutionary Army has been completely wiped out in history. I have to admit that Trafalgar Law has really done a good thing for us. Kizaru showed his wretched smile again. But it still can't change him. The identity of the criminal means that now is a good opportunity to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Quote. Akainu narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know what is going on in my mind. Advertisement. The dragon is dead, and the Revolutionary Army is no longer a threat. Now the turmoil in the sea is basically caused by the 4 emperors, but Whitebeard is dead. If. Akainu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If Kaido of the is captured here, Beasts, although they haven't figured out how to kill him yet, they can always imprison him for a period of time, and this period of time. If the sea is temporarily empty of Kaido of the Beasts, then 4 emperors equals 967, leaving only the red hare and the ant. During this period, Marine was able to completely destroy the unknown beasts' pirates, even killing the red-haired and Big Mom in one fell swoop. The murderous aura in Red Shoe's eyes became more intense. Written by Trafalgar Law. Not that big anymore. The murderous intention has arisen. If Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts are allowed to cooperate like this, a greater disaster will occur sooner or later. Why take the opportunity to destroy Trafalgar Law? Akainu's eyes slowly became firm. The decision has been made. I thought I would wait until the 4 emperors ceased to exist before taking action against me. Didn't I expect that I was ready to take action here? Luo Leng looked at Akainu. His murderous intent cannot be concealed. Trafalgar Law, you committed an unforgivable crime 2 years ago and have become a criminal. Akainu raised his hands. All Marines listen to the order and arrest Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law immediately, for the sake of justice. For justice. All Marine strongmen drew their weapons. The momentum is soaring. Attack. Phew. Dozens of afterimages rushed towards it. As expected. Doflamingo couldn't help but smile from a distance. It's best to kill Trafalgar Law, and I will just take my family and leave. Doflamingo turned around and rushed away. 253A vow. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. Suddenly 2 figures appeared in front of Doflamingo out of thin air. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils and the proud smile on his lips froze. The 2 figures surrounded by Marine disappeared at the same time, Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law, and they were now standing in front of Doflamingo. Doflamingo remained calm and looked at Luo in confusion. Why should I go on my way? This is your battle with Marine. It has nothing to do with me, right? Doflamingo, do you know why I'm waiting for Marine to arrive? Luo Xiao asked. Why? Doflamingo's pupils couldn't help but dilate. He didn't know, but Luo asked, could it be? That's right, it's you. Luo Dolly's whip leg suddenly hit Doflamingo. The huge force caused his face to change drastically, and he flew backwards with a bang, hitting the strong Marine surrounded by him. I promised one person that I would bring you to justice. Luo glanced coldly at Doflamingo, who was surrounded by Marine and was dumbfounded. Instantly disappears with Kaido of the Beasts. The person Luo agreed to, who had a significant relationship with Doflamingo, was Corazon. 2 years ago, Law suddenly left Marine in that way. There were 2 people in Marine who could not accept it the most, Corazon and Zephyr. And these 2 are the only ones in Marine who Luo feels a little guilty about. Afterwards, Corazon found Luo and asked Luo to report to Marine. But at that time, Luo had no choice. In the end Corazon passed away disappointed. Advertisement. Looking at Corazon's lonely back, Luo made the first oath in the world, which was to fulfill Corazon's only wish, let Doflamingo be punished. Where are the people? Marine, who acted at the same time, looked at him in surprise. Luo and Kaido of the Beasts disappeared, but Doflamingo suddenly landed here. Trafalgar Law. Doflamingo stood up with bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his violent aura rising to the sky, his face ferocious, but when he felt the aura of many Marines around him, his expression changed. What a cruel heart. Doflamingo clenched his fists, panicked and angry. Did the Trafalgar Law guy run away? Looking back, Kizaru Akainu and others looked into the distance. 2 figures in the distance flashed past, disappeared again, and appeared further away. What changed was that the huge room space area city center quickly moved to the seaside. After flashing several times, Law and Kaido of the Beasts both landed on the Ark Proverbs. Sitting on the throne, thunder and lightning broke out, and all the machinery of Ark Proverbs rotated rapidly. After a few breaths, Ark Proverbs quickly rose into the sky, and then flew away like the sky. There's no way to stop it. Kizaru, the fastest, looked helplessly at the battleship flying towards the sky. There's no stopping it. Call out. With a smile, Fujitora suddenly drew his sword, his whole body flashing with purple gravity light. Rumble. The broken kingdom shook violently, and countless ruins of rubble and collapsed houses on the earth quickly rose into the sky. In a short period of time, the entire sky was covered with countless rubble. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Go. I don't know how many tons of waste are moving towards the horizon at a very fast speed. Advertisement. Destroy the Trafalgar Law ship completely like this. Akainu ordered. No need to order, Fujitora also plans to do this. Countless fragments covered the sky over the sea, and then crashed down, completely covering the sky and the earth above the sea. No battleships can be seen at all. Boom. Countless heavy objects fell on the sea, causing huge waves that even reached 1,000 meters high. It's impossible for Trafalgar Law to survive such an attack, right? Death is certain. The people watched this scene excitedly. They couldn't imagine the possibility of surviving such a horrific attack. In the world covered by countless rubbles, a battleship is still flying fast. Outside the battleship, there is a huge room space that seems to wrap the world. The fragments that fall into the space naturally separate and fall from both sides of the battleship. In the room space, Luo can control all items. There are no restrictions on quality materials. Boom. The sky-covering debris fell into the sea, and the sea was completely filled up, and everyone hurried toward the sky. The pupils couldn't help but dilate. How can it be? The tiny black dot on the horizon quickly disappeared. That was the motto of the arc. Aren't these people dead? Even Akainu found it hard to accept. On the sea, how could it be okay to withstand such an attack? The battleship should have been destroyed and fell into the sea with all the people on it. How could it be okay? Advertisement. Under the eyes of too many disappointments and shocks. The battleship completely disappeared into the horizon without a trace. There is no trace to follow and nowhere to be traced. Quote. You can actually escape from this. The fear in Akainu's eyes became stronger and heavier. Now the Revolutionary Army no longer exists. The main focus of Marine and world government is no longer on the Revolutionary Army. Compared to the four emperors, Trafalgar Law is the biggest threat, right? Akainu clenched his fists. The right place and the right people at the right time were on Marine's side, but they couldn't keep him. What if Luo was in his prime? Akainu looked solemn. What a scary guy. Kizaru couldn't help but exclaimed. What should we do now? Capture Doflamingo and return to Marine headquarters. Akainu gave the order in a cold voice. Bastard. Doflamingo roared angrily and hurriedly broke out. But all the strong Marines stared at Doflamingo with evil eyes and attacked at the same time. Attacked by the crowd, the desolate Doflamingo roared hysterically, Trafalgar Law. The Dressrosa incident shocked the world. Even if Marine wanted to hide this, he couldn't, and they didn't want to. The final result was unknown to the people of Dressrosa, and even less so to the people of other islands. Many speculations began to spread in the sea, and many rumors seemed not to be too blameworthy for Luo. One day later, the newspaper was quickly distributed to all parts of the world. A seagull flew towards the sky and dropped a stack of newspapers as it flew past the battleship that was also in the sky. First wonder if Marine would publish this matter like this. Luo picked up the newspaper curiously. 254 shock fruit traces. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Spread out the newspaper and give a lengthy report. In the final analysis, there are only a few key points. Marine defeated Doflamingo and cancelled his position as 7 warlords of the sea. All members of Don Quixote were sent to impel down. Marine tried his best to kill the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and achieved brilliant results. Marine destroyed the Straw Hat Sea the Thieves. Marine severely injured Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts, but allowed them to escape with good luck. It's filled with praise for Marine from the world government. This is the consistent style of world government. Luo threw the newspaper away funny. He never thought that world government would report this kind of thing truthfully. He would definitely cover up any news that was unfavorable to world government, and he would take all the credit for his achievements. It seems the reward has been increased. Looking at the newspaper flying in the air, there is a reward notice on the back. Trafalgar Law offers a bounty of 800 million belly. 2 years ago, after the Sabayati archipelago, Luo was offered a reward of 500 million, an increase of 300 million. Such a top-level reward is difficult to attract the attention of others. With Luo's strength, does it matter whether the reward is low or high? This newspaper, spread around the world, caused an uproar. Advertisement. Everyone was moved by it. The leaders of the Revolutionary Army have all fallen into submission and been killed by the world government. Has the Revolutionary Army completely perished? More than 800 people couldn't help but sigh. Will the organization that once competed with the world government disappear in the long river of history? World government is too strong and is invincible. The Revolutionary Army that was once so powerful will be destroyed if it is said to be destroyed. Everyone's fear of world government is even more heightened. The world government Marine can actually deal with the Revolutionary Army and Kaido of the Beasts at the same time, plus Trafalgar Law, it's so powerful. It's mainly to deal with the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon and Kaido of the Beasts, right? Trafalgar Law is incomparable to the two, right? That's natural. I just didn't expect that Trafalgar Law had a fight with red hair pirates and he didn't die. I'm really lucky. People who do not understand the real situation are full of unreasonable evaluations and discussions. Blackbeard pirates. Haha. That bastard Trafalgar Law is really capable. He actually teamed up with Kaido of the Beasts to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Blackbeard let out his usual ugly laugh. Captain, Trafalgar Law has entered the New World. He is a very CCDF enemy. Opponent. Blackbeard couldn't help roaring angrily. He ruined Laozi's plan in the top battle. He deceived Laozi for 2 years. Laozi didn't regard him as an enemy. Why should he regard Ion as an enemy? Captain, although our strength is closest to the 4 emperors, we have not been recognized. Although Trafalgar Law is very weak, his own strength is too terrifying. He may be the biggest obstacle to us becoming the 4 emperors. The furious Blackbeard calmed down instantly. Indeed, Marcos losers are all hiding. Some other pirate groups are good, but not enough. Trafalgar Law is indeed the biggest opponent. After Blackbeard became serious, he grinned again and showed his bad teeth. But when Laozi gets after which ability, thief haha. Captain, we have been able to confirm that the guy got the shock fruit ability, but his whereabouts are still unknown. Advertisement. It must be investigated immediately. Shock fruit can only belong to Laozi. Even if he is 7 warlords of the sea, he is not worthy. After Laozi gets the shock fruit ability, the thief haha. Red hair pirates. Boss, Luffy. Red hair pirates, the cadre's hand holding the newspaper was shaking. The expressionless redhead. It exudes an unbearable aura. The blood vessels in his clenched fists bulged like a horned dragon due to the force. Boss, Luffy was killed by Marine. The red-haired man smiled contemptuously. World government. It just tampered with the facts. This matter was definitely done by Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts. But I didn't expect that we had to pay such a high price to force Trafalgar Law back. He was so far away from Dressrosa, but he could reach it so quickly. How careless he was. So what does the boss do? Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts cooperate completely, which is beyond the boundaries of the alliance. With Trafalgar Law's revengeful nature, we have sneak attacked him, and he will never give up. He won't let it go. We won't let it go. The cadres were filled with indignation. Killing Luffy will never be let go. Of course not, Luffy, and Rayleigh. The red-haired eyes flashed with crazy murderous intent. But with red hair, Beasts pirates and Trafalgar Law, it's very difficult. Vice Captain Ben Beckman looked solemn. The strength of the two is already terrifying. When the two join forces, the result is like 19. Ben Beckman looked with heavy eyes at all the cadres who clamored for Trafalgar Law to look good. The expressions of those clamoring cadres instantly froze. How is the result? Advertisement. They've experienced it firsthand. Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts have joined forces and have caused great harm to us. In the previous battle, the Beasts pirates did not join other battles. Ben Beckman said with a heavy expression. Everyone was silent. Even the redhead was silent. Red hair pirates, one of the 4 emperors, the top pirate group in the sea, but the same is true for the Beasts pirates. The combined power of the Mayora pirates is deeper than that of the red hair pirates. Red hair, the top strongman in the sea, one of the 4 emperors, but the same is true for Kaido of the Beasts. In a battle between the two, I don't say who wins and who loses, but the result is at best a tie. But if you add Trafalgar Law, although I heard many people's disdain for Trafalgar Law along the way, everyone in Red Hair Pirates understood that Trafalgar Law was not as terrible as everyone said. So the purpose of our trip. The red-haired man looked at the island ahead with his sharp eyes. Boss, we're here. Okay. Prepare to attack. Yes. The pirate group rushed forward quickly, and cannonballs began to shoot towards the island. On the island, several shocking momentum suddenly erupted. 255 Battle of 4 Emperors. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Beep beep beep. The phone rang rapidly. It's a hotline bug. Kaido of the Beasts picked up the phone bug, and there was a deafening explosion, filled with amazing sounds of confrontation. There was a battle on the other side of the phone bug, and it was extremely fierce. Emperor. No, we are under attack. The red hair pirates are invading our pirate group. A panicked voice came over the phone. Red hair. Kaido of the Beasts looked surprised. Red hair pirates invade Beasts pirates. As this revenge for the red hair? Luo on the side said with a sneer, because I once teamed up with Kaido of the Beasts to cause the red hair pirates to suffer heavy casualties, so is this revenge now? Or, Perhaps they are afraid that I and the entire Beast's pirates will go to war with them, so I destroyed the Beast's pirates' forces first. Law controlled Kaido of the Beasts, and immediately ordered. Don't conflict with the Red Hair pirates for the time being. Evacuate all. Give up the territory. Conserve your strength. Take revenge and wait for Lousy to come back. Yes. The phone bug hangs up. It seems that the red-haired person's ultimate target is me. A murderous look flashed through Luo's eyes. Good luck to the Beast's pirates. Arc Proverbs is too far away from Beast's pirates. Even at the speed of Arc Proverbs, it would take several days to reach it. At such a distance, there is no way to support them. Even if they go, the battle should be over in a few days. Advertisement. A few hours later, Dahai was still shocked by the news published in the newspaper. An equally shocking news spread throughout the world. Red Hair pirates and Beast's pirates go to war. What is happening with this sea? Why do wars continue? The four emperors are fighting. Are they going to destroy New World? The people of New World are terrified. Rumors of a battle between Red Hair pirates and Trafalgar Law are still ringing in our ears. The Dressrosa incident shocked the world. Now another piece of major news has come, which caught people off guard and made them unbearable. Although the four emperors often have conflicts, they have never fought like this to the death. It's over. New World will be completely destroyed by the war. Just when everyone in Dahai was shocked and frightened. The war has come to an end. They are also the four emperors, but the Beast's pirates do not have Kaido of the Beasts in charge. They are definitely no match for the Red Hair pirates, and the result is naturally destined. Emperor, we were defeated. I was the only one to break out of the three disasters. Jack the Drow's voice was weak and he used a phone bug to contact Kaido of the Beasts. What's the damage? Most of the combat power has been lost, but the Red Hair pirates are not having a hard time either. Jack the Drow said with a ferocious face. Emperor, come back quickly and lead us to destroy the Red Hair pirates. We must destroy them. Quote. I got it. The Red Hair pirates will die naturally. Emperor, watch TV quickly. Advertisement. TV. Kaido of the Beasts asked in shock. What's wrong? On a desert island, there is no TV to watch. Of course he had heard about this guy, although it was not directly related to him. Shock Fruit is different from Op Fruit, although both are top-level Paramecia Devil Fruit abilities. At this time, Luo randomly found a desert island to test the Phantom Beast ability he had just acquired, to practice the perfect integration of his various abilities. Where? Luo still had some ideas about Shock Fruit. Who got the Shock Fruit? Luo narrowed his eyes. But for Luo, getting it is better than pure Devil Fruit, and taking it directly is better than taking Devil Fruit directly. I know. Kaido of the Beasts prepared to hang up the phone bug. Emperor, are you with Trafalgar Law? Jack the Drow asked. Luo believed that by obtaining the Shock Fruit, he would be able to unleash the extremely terrifying power of the Shock Fruit without spending much energy. What a coincidence, the guy who got the Shock Fruit was actually the guy who claimed to be Whitebeard's biological son, Edward Weeble of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. The guy that Teacher Zephyr hates the most. Luo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's him. Luo didn't care if someone else ate the Shock Fruit. Emperor, what appeared was not the shocking Devil Fruit, but someone who already had the Shock Fruit ability, and was eaten by others first. We originally planned to kill that lucky guy directly. After all, such a powerful fruit ability. Is there any contact? For Zephyr's previous teachings, Luo also swore an oath to destroy Edward Weeble. Advertisement. Why declare war on Trafalgar Law? Murderous intent flashed across Luo's eyes. But Shock Fruit's basic ability is extremely terrifying. Emperor, the Red Hair pirates declared war on the whole world through video phone bugs. He declared war on us. No, the Red Hairs declared war on the Trafalgar Law. Jack the Drow was shocked. In Marine, it was Corazon and Zephyr who Luo admitted that he felt a little sorry for. More importantly, Shock Fruit does not need to spend too much energy on development and improvement. The basic ability of Shock Fruit is the power of Earthquake, which is an ability that is terrifying to the extreme. Whitebeard's Shock Fruit finally appears. After 2 years, has someone finally discovered the Shock Devil Fruit? If it were someone else, they would naturally be disappointed. After all, they were eaten by others. Even if they were killed, they would not be able to get it. Instead, They would reappear somewhere in the sea. The basic abilities of Op Fruit are not too powerful. For Corazon, Luo Zheng made an oath that Doflamingo must be brought to justice. Now Doflamingo has been sent to impel down. Didn't the red hair pirates just invade us? Your Majesty, wait a moment, there is another important news to report. Jack the Drow said quickly. Yesterday we got information that Shock Fruit appeared. We were originally going to capture it today, but we didn't expect that red-haired bastard to suddenly invade. It disrupted our plans. As long as your foundation is strong enough. Oh. Please give me flowers. But Op Fruit has wider development potential and unlimited possibilities, which Shock Fruit cannot compare with. But Edward Wable was the man Luo wanted to kill. Stop talking nonsense, who is it? 256 Red Hair's Declaration of War. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 2 years ago. Just after leaving Marine, Zephyr also left Marine after being completely disappointed with Marine because Edward Wable became the 7 warlords of the sea. Later, Zephyr and Luo met by chance and had a deep conversation. Regine Zephyr is not as extreme as the original. Let Zephyr enjoy his old age happily and peacefully, and at the same time promise Zephyr that he will definitely destroy Edward Wable. Luo, has Edward Wable shown up? Ain, who was in the kitchen, heard the name and rushed out quickly, with hatred and murderous intent in his eyes. Where is that bastard? Ain was a personal experiencer of that incident. He is also a survivor of the incident 9 years ago. It also became an eternal pain in Zephyr's heart. At that time, Luo had been in the recruiting camp for 3 or 4 years and had just been a Zephyr student for a year or 2, but Luo did not experience that incident. When this incident happened, Luo's strength was far less than it is now. He had just started practicing, and his strength was very strong in the recruiting camp, but in terms of Dahai, he was very weak. With his strength, he could not stop this incident. Although from a distance, Luo knew that such an event would happen, the exact time was unknown and he did not know the specific time. All Luo could do was to remind Zephyr secretly and tactfully, but unfortunately nothing had changed. Just in time to deal with him together. Luo's eyes were full of murderous intent. He patted Ain's little hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I will never let him go. And at this time, advertisement. The sea was shocked. The qualified forces or common people looked in horror at the red-haired man who openly declared war on the world through the video phone bug. Trafalgar Law, do you dare to fight? Simple and clear. There were no hysterical roars, but also scoldings and taunts. But this is the way to declare war. Everyone knows that he will never stop thinking. What on earth happened to the red hair pirates in Trafalgar Law? The red hair actually openly declared war. There has never been such a declaration of war. Although the sea is full of disputes, pirates often fight among themselves. But most of the battles between pirates were conflicts caused by coincidental encounters. Even if there was a planned war, there had never been such an open declaration of war. Too formal. Just because it is too formal, it appears more serious and inevitable. The red hair pirates are obviously at war with the beast's pirates. Why do the red hair have to deal with Trafalgar Law again? Why is everything related to Trafalgar Law? He is too troublemaking, isn't he? What unforgivable sin did he commit that made the redheads so angry? The red hair pirates are clearly going to fight Trafalgar Law to the death. Does Trafalgar Law dare to challenge? If we don't fight, Trafalgar Law will have no choice but to leave New World. If we fight, we don't know who will win and who will lose. Do you have a fight or die attitude? Luo couldn't help but laugh. Advertisement. And now the reaction of the major forces in the sea seems to be. Then report the important information to Luo. I'll bet 100,000, but I'll be a fool as well. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, will Trafalgar Law still be qualified to establish a foothold in the New World? You can't refuse for the sake of face and glory, right? It's time to leave. Khalifa is responsible for counting the information sent by these intelligence agencies. Edward Wable. The Beast's Pirates Intelligence Agency had already reported the location of Edward Wable at this time. 0.1. The speaker has the same crescent-shaped white beard that curves upwards as Whitebeard, but is thinner and longer. He is tall but obese, with a lot of fat on his body, and his overall body shape is somewhat deformed. A guy holding a naginata walked forward with arrogant steps. Mom, Marco and the others are not here anymore. Tisk, does the guy who used people as cannon fodder twice for victory still care about his dignity? The final winner should be the red-haired one. After all, it is the entire pirate group. And since they dare to openly declare war, they must be confident of victory. The red hair did declare war on you publicly through the video, witnessed by everyone in New World. Luo, who had spent several days practicing the ability of the Phantom Beast on a desert island, walked towards the port. He never lived under the eyes of others. Edward Wable's exact location at this time. Phew. After a few breaths, the Ark's motto floated away from the sea and flew into the distance in the air. Advertisement. Really declare war? Luo was slightly surprised. The red-haired man's declaration of war, as the real battle has not yet begun, is even more attractive. No need to report, it doesn't matter. Luo waved his hand. He knew what his reputation was now and didn't care. Compared with Whitebeard, it has many similarities in form, but it doesn't have Whitebeard's hockey that stares at the sea. Instead, it has a stupid temperament. He is indeed the most hockey man. He is so hockey even when starting a battle. I am afraid that Trafalgar Law will not dare to fight. Her hair reaches down to her legs, her hair on both sides is tied into braids, and she holds a huge naginata. In the vast sea, although the Dressrosa incident is enough to change the times, it is in the past after all. I'm not in the mood to fight now. Let's deal with Edward Wable first, and then slowly play with the red-haired man. Since he likes to be public so much, let the whole world witness his death. Luo stepped onto the Ark's proverbs. A broken city. Without forming a force, the CP9 intelligence agency could not order Luo to serve after he left Marine. But the Beast's pirates have a huge intelligence agency. Although the headquarters is now destroyed, one of the 4 emperors is extremely powerful and has dozens of affiliated pirate groups. The intelligence agency is still alive. I'd bet 100,000 Baileys that Trafalgar Law wouldn't dare to fight. Sir, here is the information about the sea. Khalifa quickly collected a large amount of information. Dahai's attention shifted. He knew that the red-haired target was himself, but he did not expect that the red-haired man would formally declare war in this way, and also declare war with the whole world witnessing it. Makes sense. 257 He is just a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. World government. Yes, Trafalgar Law did a great job. He actually killed the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and the Revolutionary Army was no longer a threat. 5 elders were very satisfied with the result. The greatest enemy is gone. So worthy of celebration. Is it really okay to let Trafalgar Law become an undercover agent? Akainu on the side frowned and asked. I didn't realize that he really thought of himself as a Marine, but I didn't think that he was really still performing the mission. Isn't Trafalgar Law doing a great job now? The 5 elders couldn't hold back their smiles. Trafalgar Law has just eliminated the Revolutionary Army, and now he is in conflict with Red. It won't be long before he will completely turn New World into turmoil. Maybe without Marine taking action, the 4 emperors will eventually be destroyed by him one by one. In this way, the sea will be completely stable. Isn't it good? But Trafalgar Law has a cooperative relationship with Kaido of the Beasts, and he doesn't think of himself as Marine. It doesn't matter. As long as he continues his current crazy actions, it will be beneficial to us. The 5 elders smiled with a chill on their lips. It is easier to deal with all 4 emperors, or only deal with Trafal 22 Algero and as Kaido of the Beasts easier. Trafalgar Law can't be that stupid. Really. But he is not smart either. Akainu, do you think he will not fight? He will definitely fight with the red hair. 5 elders laughed. Maybe because of his personality, he is so crazy. But maybe because of his I still hold in my heart that after success, I will have supreme glory in the world government, so I am so crazy. Advertisement. However, Trafalgar Law, which cooperates with Kaido of the Beasts, is now the greatest threat and should not be allowed to continue to develop. Akainu insisted on his opinion and believed that all efforts should be made to solve Trafalgar Law now. He is now very afraid of Trafalgar Law. How can a guy who can kill even a dragon be so easy? Don't worry. It's just Trafalgar Law. Everything is under our control. He is just our chess piece. The chess piece waiting to be discarded will naturally be discarded when it has no use value, but not now. 5 elders said proudly. Trafalgar Law is not that troublesome and simple. Akainu said solemnly, The guy who is the winner in the face of any enemy is really the chess piece you talk about. Really? 5 elders said with disdain in their eyes. Akainu, you should be talking about Trafalgar Law in the sea now, but he is full of disdain for him and can't even prove his own reputation. How smart can he be? At best, he's just an impulsive guy who doesn't do things through his brain, he's just strong enough. But the Revolutionary Army was finally destroyed at the hands of Trafalgar Law. If he was a stupid person, then what does the world government mean when it has been unable to do anything to the Revolutionary Army for more than 10 years? Akainu asked rudely. Could it be that without the Revolutionary Army, the world government has become completely arrogant again? Akainu, pay attention to your wording. 5 elders reprimanded. Trafalgar Law has decided this matter. You are allowed to take action only when you Marine takes action. This is an order and cannot be refused. Remember your identity. I hope you will still feel that your judgment is correct in the future. Akainu waved his sleeves and walked out the door. Trafalgar Law is just one person, what kind of waves can he make? Can he still resist Marine and world government by himself? Ridiculous, ridiculous worries. 5 elders still has disdain. Cake Island. Advertisement. 4 Emperors Ants Territory. Mom, Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts teamed up to kill the Revolutionary Dragon. The Red Hair Pirates took the initiative to invade. The Beasts Pirates then publicly declared war on Trafalgar Law. Gia Gia. The huge and terrifying ant, with strong corrosive saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. The New World is really lively, and those guys are really crazy. Mom, New World is in complete chaos. Should we take action? It's not necessary. Let him fight. It's best if they all die. Then the New World will belong to me. The ant smiled ferociously. Have you captured that bastard Geisa? And the 3rd son of the Vinsmoke family? Did that guy bring it back? My tea party is about to begin. Mom, Baron Dandan and the others still brought back Sanji, the 3rd son of the Vinsmoke family, and Geisa was also captured. Very good. How are the preparations for the wedding going? Mom, everything is ready. Very good. In one of the extremely gorgeously decorated rooms on Cake Island. Mary, on behalf of the Vinsmoke family, marrying Pudding, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family, is absolutely impossible. I am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. I came here not to agree, but to make a break with you. Sanji stared angrily at the man in front of him. He is also the father of Sanji, the leader of the killer clan in the underground world. A member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Vinsmoke smiled and took out the newspaper from the drawer. Let's take a look. Advertisement. I didn't come to 797 to chat with you. I want to return to the Straw Hat Pirates. They are going through a war and they can't do without me. Sanji knocked down the handed newspaper with a wave of his hand, turned and walked out the door. Go. Don't you know the news published in the newspaper? Vinsmoke said softly. What do you mean? Sanji turned around and looked at the newspaper that fell on the ground in shock. Is there any big news? Could it be related to Luffy and the others? He quickly picked up the newspaper and read it quickly. Has Doflamingo been defeated? Luffy and the others succeeded. Sanji showed surprise. I knew they would succeed. Don't get excited. Keep looking down. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was killed. Such a big thing happened. But it didn't affect Sanji, it had nothing to do with him. Keep going down. Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law were defeated and injured by Marine. Sanji couldn't help but widen his eyes. Trafalgar Law had a grudge against Luffy, so why were they there? Unease suddenly arose in his heart. Sanji hurriedly looked down. Straw Hat Luffy was killed by Marine, and the Straw Hat team was captured and imprisoned in Impel Down. 258 Sanji's decision, Proud Blackbeard. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Looking at the newspaper, Sanji's pupils couldn't help but dilate. The newspapers dropped with trembling hands. No, it's impossible. How could Luffy and the others fail? It's absolutely impossible. Sanji shook his head and denied, it must be fake. He turned around and rushed out the door. Stop. Vinsmoke didn't know how to act, so he instantly suppressed the impulsive Sanji. Where are you going? Luffy and the others can't be defeated. I'm going to Dressrosa to find out everything. Sanji roared and struggled wildly, but he was not weak at all and could not struggle against his father's restraints. Idiot, it's been a week since this happened. It's over a long time ago. And most of the news is true. Luffy is dead and the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates have been sent to impel down. It's just that Marine was not responsible for all this. But Trafalgar Law. Sanji clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out. Trafalgar Law. He does not doubt the power of his family. He understood that these messages must be true. Moreover, he knew about the grudge between Trafalgar Law and Luffy and would not doubt it. What? You want revenge? Vinsmoke instantly patted Sanji, who was looking ferocious because of anger, and let him go. Trafalgar Law cooperates with Kaido of the Beasts. Do you think you have the strength to take revenge? Go ahead, but that's it. 17. Luffy and the others. Sanji gritted his teeth. Did Luffy and the others die in vain? Advertisement. Do you understand how weak you are? Vinsmoke said softly. But don't be too discouraged. The latest news is that the Red Hair publicly declared war on Trafalgar Law. Maybe the Red Hair can kill Trafalgar Law, and the revenge of your companions will naturally be avenged. Quote. You said that Trafalgar Law cooperates with Kaido of the Beasts, and they are also the Four Emperors. How can the Red Hair defeat the cooperation of Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts? Sanji asked in return. Very smart. Indeed, the red-haired man has a very small chance of winning rather than a high chance of winning as those stupid people expected. But you are not qualified to intervene in such a battle. Vinsmoke said softly. Now you understand yourself, are you weak? Sanji suddenly stared at his father with burning eyes. Why? You want to use the power of the family. Vinsmoke shook his head and said in denial. Impossible, it is impossible for the family to intervene in such a terrifying battle. If you are not careful, the entire family will be destroyed. Sanji snorted coldly and walked out the door without saying a word. I will avenge myself. With your strength, you are not qualified to even approach Trafalgar Law, and you still want to take revenge. Sanji stopped again. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew the difference. If you want revenge, you have only one way to go. In such a Four Emperors level battle, only the Four Emperors are qualified to intervene. And now one day a shortcut is in front of you. If you marry the 35th daughter of the Charlotte family, there should be a chance to influence the decision of the BIGMOM pirates. Maybe there is a chance for BIGMOM to take action, and then there will naturally be a chance for revenge. Shangji looked ferocious and troubled. There was no action or decision made for a long time. And this time, in the ruined city in the distance. Mom, am I really Whitebeard's biological son? Next to Edward Wable, his mother Miss Ba Jin immediately took out the photo. Of course, look at it if you don't believe me. Advertisement. Hey, is this a mirror? Edward Wable looked stupid. No, this is a photo of Whitebeard. He looks so similar. How could you not be Whitebeard's biological son? You are such a stupid kid. I was wrong, Butcher. Child, please remember that you are Whitebeard's only son, and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates are all fakes. Miss Bajan's turbid eyes flashed with malice. I know that those Marco guys are all fake. For the sake of my father's reputation, I will not allow them to continue to live in the name of my father's sons. That's right for the pirates. The remnants of Whitebeard must die. I understand, mother. Ha ha ha, I finally found it. It really looks like daddy. Suddenly Zhang's unpleasant voice came. Blackbeard walked forward arrogantly with a big step, a grin showing his rotten teeth, and a big belly. Behind him were Shiryu of Rain and many other strong men. Blackbeard. Edward Wable stared at Blackbeard angrily. I want to avenge my father. Quote. My idiot pirate. Revenge is worthless. Our target should be on the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group. Why? J. What a stupid guy. He does have some similarities with Dad in appearance, but his temperament is too embarrassing for Dad, right? I haven't heard that Dad has a son. Are you a fake? Blackbeard looked at him with disdain. By Edward Wable. I am Whitebeard's biological son. Edward Wable roared, but his stupid look looked more like an angry 3-year-old. Advertisement. It even caused Blackbeard to laugh mercilessly. Haha. No matter who you are, Lousy just wants to know, did you get the shock fruit? Blackbeard's expression turned cold. Shock fruit is Dad's legacy. As Dad's son, I take it for granted. The words did not speak. A figure came to Edward Wable in an instant, and the sharp blade flashed past. Good Li Chang. The blade that suddenly appeared was actually caught. That's pretty stupid. I didn't expect it to be so slow. Blackbeard looked at Edward Wable with interest, who actually blocked Rain Shiryu's sudden attack, and waved his hand. Come together. All the strong men behind him acted at the same time. You guys, I'm angry. Edward Wable looked at the many strong men rushing towards him angrily. The terrifying power all over his body burst out in an instant, and he was able to temporarily force Shiryu of the Rain back with pure power. Ah! The roaring Edward Wable had an air pressure mask appearing above the naginata in his hand. The naginata exerted a force, and the invisible air waves and vibrations destroyed the front, forcing back all the strong men who were coming. Sure enough, it's Dad's ability. Blackbeard stared at this scene with burning eyes. Haha, thief, it's mine. 259 Four Forces. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The fist covered by the air pressure shield blasted forward with great force. Dark water. Black mist swirled in Blackbeard's palm, facing the air pressure shield fist, quickly absorbing the fruit attack. Bang! Van Oka raised his gun and fired in one go. A bullet instantly penetrated Edward Weeble's chest. Asshole! I'm angry. Edward Wable roared, and after taking a few steps back violently, the fist presented by the air pressure mask punched the air hard, the atmosphere collapsed, and the invisible force of vibration quickly tore the earth apart. The broken earth spread in all directions. Haha! Our kid is angry. Blackbeard and others quickly retreated. Captain, there's something strange about his body. He was shot but nothing happened. Sniper Oka frowned. It doesn't matter. Blackbeard said nonchalantly. He is not our opponent. Having shock fruit does not mean that he has Dad's power. Compared with Dad, he is still far behind. Call out. All members of the Blackbeard pirates move at the same time. With his sword drawn, Shiryu of the Rain attacked head-on and blocked Edward Wable's crazy blow. Although he kept retreating, he was indeed blocked. Other 837 members took this opportunity to quickly attack from all directions. In an instant, Edward Wable had a lot of scars on his body. Advertisement. Haha. Blackbeard's disgusting smile echoed in the air. This is completely bullying the minority. Edward Wable is very strong. He can become the 7 warlords of the sea by his own strength. He is said to be no weaker than Whitebeard in his prime. With the addition of shock fruit, although the shock fruit that explodes does not even reach 50% of Whitebeard's power. But overall strength, Edward Wable is already ridiculously strong. But the overall strength of the entire Blackbeard pirates is stronger. Blackbeard's own strength is still weaker than the 4 emperors, but all the members of Blackbeard are as good as any of the 4 emperors' pirate team leaders. Boom. The earth continues to break. The Blackbeard members were constantly forced back and even knocked away, but Edward Wable suffered more and his injuries continued to increase. The information is indeed correct. I really have Dad shock fruit. In the distance, in a hidden place, nearly 10 figures were hiding in the dark, looking at the amazing battle with solemn expressions. Captain Marco, do we want to take action? Wait a minute. The leader was the leader of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and former captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Phoenix Marco. Marco turned into a stream of light and rushed out instantly, slamming into the fighting landowner. These captains couldn't help but be speechless. If Blackbeard had shock fruit again. Advertisement. Chance. That's natural. Blackbeard must not be allowed to get it. None of them deserve Dad's abilities. We must stop it. This is the purpose of our arrival today. Marco's eyes were firm. But we can't act rashly. It's difficult to stop it if we act now. We can only wait and see what happens. Naturally, they are the former captains of the Whitebeard pirates. The captains share the same hatred. Thinking of the shocking events in the sea in the past few days. After Blackbeard is stopped today, we can then deal with Trafalgar Law. He won't be arrogant for long. The red-haired man has openly declared war on him. Doesn't he care about dignity at all? If he dares to refuse the war, what dignity does he have to stay in the New World? When we go to help the redhead, Trafalgar Law slays everyone. Blackbeard has been seizing abilities in the New World for the past 2 years. His purpose today must be to get Dad's shock fruit ability. He must not be allowed to succeed. Diamond Josie whispered. But there should be a time limit. After he kills and defeats Edward Wable, we will take action. Then we only need to stop Blackbeard and the others for a very short time, and we will succeed. It is so foolproof. Quote. And this group of people. Who? Boom. Captain Marco. You. Behind. The captains behind looked blankly at the figure that suddenly appeared. Blackbeard must be stopped, otherwise after he gets his father's power, he will never be able to. They have once fought a battle with the Blackbeard pirates, and they know how powerful the Blackbeard pirates are. What's wrong? But there are already less than 10 people. Advertisement. The members of the Blackbeard pirates who were besieging Edward Wable were suddenly startled and looked at the figure in the smoke in shock. Yes, we must kill that bastard. That's right. 11. Waiting for opportunity, CCDI. That's right. During the battle at the top, Blackbeard wanted to take away Dad's ability, right? Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Trafalgar Law, although it is not clear how Blackbeard would take the ability. Tisk, 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 it's not a good habit to speak ill of people behind their back, and it's not a good habit to be sneaky. A joking voice suddenly sounded in Marco's ears at the front, and a figure appeared behind him out of thin air. What do you think, Marco? Division. Ace's brother Luffy is also dead. The captain's eyes became more murderous. It is difficult to win in a head-on confrontation, but they are only stopped for a very short period of time, and these captains still have 100% confidence. It's a pity that even if Edward Wable dies, we can't get Dad's abilities. Otherwise, if we have Dad's abilities, we can avenge Dad Ace. Neither Blackbeard nor Trafalgar Law can escape. Quote. Marco, why are you here? Blackbeard looked at Marco in surprise. You bastard, are you following Lousy? Do you want to secretly attack Lousy? This is their greatest enemy. All the captains' eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. They knew that there was no possibility of victory. As long as Blackbeard is stopped today and his plan is ruined again, there is still the possibility of killing him in the future, but the seas like Trafalgar Law are destroying the city because of him. Although Edward Wable calls himself Daddy's son, he has been chasing us and as an enemy. Marco stared at the two people in the battle with hatred in his eyes. Needless to say, Blackbeard's hatred towards them is an undying hatred. 260 Who needs cooperation? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blackbeard, the remnants of the Whitebeard pirate group are preparing to destroy your plan today, but they have been hiding for a long time. The voice came from a distance. Luo stood on the ruins. Blackbeard, you are so useless, you are even being followed. Not found. Trafalgar Law. Blackbeard's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, stunned. He's here. Blackbeard looked at Trafalgar Law solemnly, and behind him were Shiryu of the Rain and other powerful warriors. Trafalgar Law, this bastard. Marco stared at Luo angrily, filled with anger. Marco, you bastard, you want to ruin my plan. Blackbeard was furious. Blackbeard dares to fight anyone who dares to sabotage his plan today. Marco turned into a phoenix, recovered from his injuries instantly, and occupied one side with the other captains who gathered. There are so many people. Luo walked forward. Gathered from all sides. The Blackbeard pirates have the largest number of members, followed by Marco and other captains, Edward Wable and 2 others, while Trafalgar Law only has 10 members. Marco, you guys actually showed up. I'm going to kill you. I want to prove that I am my father's only son. Edward Wable held a naginata and attacked Marco and the others. What an idiot. Marco and Blackbeard couldn't help but show mocking expressions. Can't you see the current situation clearly? Now there are 4 forces. Advertisement. Haha. Trafalgar Law, long time no see. I heard that you killed the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long Lousy, but I couldn't be happier for you. Blackbeard said to Luo familiarly. Are they familiar? Marco and the others' expressions changed greatly. If Blackbeard was familiar with Trafalgar Law, that would be the end of it. Really? Luo looked at Blackbeard with a chuckle. Blackbeard, Edward Wable has a grudge against me. I must take his life. Do you have any objection? Blackbeard's expression froze. Then he continued to laugh with his mouth full of bad teeth. Of course I have no objection. As a friend, I will help you. Let's kill Edward Wable together. Please give his body to me when the time comes. Didn't he say that he is my father's son? I always want to reunite him with my father, right? No, no, no. Luo shook his head and said, since you want to help me, then help me kill Edward Wable. In return, how about I help you send him to be reunited with Whitebeard and buried together? Blackbeard's expression slowly stiffened, and the disgusting smile slowly faded away from his face. His expression turned cold. So there's nothing to talk about. Is your target also shock fruit? Blackbeard's eyes became violent, but at the same time there was fear. The latter still had a disgusting smile. Haha, thief, it's your right to hate me, but now are you willing to see Dad's ability being obtained by outsiders? At this time, Blackbeard was filled with regret. Why did he tell this bastard how to steal his abilities? He was simply digging a hole for himself and bringing it upon himself. Call out. What do you think? Advertisement. Kaido of the Beasts. Blackbeard's ugly old face showed deep fear, and Chunin couldn't help scolding her secretly. Although Kaido of the Beasts cooperates with Trafalgar Law, there is no need to stay together all the time, right? Are you asking us to help you get your father's abilities? That's nonsense. Did I talk to you? A sharp sound broke through the air suddenly, and a figure hit Luo behind with great force, and the outline of a burly figure appeared behind Luo in the smoke. The latter was even colder. Ha ha ha, it means there is nothing to talk about. Marco, the grievances between us must be regarded as internal grievances. No matter how big the grievance is, we were once a family, right? Blackbeard, who was still a little worried, looked at Marco and other captains. Although he is afraid, Blackbeard is not afraid. Marco and the others snorted contemptuously. This is. Blackbeard, Marco and the others looked at the figure behind Luo in horror. When faced with Luo Yiren just now, Blackbeard didn't care too much whether Marco cooperated or not. This is 4 emperors. Blackbeard laughed angrily. Trafalgar Law, don't forget, you are only one person, you are indeed very strong, so what about Sheena? And there are so many of us. Do I need to negotiate with you? Luo looked at Blackbeard jokingly. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Advertisement. But now that Kaido of the Beasts is added to the mix, he is afraid. Kaido of the Beasts' pure power and immortality are simply the perfect nemesis of Blackbeard Dark Fruit. As the party with the smallest number of people now, Trafalgar Law is the party that Blackbeard fears the most. Is the collaboration so close? Ha ha ha, it's better for Lousy to get it than for outsiders to get it, right? Blackbeard's expression became more gloomy and cold, and he said with a smile. Ha ha, Trafalgar Law, you already own Paramecia Op Fruit and Logia Thunder Fruit, and I only own Logia Dark Fruit. Paramecia Shock Fruit is mine. Is that fair? Next time, if I encounter any good fruit, how about I give it to you? Luo couldn't help but look at Marco and the others. They stared at Blackbeard with hatred, but now they looked at Luo with the same hatred. Marco said coldly, we will not cooperate with Blackbeard. It is impossible for you to cooperate with you. Please don't let us. Marco and Edward Wabel, Blackbeard didn't regard them as opponents at all. Marco, what did you just say? Do you expect you to cooperate with me? Luo looked at Marco and the others with disdain. They were frozen where they were now, completely dumbfounded. Marco, we must cooperate, otherwise we will all lose. Blackbeard said anxiously. Blackbeard, are you shameless? Who is your family? We are enemies. Marco and other captains stared at Blackbeard angrily. Blackbeard, Marco and others are much more afraid of Kaido of the Beasts than Luo. There are nearly 10 terrifying strong men behind him, and Shiryu of Rain and others are even more ridiculously strong. Otherwise, are you here to play with you? 261 more people are enough to have fun. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. They fear Kaido of the Beasts more than Trafalgar Law. Their impression of Luo was still from 2 years ago. They knew that Luo was very powerful, but they all thought that there was still a slight gap compared to Kaido of the Beasts, who was at the 4 emperors level. They also know that Kaido of the Beasts and Law must have jointly killed the Revolutionary Army Dragon, but in their hearts, Trafalgar Law must be just an auxiliary member, and Kaido of the Beasts is the main force. Blackbeard belongs to you, and the others belong to me. If we don't have enough strength, we can gather together. Only with more people can I enjoy myself. Luo gang finished. Kaido of the Beasts roared behind him. Like a ferocious beast, it rushes out angrily, its violent momentum soaring into the sky, like a bulldozer. Blackbeard is cold and healed. Hold him off for me. Blackbeard retreated in panic. The strong men behind him attacked at the same time, attacking Kaido of the Beasts with 427. Whoops. Kaido of the Beasts, who fell into multiple attacks, disappeared instantly and teleported in front of Blackbeard. Under Blackbeard's horrified gaze, his powerful fist hit him hard. Boom. Amid the screams, Blackbeard flew backwards like a meteor, rolling thousands of meters and leaving behind a long wave of smoke. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts me to death. In the broken earth, Blackbeard rolled on the ground in pain. Boom. Suddenly a huge figure fell next to him, and slapped Blackbeard with his giant palm. What? Blackbeard screamed in embarrassment. Looking at the sudden appearance of Kaido of the Beasts, facing the crushing force, he rolled out spinelessly, avoiding the giant palm, but the impact caused by the giant palm falling to the ground, the strength made Blackbeard roll over 100 meters. Advertisement. The wailing Blackbeard stood up tremblingly. So far, it's difficult. Blackbeard looked at the people in the distance with a pale face, and the distance was thousands of meters away. Do I have to deal with this monster alone? Blackbeard looked at Kaido of the Beasts, who was charging angrily with cold sweat. Above the sea, the enemy Blackbeard least wants to face is probably Kaido of the Beasts. The Dark Fruit ability has no effect on Kaido of the Beasts, who are purely physical. Lost the biggest trump card. The immortal Kaido of the Beasts is not afraid of all Blackbeard's attacks. This is a completely unequal battle. Far away, Luo controls Kaido of the Beasts and completely tortures Blackbeard. Only Blackbeard with Shock Fruit can fight against Kaido of the Beasts. How can he win now that he doesn't have Shock Fruit? And you belong to me. Luo Sui looked at everyone else, including Marco and the others, including Edward Wabel. The captain seems to be in danger, but we have to kill him first, and then help the captain. Shiryu drew his sword instantly and came to Luo at high speed. The afterimage of the blade cut towards Luo like a line. Chang. Sparks appeared in a line all over Luo's body. Bang bang bang. Countless cold lights continued to fall on Luo's body, and the sparks completely covered Luo like a cover. Advertisement. Call out. In an instant, everyone thought of this. Attack. The sky is filled with cold light. The strongest zone owned by Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He possesses the power of the Paramecia diamond fruit, which is the hardest object in nature. He gritted his teeth and disappeared in an instant. He actually gave up his sword. If he didn't give up, he would be pierced through the chest. At this moment, these powerful men, all of whom were extremely powerful, could not help but take a step back and gasp. Defense is certainly pervert. When did Trafalgar Law have such an ability? Isn't the defense too terrifying? Marco and the others were also horrified. What is the ability of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? Captain Marco. Although we are unwilling to join forces with Blackbeard, now we have to deal with Trafalgar Law first, otherwise everyone will lose. Foil Beasta said heavily, and the other captains also nodded. In the end, the only way to truly break through its defense is to rely on Dimensional Slash. What ability is this? They stared blankly at Luo, who was covered in strange scales with wide eyes. This was definitely an ability, but what kind of ability was this? Still okay. Shiryu of the Rain, who was attacking crazily, looked at the motionless Luo in disbelief. He allowed himself to attack. But he couldn't break through its defense. These weird scales and hockey alone can defend me. Attack. Any of the 4 abilities can reach the top level. Turning around, Shiryu of Rain attacked again. The sky full of sword shadows wrapped around Luo, and the sword energy tore apart the land in all directions. Advertisement. Oka raised his gun, and several bullets shot into Luo's head, chest and other fatal places almost at the same time. In order to break through the dragon's defense, Luo and Kaido of the Beasts launched dozens of their strongest attacks, but none of them completely broke through its defense, only causing it to be seriously injured. A combination of the 4. The final result was that everyone was wiped out. Although it cannot be directly said that it can be compared with the 4 top experts, it is definitely not a match for one person. The purpose of Trafalgar Law is also to get Dad's abilities. If he succeeds, he will have 4 top abilities. By then, Marco didn't dare to imagine such a scene. Trafalgar Law used to have 2 abilities. Now it seems that he has a 3rd ability. It should be a phantom beast, right? Could it be that this ability is? Marco's eyes seemed to be permanently unable to open. His eyes widened at this time. Chi-Chi. Sparks appeared in the palm of his hand. Whoosh. The expressions of Oka and others also changed drastically. Marco and other captains acted at the same time. It was the stupidest thing to do now to sit back and watch the fight between tigers. Everyone could see that even if the Blackbeard 0.2 Suns pirate group and Luo were to fight, the final winner would definitely be Luo. Shiryu of Rain tried his best, but couldn't regain his sword edge. It's better to act together. There is still a possibility of victory. Even if we face the Blackbeard pirates in the end, there is at least a chance of defeating Blackbeard. But if we face Trafalgar Law and Kaido of the Beasts alone in the end, how will we win? But he won't consume too much. It seems that the defense is not lower than mine. Diamond Josie looked solemn. After the blow, Shiryu of the Rain, who passed by Luo, looked back in horror. Luo suddenly took action, his scales covering his palms, and he instantly grabbed the sword's edge. At the same time, his other hand, shaped like a dragon's claw, grabbed at the abdomen of Shiryu of the Rain. 262 Instant kill and crushing. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's a good sword. Although it can't be compared with the supreme sharp sword, it is one of the best among the sharp swords. Luo looked at the second generation Kitetsu in his hand. Just take it as a trophy. Rain Shiryu's face was terrifyingly gloomy. It is the greatest insult to a swordsman to have his sword taken away from him. Come together and kill him. Shiryu of Rain could only change to an ordinary blade and ordered the entire Blackbeard pirate group to act together. Call out. They all attacked at the same time, and several strong men from Tien surrounded them. The overwhelming variety of attacks instantly covered Luo. Shinra Tenjang. The explosion ring spread for thousands of meters. The extremely fast shadows continuously tore apart the explosion rings and tore through the smoke. Whoosh. Jumping into the air, Shiryu of the Rain swept out the sword in his hand, and the overwhelming arrow-like sword light shot towards Luo, like rain falling, with nowhere to hide. Clang clang clang. The sword energy like falling rain shattered the ground under Luo's feet, leaving 22 holes in it. Wave elbow attack. Burgess came in angrily and attacked with his right arm. The hole-like structure at the elbow of the armor worn on his right arm sent out an astonishing shock wave. Whoosh. The dragon's claw directly smashed the strange device on Burgess' elbow, smashed his hand bones, and kicked him away as he was vomiting blood. Call out. The attacks continued, and blue flames suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The phoenix spread its wings and flew high. It rushed over in an instant and struck Luo with its whip legs from top to bottom. Advertisement. The dragon's claws grabbed upwards, crushing Marco's leg bones and throwing them away. The two people hit the ground almost at the same time. Phoenix recovered quickly from his injuries, while Burgess was crippled. Boom. More than a dozen people attacked at the same time. The explosion spread rapidly, and the cracks continued to crack farther away. Step aside. A huge battleship like a mountain peak rushed towards him, and the island shook violently with every step. The strong men who besieged Luo retreated at the same time, and their huge feet trampled towards Luo. Boom. The earth is completely broken. Let me trample you to death. Whoops. A figure appeared out of thin air high in the sky, looked at the huge battleship, waved his hand, and the huge dragon claw phantom grabbed the huge battleship's head, and with a strong force, blood poured down like a downpour, staining the ground red. The huge body of the huge battleship fell to the earth like a collapsed mountain. Call out. Two figures flew high into the sky almost at the same time, Marco the Phoenix and Lafitte, who also showed wings. The two of them flew into the sky above Luo at high speed, attacking at the same time with their whip legs and piercing sword edges. Boom. A wave of air swept through the sky. Luo directly withstood the attacks of the two men, and then grabbed their ankles and wrists with both hands. Call out. With the two of them, they fell vertically to the earth at high speed, crashing onto the earth like meteorites. The air wave splashed up to 100 meters. In the broken pit, Phoenix quickly recovered from his injuries, while Lafitte was covered in blood and did not know whether to live or die. Advertisement. Continue. Shiryu of the Rain looked gloomy. He had lost so many companions in a short period of time. He gritted his teeth and led all the strong men to attack at the same time. Room. The room space enveloped the earth, and the invisible gravity crushed everyone who rushed towards it. In the smoke and dust, Luo strolled out, and the scales covering his body gained some intensity. Attack Diamond Josie at extremely high speed. It's really strong. Not good. An afterimage passed in front of everyone. Overshadowed by massive attacks. Boom. Chaozi, who was covered in diamonds, crashed into Luo's body. The terrifying force made Luo step back more than 10 steps, and various attacks from all sides were bombarded with each step. Just now, I was testing how strong my defense was, but now, it's time to test the strength of my attack. There is too much garbage. Weak people are not suitable for participating in this battle, don't you think? Luo was still in his previous position, looking at everyone jokingly. Boom. Continue. Rain Shiryu roared and rushed out of the area crushed by gravity. The rest are all powerful. They can fight for a certain period of time against the 4 Emperors Admiral and are almost impossible to kill instantly. The 2 halves of his body that landed on the ground did not die. Can't you break it into pieces? The dragon's claws grabbed the elbow that was hit by the bombardment, and the terrifying air waves caused the earth to collapse layer by layer. Most of the strong men in different places were splashed with blood. Whoops. Luo disappeared. Advertisement. It seems that the battle between Kaido of the Beasts is almost over, so. Luo's whole body erupted with a terrifying aura. Marco took advantage of the other strong men to besiege Luo and quickly came here, allowing Josie to ride a half-body overlap for the first half of his life. Strong men continued to fall to the ground, and less than half of the strong men could still stand for a moment. Only 3 people on Marco's side could stand up, namely Marco, Diamond Josie, and Foil Beasta. The 2 people who stopped faced each other. On the side of the Blackbeard pirates, there are only a few people who can stand: Shiryu of the Rain, King of Evil, and Brew Barrel Chote. Thousands of meters away, the terrifying Chi Jin and the Black Mist were fighting madly. Diamond Josie began to be dislocated in the first half of his life and was cut in 2. Boom. Is this the only result? Puff. This guy is more terrifying than the 4 emperors and more terrifying than Whitebeard. Shiryu and the others were sweating coldly. A smile slowly appeared on the corner of Luo's mouth, and he looked at the others. The next one. The angry phoenix was kicked out, the evil king who turned into a rock giant was instantly shattered, and the crazy swords of Shiryu of the Rain and Foil Beasta were blocked by Luo Quanquan. Want to break through my defense? Diamond Josie smiled confidently and rushed out angrily. 2 extremely fast figures passed each other, and at that moment, an astonishing wave of air shot into the sky. It's the Op Fruit ability. Marco and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't really killed. They just needed to reunite Josie's body. With a roar, he disappeared instantly. He waved from afar, and the sword blade in the scabbard fell into his hand. Room, dimensional slash. Get out of the way, shining clash. Diamond Josie came angrily. If you have the ability, let's see who has the stronger defense. Superior. Chi-Chi. Luo was actually pushed back a little bit. Diamond Josie's Emperor was indeed terrifying. 263 shock fruit obtained. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Jose, you should understand Trafalgar Law's ability and why you didn't use hockey to defend it. I used it, but I couldn't defend myself. Josie said helplessly. Forget it. Now that you have recovered, be careful in the next battle. Okay. Josie stepped forward, but just as he took a step forward, his upper body fell to the ground again. This is. Marco looked at Josie, who was still dismembered, in confusion. Why is it useless? Why can't it be overlapped? Why? Boom. During the melee, a figure flew out covered in blood, and Drunkard Joe was defeated. Clang clang clang. Luo used his sword skills to block the simultaneous attacks of Shiryu and Foil, 2 top swordsmen of the Rain. In the broken earth, the evil king with the ability of Logia quickly condensed a huge rock giant, but it was crushed down by the fist of the rock. Call out. On the ground shrouded in smoke, a figure rushed out instantly. The huge dragon claw grabbed the rock giant, containing Hockey's dragon claw, smashed the rock giant, grabbed the evil king, gave it a strong grip, blood spattered all over the body, and threw it to the ground. Next. Call out. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out. The dragon's claw can be easily broken into pieces. Are you the only ones left? He looked up to the sky and roared. A hurricane suddenly rose, and countless wind blades filled the land of thousands of meters, tearing everything in it crazily. Advertisement. This is. The Shiryu foil swords of the Rain and the others kept blocking the endless wind blades with their sword edges. Call out. A figure teleported behind Shiryu of the Rain, and the dragon claws grabbed it. Not good. His face changed drastically, and Shiryu of the Rain had no time to resist the wind blade. He looked back, and the sword edge stabbed towards the dragon's claw. Gotcha. The sword edge in Shiryu's hand broke quickly. How could an ordinary sword blade sustain such a battle? Call out. The dragon's claws instantly grabbed onto Shiryu's chest, and at the same time countless wind blades surrounded the place. If I didn't take away your sword edge first, I would have to put a lot of effort into defeating you. Luo Wanwan walked in the wind blade and let the wind blade attack him. Behind him, Shiryu of the Rain, with countless blood splattered all over his body and numerous blood marks, fell heavily to the ground. Call out. Luo Ji quickly rushed towards Foil Beasta. Clang clang clang. 11. After dozens of confrontations, the Foil Sword Beasta tried his best to block Luo's attack, but he had no time to block the wind blade's attack. He was torn open with countless holes, blood spurted out, and finally fell to the ground unable to do anything. Next person. Luo looked around. No one was there. Are they all defeated? Advertisement. There is one more person. Luo looked at Marco, who rushed away with Josie and disappeared instantly. After Marco put Josie in a safe place, he raised his head and stared at the blood-stained ground with dull eyes. How is it possible that everything was defeated so quickly? Marco looked at this scene in disbelief. Is this true? This was because all the captains of Blackbeard and all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates teamed up. Even if they fought against any of the 4 emperors, they could block it. They were defeated so quickly. How can it be? Call out. Luo came to Marco in an instant and looked at him with a headache. It seems that it is the most difficult to defeat you. I don't know how many times I have to attack you before you reach your limit. You are in trouble. Why don't you wait for me here? Wait for me to deal with Edward Wable first. Then come and play with you. Luo looked at Marco in disgust, while looking around, looking for traces of Edward Wable. Oh, did you escape? You actually left by boat and destroyed Marco's boat. Luo couldn't help but smile. Anyway, your boat has been destroyed. Even if you can fly, how many people can you take with you? And you, who is leading the people, don't have the physical strength to support flying across the sea, right? Luo ignored Marco and walked away. If it's on land, it will indeed take a lot of effort to defeat it, but on the sea. Luo looked at the boats going away jokingly. Disappeared instantly. Edward Wable himself is very powerful. In terms of pure strength, he is more terrifying than Josie. Plus shock fruit, although the burst of Kenken fruit is not as good as by Beard. But now his overall strength is not weaker than an admiral. With such power, it would be difficult for the 4 emperors to succeed if they wanted to kill them. Even if they were killed, it would take a lot of effort, but this was all based on the premise of a head-on confrontation on the earth. And now it is above the sea. Advertisement. It actually saves me time. Luo flashed repeatedly, and the huge room space quickly moved from the center of the island to the sea, and continued to move towards the horizon. Mom, why are we leaving? This is a good opportunity to kill Marco's imposters. Edward Wable was unhappy. My silly son, haven't you seen how terrifying Trafalgar Law is? His target is you. It's safe for us to leave while they are fighting. But he's already chasing him. Edward Wable pointed at the figure in the sky. At this time, the room space completely enveloped the ship on the sea. What? Mom, don't worry, I'll defeat him. Holding a naginata, Edward Wable stared at Luo fearlessly. Without hockey, it was more like a newborn calf not afraid of tigers, showing ignorance. Room. Baton. Luo raised his fingertips, and the ships in the sea quickly took off Li Wangjiao. With a twist of his fingertips, the ships in the air rolled down. Boom. The boat and people fell into the sea at the same time, and the boat was broken into pieces. Edward Wable, who fell into the sea, sank powerlessly to the depths of the sea. Mom, save me, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Room. Edward Wable disappeared instantly in the sea. Appearing out of thin air, shaking in front of Luo. Whoosh. The blade swept across, cut in two, and separated Edward Wable's body. It's over, it really saves me trouble. Luo looked at Edward Wable, who was still looking dull at this time, with satisfaction. He did have an IQ problem. I originally planned to let you try the pain of breaking an arm like Teacher Zephyr. But it is really shameful to bully a mentally retarded person. Congratulations, you don't have to endure the pain. Shock fruit is available. 264 body mutation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shock fruit is mine. Directly in the sky. Start to capture abilities. No, the shock fruit belongs to Lousy. Blackbeard roared at the battle site, charging madly. But he was grabbed by Kaido of the beasts, and then he swung it up and smashed it on the ground crazily. 1 minute later, the fruit was captured successfully. With open hands, the dissected Edward Weeble fell into the sea while screaming, causing some splashes. Standing in the sky like a god, arrogantly looking down on the world and everything, plus shock fruit, who can compete with me, Suddenly he groaned. Luo's expression changed with shock, and he suddenly covered his chest, his heart beating rapidly. What's going on? My body. Luo Neng could feel the changes in his body, and this change was definitely not a good thing. Chi-chi. Electric arcs flickered all over his body uncontrollably, scales instantly covered his body, and the air around him was torn apart by invisible vibrations. Various abilities are constantly presented without control. What's going on? Room. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the various abilities of the berserk. Luo quickly checked his body, although he couldn't check it as perfectly as precision medical equipment. But 923 can also roughly know where the situation occurred. It's not good. After a brief inspection, Luo's expression became even more serious. Advertisement. He found that his cells were constantly eating each other, and the gene chain seemed to be showing signs of collapse. Why is this happening? Is it because I absorbed the shock fruit ability? But why is it okay to absorb the phantom beast species Kanglong form? Luo Ji quickly flew into the distance, and instantly entered the distant Ark's motto like a stream of light. Then he came to the laboratory out of thin air. Ark Proverbs also has a huge laboratory, which was built by Luo over the past 2 years after collecting top-notch equipment from the sea. It is used to conduct some experiments and study the mysteries of the body. Lying on the experimental table. Use more precise medical equipment to check changes in your body. The result was as roughly determined before. The gene chain did show signs of disintegration and disorder. Is it because the body cannot withstand the power of the 4 fruits? It exceeds the limit. Luo looked heavy. But why can Blackbeard have more than 4 abilities? Why is he safe? Kaido of the Beasts CCDJ is controlled by Luo himself. Kaido of the Beasts fighting Blackbeard is equivalent to Law using Kaido of the Beast's body to fight Blackbeard. Know all the details of the battle. Blackbeard's biggest trump card is still Dark Fruit, but he has more than 1 fruit ability. In the past 2 years, Blackbeard has also acquired several good abilities and performed well in battle. The body modification is completely based on Blackbeard. Why are there differences? The answer is now unknown. First, stabilize the gene chain that may collapse at any time. This is the top priority. Once the gene chain collapses, what will happen? Robo knows better than anyone else, he will definitely die. He hurriedly used various means to stabilize the disordered gene chain. Advertisement. I had to devote myself wholeheartedly. There is no time to spare the energy to control Kaido of the Beasts in battle. Damn it, I actually shot Lousy's shock fruit. Blackbeard roared with murderous intent. His hideous face and bloodshot eyes formed a terrifying image that was intimidating. But he roared. But he didn't storm out angrily. The severe pain all over his body made him very awake, and he looked fearfully at Kaido of the Beasts not far away. Although Kaido of the Beast's eyes were slightly dull at this time and he did not take the initiative to attack, Blackbeard, who had suffered too many painful attempts in the battle, did not dare to go around him or rush towards Ark Proverbs. In his mind, what if he rushed to the Ark? Damn, Trafalgar Law has got shock fruit, what else to do? Is it possible to take it back? Can it be done? Although arrogant, Blackbeard is not a brainless person. Another place. Marco worked tirelessly to build Josie's body, but it was completely useless. The body cut open by the dimension slash had no possibility of being put back together again. Give up, Marco. Josie smiled bitterly and said, leave us alone and leave quickly. Yes, Captain Marco, leave quickly, or you won't be able to leave when Trafalgar Law comes. 11. But what should you do? Marco looked at his companions. More than half of the companions he gathered had their eyes closed forever at this time, and those who were still alive were now dying. Advertisement. Marco, as long as you are here, Dad's pirate group will still be there. If you stay here, it will be really over. Leave quickly. Josie growled. Walk. Marco clenched his fists tightly. Looking at his companions who were looking forward to death, he was so angry that he grabbed the ground with his head. Absolutely impossible. I will kill Trafalgar Law, and everyone will be able to leave then. Marco, you are crazy. Trafalgar Law is so strong, and now he has the power of his father. No one in the sea can be his opponent. Although hateful, but the fear brought about by the crushing power is even more profound. Not always. Marco stood up and looked at Trafalgar Law in the distance with cold eyes. Although I don't know what happened, Trafalgar Law looked obviously wrong when he disappeared. Although I don't know what he encountered, he must have encountered a problem. Maybe there is something wrong. Chance. Transformed into a phoenix, spread its wings and flew high, rushing towards the Ark at a high-speed. Proverb, Trafalgar Law. In Ark Proverbs. At this time, Luo devoted himself wholeheartedly, frantically trying to make up for the constantly disordered gene chain. He could not tolerate the slightest distraction. If he was not careful, the gene chain would completely collapse. Marco. On the deck, Empress Hancock looked at the flying phoenix with cold eyes. Is his target the concubine's clothes? How can the clothes be something he can't provoke? Call out. Hancock jumped away in an instant, kicked the phoenix away, and landed on the deck again. He looked at the phoenix on the shore coldly. Marco, the Ark's motto does not allow anyone to enter without Luo's order. 265 The Biggest Crisis. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Empress. Marco looked at Hancock with some fear. Especially looking at the petrified right shoulder, it can't be recovered. He directly destroyed the petrified part, covered it with green flames, and quickly recovered in this way. Hancock, this is our grudge against Trafalgar Law. The phoenix flew into the sky again. I don't care, but whoever is Luo's enemy is my enemy. Hancock said coldly and proudly. Then there's nothing we can do. Marco rushed over quickly. Trafalgar Law hasn't appeared yet, so it's impossible for him to still hold back and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, right? Sure enough, he is in trouble and can't take action now. Then now is the perfect time chance. Don't even think about taking another step forward. Hancock shot out a stream of pink arrows. The two fought. In the laboratory, Luo forgot everything about the outside world and worked desperately. He finally slowly stabilized the disintegrated gene chain, but it was far from over. He still had to restore the disordered gene chain to normal order in a short time. This step is tedious and troublesome, and requires full dedication. Time passed by minute by minute. The battle outside Ark Proverbs is getting more and more intense. Hancock is very strong, but Phoenix is not weak either. Overall, Phoenix Marco should be slightly stronger, but the gap is very small, but Hancock is on the defensive side, especially passive. Marco has the ability to fly without fear of harm. Advertisement. Defense is tougher. Hancock has been forced to retreat continuously. Khalifa Ain and the others are not strong enough to be of much help. Far away, Blackbeard looked at the Battle of Ark Proverbs and his eyes lit up. What's going on? Wherever Marco invaded, Trafalgar Law didn't even take action. Doesn't it fit his character? In Blackbeard's eyes, even just a little bit making Trafalgar Law angry is enough to trigger his crazy revenge. Now that the headquarters has been invaded, his own women are being forced to keep retreating, and they haven't appeared yet. Obviously not normal. What is Trafalgar Law doing? Is he in danger? Blackbeard, who had already resigned himself to his fate, suddenly burst out with astonishing ambition in his eyes. If Trafalgar Law is in danger, then now is the perfect opportunity. If we can take away all the abilities that Trafalgar Law has, then what qualifications does he have to be so rampant in the new world? And I have the strongest history in the world. Mirage. Thinking of the Op fruit, Thunder fruit, Phantom Beast Soryu form, and Shock fruit owned by Luo, Blackbeard couldn't help but his eyes were burning and bloodshot. Any one of them is enough to make his heart flutter. The opportunity is here. Blackbeard's mind was spinning rapidly. Now is the time to seize the opportunity, or to take the opportunity to escape. Now is also a good opportunity to escape. Kaido of the Beasts, who fell under the attack, still did not move. Advertisement. Not good. Hancock and the others' pretty faces instantly turned pale and bloodless, and they hurriedly chased after them. Although I don't know what problems Luo has encountered, but they haven't appeared now. Luo must have his own troubles and maybe dangers. No one should be allowed to consider Luo now. Ain also joined the battle with short sword in hand. Hancock and the others, who were already somewhat difficult to defend, panicked, and a huge loophole appeared. Although I don't know what happened, it is obviously a perfect opportunity. Blackbeard proudly stepped on Kaido of the Beast's head many times. Wasn't it quite crazy just now? Why didn't you move? Huh, this guy Kaido of the Beasts, why has he been motionless and his eyes are dull since just now? What's wrong? Blackbeard looked at Kaido of the Beasts. His eyes were indeed dull, he seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes open. But the ability that Trafalgar Law has is enough. Blackbeard rushed back to the direction of the Ark's proverbs with an arrogant laugh. But just as he took a step forward, he couldn't help but stop instantly. Please give me flowers. 0. Blackbeard appears. Taking a step, Blackbeard rushed towards the direction of Ark proverbs. But as time went by, fear slowly turned into doubt. What happened? Trafalgar Law disappears and doesn't appear anymore, and Kaido of the Beasts is just like a statue. Boom. Jumping onto the deck with a bang. Even Nami Robin, who was hiding aside, looked at the cabin with worry. Marco, who was soaring to the sky, rushed into the cabin instantly. Marco was getting closer and closer to the cabin entrance. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, you guys can't keep up with Marco. Blackbeard smiled proudly with a mouth full of rotten teeth, and walked toward the cabin entrance with arrogant steps. Trafalgar Law, it seems that you are inexplicably hit, and you are going to be finished. Thief, haha. Marco took the opportunity to storm the cabin entrance. Blackbeard backed away slowly. But the difference in strength is a bit big. But then he retreated and flew out. The choices that determine the future also determine whether there is a future. Everything Lousy has now is from gambling. Why wouldn't he dare to gamble? Blackbeard has a crazy gambler in his heart, and Dark Fruit dares him to take risks, and now the temptation is much greater than Dark Fruit. Blackbeard attacks from a distance and bombards Kaido of the Beasts. Escape. Or attack. Haha. Trafalgar Law, are you dead? You don't dare to show up now. It seems that you must have encountered trouble that you can't solve, and you can't show up, right? Blackbeard rushed over, and his disgusting laughter came. Hancock was constantly forced back, and the Phoenix had landed on the deck. He's not dead, is he? Blackbeard tiptoed to Kaido of the Beasts and made sure again that there was no threat from Kaido of the Beasts now. Blackbeard also understands that Trafalgar Law is not a merciful person, but he does not have a good habit of leaving people alive. If he stays here any longer, there will be many dangers. How great would it be if the abilities of the 4 emperors could be directly taken over as a person with abilities? Looking at Kaido of the Beasts in fear. With a pale expression, he looked at the figure in front of him with fear. Why did you forget this monster? Even if Trafalgar Law encounters difficulties, this monster is still there. If you, bastard, were not immortal and had no powers, Lousy would have made you look good. Blackbeard looked at Kaido of the Beasts with a pity, who now had no resistance at all. 266 Don't hit me, I'll admit defeat. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. How Marco flew in is how he flew out now, and he flew farther. A stream of light flew out of the Ark's proverbs, crashed onto the broken island, and rolled hundreds of meters. What? Blackbeard, who was taking an arrogant step, suddenly stopped and froze in place. The stream of light passed by him, and the strong wind made his skin tingle. Are you so arrogant when I'm not around? A cold voice came from the dark cabin. Call out. A figure instantly appeared in front of Blackbeard, clenched his fist and punched him in the abdomen. Crack. The air cracked, and the cracked air covered Blackbeard. The terrifying power of vibration crushed Blackbeard, and with a 007 sound, Blackbeard also flew backwards like a meteor amid the screams. The girls who were worried at first couldn't help but smile when they saw Luo. Don't worry, it's okay. Luo smiled gently at them. Boom. The equally miserable Blackbeard and Marco hit the ground at the same time, and blood spurted out from the broken ground. Trafalgar Law, are you okay? Blackbeard, who screamed spinelessly, stood up staggeringly. No, if he is really fine, why did he show up now? Is it a joke? It can't be to attract us to his battleship, right? But it's so unfair to him. Is there any benefit? Not at all. He should have solved his troubles. Damn it, was this opportunity wasted? Blackbeard clenched his fists. Advertisement. Was it because of my previous vigilance and entanglement that I wasted perhaps my only opportunity? Trafalgar Law appears again. Marco, who quickly recovered from his injuries, stood up, but a figure instantly appeared in front of him, stepped on him, and severely trampled him to the ground, as the Phantom Beast Phoenix. Can it restore everything? Are you injured? I wonder how long you can recover. Luo's fingertips flashed with electric arcs, aiming at Marco at his feet. That's it. Thunder and lightning kept piercing Marco's body. 1, 2, 3, 100. In a short period of time, hundreds of attacks appeared, attacking Phoenix Marco crazily. He was covered in blue flames and quickly recovered from his injuries. Let me see whether you recover faster or I attack faster. Thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning enveloped the earth in all directions, tearing everything apart. The only option is to escape. Blackbeard, who finally stopped screaming, looked at the unlucky Marco and rolled his eyes. Boom. Suddenly, a burly figure slammed behind Blackbeard, pushing him forward with strength. Who? Turning around, Blackbeard looked at the figure behind him in horror. What a tragedy. Boom. Kaido of the Beasts punched Blackbeard with a powerful punch, and he turned into a rainbow and flew out. Running Kaido of the Beasts quickly chased away. The moment the screaming Blackbeard just landed, Kaido of the Beasts rushed over, grabbed his right foot, and then rolled it up with force, smashing it on the ground crazily, and turned into a wailing Blackbeard, all over his body. Blood spurts out. Wait a minute, I give up. I give up. Stop fighting, please don't fight. Blackbeard begged for mercy very spinelessly. Advertisement. But Kaido of the Beasts turned a deaf ear and kept attacking crazily. Blackbeard's counterattack hurt Kaido of the Beasts, but so what? What's the use? Crack. Thunder and lightning flashed. Marco, in the form of a phoenix, was constantly being destroyed, and Xing Yan quickly recovered from his injuries. Again and again. In a short period of time, Marco, who had suffered countless injuries, finally became slightly panicked. He already felt that his physical strength and other aspects were approaching the limit. He cannot recover from his injuries permanently. There are also limits. He went berserk and began to resist, allowing the thunder and lightning to completely destroy him. The green flames quickly condensed into a phoenix, thus getting rid of Luo's trampling. After regaining his freedom, he kicked with a powerful whip. Kacha. Clench your fist. Cover Luo's fist with the air pressure cover, and smash it hard. The cracked atmosphere showed indescribable shaking force, destroying everything in this area, and the phoenix was shattered. Quick recovery. But Luo grabbed him, and then used his scale-covered dragon claws to crush the phoenix's head. He recovered again, kicked the phoenix away, and then instantly reached behind the phoenix that was flying upside down. The terrifying repulsion crushed the phoenix. The phoenix embedded in the broken earth is still recovering from its injuries. Boom. Countless thunder struck the ground. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword. All kinds of attacks attack the phoenix. How fast is the recovery? No matter how fast, Luo can keep him in recovery, and never think that he will be completely intact. Advertisement. Boom. Resist. Now Luo Gen doesn't like the power of Phoenix. In terms of attack power and strength, Phoenix cannot compare to Diamond Josie. It's just that his recovery ability is too pervert, so he has the qualifications to fight with stronger men than himself. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. An uncountable number of attacks. There were attacks all the time, and each time the Phoenix suffered great damage, but within an hour, he fully recovered from all injuries. And if all the 0.2 injuries accumulated in this hour are enough to kill one of the 4 emperors, even if Kaido of the Beasts were to bear it and recover so many injuries, he would probably reach the limit and pass out. But a phoenix. Now I can actually stand up. Universal pull. The terrifying gravity forcefully pulled Marco the Phoenix over. The dragon's claws grabbed the Phoenix to pieces. It's back up again. Attacked again. Another 10 minutes passed. Luo's breath became disordered. With so many attacks, he also felt a little tired, and he felt that his physical strength was declining rapidly. 10 more minutes to go. Almost 100 minutes in total. Luo's forehead has begun to sweat slightly, and the consumption has almost reached half. 267 double kill. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is it finally impossible to recover? Luo stepped on Marco, and the wound on his chest that was penetrated by lightning finally did not recover from the green inflammation, but blood trickled down. Marco stood at his feet, gasping for air like a suffocated person, sweating profusely, and didn't even have the strength to speak. If Luo is consumed numerous, then Marco has completely reached his limit and is not unconscious because of his strong willpower. What a pervert. Luo looked at Marco at his feet. This kind of recovery power is more terrifying than Kaido of the beasts, and the recovery speed is faster. Marco's physical strength is completely incomparable to Kaido of the beasts, but the degree of injury he recovered from is higher. It's just that Marco doesn't have immortality. If you have such a recovery power, you can completely crush any force. Luo looked at Marco. If he had such a terrifying recovery power, even if one person fought against the entire marine, he could easily crush them. There are not many enemies in Dahai that he can defeat at this time by spending more than half of his energy. Admiral can't even ask Luo to pay so much now. 22. In terms of overall strength, there is still a gap between Marco the Phoenix and the top Admiral. This shows the pervert of his ability. Luo admitted that he was tempted. I haven't been able to achieve immortality yet, so I really value Marco's ability at this time. But thinking of his body at this time, Luo suppressed the ambition in his heart. At first, Luo did think about seizing the ability of Mal's science fiction beast Phoenix, but the changes in his body after seizing the shock fruit made him very cautious now. Advertisement. Even lingering fear. It took a lot of thought to stabilize the chaotic gene chain and recover. In order to do all this, Luo had no time to make any preparations before, so he could only devote himself wholeheartedly to letting Marco and Blackbeard invade the Ark Proverbs. If it was later, they would rush to the laboratory. At that time, the boat really capsized in the gutter. Luo now has lingering fears about taking the ability. Now he no longer dares to seize the ability at will. He must be absolutely sure before he dares to seize it again. Trafalgar Law, I will never let you get my ability even if I die. Marco bit hard, blood spurted out, and he actually wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. Idiot. Luo Zhongfeng is unsheathed and heading towards Marco Park. It pierced his soul directly. Destroyed his soul. Now Marco's body is not an entity, but it is also different from before, like a living dead. When I fully understand the secrets of the body and the reasons for the previous changes, I will take it away. Luo kicked the soulless Marco body away. And at this time, Kaido of the beasts drags Blackbeard, who is dying like a dead dog. Don't fight. Blackbeard, whose eyes were silent, kept pleading spinelessly, without any strong demeanor. He was thrown at Luo's feet by Kaido of the beasts like a dead dog. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law, wait a minute. Feeling the murderous intent, Blackbeard suddenly woke up and looked at Luo pleadingly. Looking at the knife in Luo's hand, he was trembling all over and hurriedly begged. Don't kill me, I can do anything. I surrender to you and will serve you in the future. Please don't kill me. I can give you everything I have, including the abilities I have. I have the most vicious ability Dark Fruit. How about it be yours? Unnecessary. Luo didn't have much idea about Dark Fruit. In his mind, Dark Fruit was not as important as the Phantom Beast Phoenix form. What's more, even if I want it, I won't take it now. Blackbeard, your role now is to become my test subject. Luo Zhongfeng stabbed at Blackbeard. Why is he safe and sound with more than 4 powers? And he has 4 abilities and his gene chain almost collapsed. All the answers can only be found by getting the true secret of Blackbeard's body. No. Please, don't kill, Shua. The sword thrust towards Blackbeard. Pierce out his soul, destroy his heart, and become a soulless body like Marco. Let's go. Turning around, Luo walked towards Ark Proverbs, Kaido of the beasts holding Blackbeard in one hand and Marco in the other. Let Marco go. Suddenly, a figure covered in blood stood in front of him. It was Foil Beasta who was lucky enough to survive. Boom. Luo slapped him casually, and the foil sword Beasta fell like a meteor on the sea in the distance. Advertisement. Is there any trash left? Turning sideways, Luo glanced sideways at some of the surviving guys in the distance. The dismembered Diamond Josie was not dead, and the remaining 2 or 3 captains of the Whitebeard pirates were lucky enough to survive. Rain Shiryu stood up holding the broken sword. 2 or 3 members of the Blackbeard pirates were lucky enough to survive. It's just rubbish. Turning around, Luo Wanwan boarded the Ark's Proverbs. In the frightened eyes that survived, the Ark's Proverbs 123 disappeared into the horizon. Phew. Worried that Law would leave none of these lucky ones behind, they slumped on the ground helplessly. It's finally over. Trafalgar Law actually didn't continue his killing spree. We're still alive. The remaining strong men had no fighting spirit in their eyes, nor the dignity they once had as strong men, only the joy of surviving. They have lost the most important thing about being strong. It's actually something to be happy about. It's because Trafalgar Law has never taken us into consideration. We are like trash in his eyes, so he doesn't care whether we live or die. It's actually something to be thankful for. Shiryu of the Rain bit his tongue. Tooth. Arc Proverbs. I plan to go play with the red-haired man now, but now it seems that I have to completely understand the secrets of Blackbeard's body first. Luo put his mind and energy entirely on the experiment and recorded various data of Blackbeard's body. And the sea's gaze. But not on the island where the war just broke out, but at the Red Hair Pirates' headquarters. The red-haired man publicly declared war and made it public, waiting for the arrival of Trafalgar Law at the headquarters. This place became the center of the world's attention. 268 experiments. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Arc Proverbs. Luo carefully examined the secrets of Blackbeard's body through various instruments and recorded various data. Although I once got Blackbeard's flesh and blood. But obviously not as accurate as the entire body. There is indeed no problem with the gene chain, is it the same? Luo looked at the comparison data in confusion. The body he modified was correct. Why is there something strange? Because of its own reasons. Or because it contains the genes of Kaido of the beasts. Think hard. It can only be proven through experiments. In scientific research, if you just don't do it, you will never get the correct answer. Only through continuous practice can you get the correct answer. A certain force in the underground world. Kaido of the beasts, we have no conflict with the beasts' pirates, why are you attacking us? Kaido of the beasts quickly destroyed this force with invincible power and obtained more than a dozen devil fruits and a dozen Esper prisoners. This force is famous for trading devil fruit in the underground world. Although the dozen devil fruits all have normal abilities, they are only used for experiments anyway. In the laboratory, Law began to transform the captive's body into a body structure that could accommodate multiple abilities like Blackbeard, and then added the body secrets of Kaido of the beasts to form a body structure comparable to Law's at this time. Advertisement. Finally, of course, let the test subjects continue to eat various devil fruits. 1 kind, 2 kinds, 3 kinds, 4 kinds. When it has 3 abilities, there is no difference, but when it has 4 abilities, the body structure collapses instantly, and the test subject bleeds to death from its 7 orifices. Is this the limit for the modified body to accommodate 4 kinds? Luo frowned and looked at the large amount of data in his hand. At this time he already has 4 abilities. It also stabilizes all aspects of the body structure. But if you don't solve this problem, you will never be able to take away other people's abilities in the future. What exactly is the problem? Continue the experiment. Crazy experiments seem to return to the era of crazy experiments. Kaido of the beasts continued to destroy all forces in the underground world and seize a large number of devil fruit and Esper prisoners for consumption in Luo's experiments. For a time, all the forces in the underground world were in danger. No, it's still wrong. Luo casually threw the dead test subject into the sea and continued the experiment. It's still not right. Constantly modify this data and constantly obtain new data. Experiment step by step. Cumbersome and lengthy. With many years of experience in experiments, Luo no longer needs to spend energy in many aspects, so now every experiment is carried out very quickly. Although the final results all failed, a lot of useful data was obtained. Advertisement. After modification. Continuous improvement experiments. 4 capabilities. Customer stability. Luo looked at the new test object and took out a devil fruit again. The result failed and the test subject died. Mentally deduce the reason for this failure and modify the data. The next day. Record new data in the notebook, the 16th experiment. Outside, the underground world has completely fallen into a sea of blood. Almost all the forces in the underground world have been destroyed by Kaido of the beasts. Otherwise, how could Luo have so many test subjects and devil fruit to experiment on? The madness of Kaido of the beasts. It caused shock and horror among all the major forces. But on the bright side, everything is calm. The underground world is naturally a force hidden in the dark and is not known to the world. Isn't that right? The somewhat crazy Luo is as crazy as a scientist. Continue. Have another force been destroyed? At the Marine headquarters, Akainu looked at the information submitted and couldn't help but smile. It seems that all the famous forces in the underground world were destroyed by that madman Kaido of the Beasts in just a few months. Advertisement. It's so scary. It's just Kaido of the Beasts, why did he suddenly go crazy? The forces in the underground world shouldn't have offended him, right? The one who attacked the Beasts' pirates has red hair and has nothing to do with the underground world. He has found the wrong target for revenge, right? Kizaru asked weirdly. Who knows? Akainu said with a smile. Whatever, the underground world has always been a place where filth and evil are hidden. It is difficult for Marine to penetrate and completely destroy it. Kaido of the Beasts can be considered as a place for our Marine effectiveness. Quote. He is indeed a lunatic, and his behavior is completely incomprehensible. Perhaps, all this has something to do with Trafalgar Law. Fujitora said with a smile. Oh. Akainu Kizaru looked over curiously. Why do you say that? The relationship between Kaido of the Beasts and Trafalgar Law must be beyond all of our imaginations. Kaido of the Beasts is more like the limbs that Trafalgar Law can control at will. He is so obedient. His sudden and weird actions must be related to Law. That guy Trafalgar Law, there's no reason to destroy the underground world, right? The underground world didn't bother him. Kizaru asked. I don't know. Maybe there is a reason. Akainu narrowed his eyes. Trafalgar Law went to perform the world government mission. Confidential information. Within Marine, only he and the former Marshal Buddha Sengoku knew. Is Trafalgar Law meant to wipe out the evil, Wang Nuo's, forces in the sea? Is he still resolute in carrying out the tasks assigned to him by the world government? This seems to make sense. But Akainu shook his head. Some deny his speculation. Trafalgar Law doesn't seem to still regard himself as a Marine. Many of his actions have betrayed Marine and violated justice. No matter how much I think about these troublesome questions, there is no answer. As long as it is beneficial to us. Kizaru leaned back on the chair leisurely. I am more curious about the Blackbeard pirates and the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and 7 warlords of the sea Edward Weeble, and the reason for their mysterious disappearance. The intelligence hasn't been investigated yet. Akainu was also attracted by this question. No one of these forces should be underestimated. The disappearance of the 3 forces at the same time is enough to attract Akainu's great attention.